I never thought we'd be in danger. It was never a real, conscious thought. After all our adventures to ghost houses, seances, or abandoned asylums, none of us had ever actually run into something dangerous. But a couple of years ago, that changed. It was all because of something called the Forza crowd. Let me explain. In my early 20s, I fell in love with dark corners of the internet. Video essays discussing various spooky threads, an unexplained phenomenon of the rural Midwest, clips showing seemingly impossible things done to ordinary people by mysterious creatures, some which would be revealed as hoaxes, others that wouldn't. I've always had a particular love for the local legends and rumours. There's something very real and raw about those special little whispers that exclusively travel by word of mouth. I found a couple of friends through this hobby, first of which is my buddy Paul. We've been friends ever since we dressed up as the same version of Penguin, the villain, at the Halloween party in our late teens. I thought our time exploring haunted houses would be over when he started to date this girl, Veronica, or more commonly known, Vera. My fears were unfounded though, as she turned out to be just as weird as he is, making a great addition to our club of hobby horrors. This excursion started because Vera told us about this thing from her hometown, some left-of-nowhere kind of place in rural Minnesota. She said there was a local legend, but there had been so many sightings that it was nothing short of a miracle that it hadn't been more widely acknowledged. Paulie and I were all ears. "I can't believe you haven't heard about it," she laughed. "None of you know about the Forza crowd?" Yeah, no, we hadn't. So, turns out this thing is a bit of a tall tale in her neck of the woods. The Forza crowd had been around for decades, and it was apparently so well known that most locals didn't even find it fascinating anymore. Still, local law enforcement had an official warning out. And by warning, I mean a chain-link fence and a very angry sign. So the year I turned 24, we all packed ourselves into Paulie's car and set our sights towards rural Minnesota. If this thing was as prominent as we'd been told, there was no way we were going to miss it. It's not as stupid as it sounds. Paulie and I had been on dozens of excursions to places people had sworn were horrifying and actually haunted. But up until that point, we hadn't seen anything but creepy paintings, a couple of weirdly coloured sunflowers, and felt a sudden cold chill or two. The idea of something physical and tangible was laughable. Vera called up one of her local friends ahead of our arrival. This guy was sort of our tour guide, specialising in what they call dark tourism. It's a thing, but it's often pretty grim stuff. Still, he seemed capable enough. He had a couple of YouTube videos that we checked out. He used to be easy to find back then. His YouTube channel bordered on about 200k subs. We packed for a sleepover. Snacks, tents, sleeping bags, a couple of cameras, the usual. Vera told us little to nothing about what to expect. She wanted Neil to get a chance to give us a complete tour. "I don't want to spoil it," she chuckled as we drove past St. Cloud. It's a thing. It's a thing. It's a great thing." "Give us a hint," Paulie begged. "Like, the name. What's it about?" "You know, three's a crowd. But this is like 4. "Great," he sighed, taking a left turn back out on the highway. "Helpful." We met our guide, Neil, on a cloudy afternoon in mid-May. With high summer right around the corner, the air was moist and the ground was muddy. There was a first sprinkling of rain in the air, and we could hear rumbling from the east. Bad weather drawn in from Lake Superior. Neil was this preppy 30-something man. Khaki shorts, small rucksack, a baseball cap, and a long-sleeved grey t-shirt. No hair, a trimmed beard, and a sunny disposition. The opposite of what I imagined a dark tourism guide would look like. Meanwhile, Vera looked like one of her parents was a hot topic. Paulie was hard to miss too. Not even a turtleneck and camo pants could cover all his tattoos. We pulled into a parking lot near the old hiking trail, bordering an abandoned parking lot. There was a broken gate protecting an overgrown road. Neil's car, a sensibly priced sedan, was parked just a bit further down the road. He welcomed us, and Vera sorted out the introductions. With that said and done, our tour was on. Neil immediately stopped us. "The first stop is actually right here," Neil said, pointing at the ruined gate. "The entrance to Hatchet Paper Mill, shut down since the 80s. Folks didn't take kindly to the whole Clean Water Act. We're technically trespassing," Vera chuckled. "Cool, huh? Local folks have known about this place for decades, while going inside is sort of frowned upon. No one really cares." "So is this thing that dangerous then?" "Both yes and no," Neil chuckled. "It usually stays away, but we might catch a glimpse. But yeah, it's not a big fan of people." As we put on our boots, Neil started telling us about what the hell we were to expect, and why this might turn out to be one of the most interesting excursions yet. See, the Forza crowd is not a supernatural spectre or an alien visitor. According to the locals, it's a very real creature. It had been around for decades, keeping to itself within the old paper mill. Most lawmen in these parts know about it, but there hasn't been any immediate need to deal with it. It's kept to itself, and the owners of the land aren't very government-friendly. "So what does it look like? What can we expect?" "Vera, she didn't tell you?" Neil chuckled. "Really?" "Really." Paul turned to Vera, but she just grinned. Neil shrugged. "It looks like 4 people. Just 4 regular people. 2 taller people in the back, 2 shorter or crouching people in the front, like they're posing for a picture." It was about as stupid as it sounded. Suddenly, I could see why this wasn't a big thing. To an outsider, this thing would just look like 4 people. Even if I saw it with my own eyes, what was there to see? I couldn't help but think that Neil probably had a couple of people ready to scare us a little. "Are you telling me we're trekking to some tetanus-covered shithole to watch 4 kids in Halloween masks stand at the end of a corridor?" I whispered to Paulie. "Fuck it, might be fun." "I'm not buying it." Being skeptical about this sudden reveal, Paulie and I started asking a whole bunch of questions. Like, how could it just look like 4 people, and what it actually was, what it ate, where it lived, all kinds of stuff. I admit, we weren't very polite. Neil didn't seem to mind, and tried his best to keep up with us. "It needs chlorine as part of its diet," Neil patiently explained. "That's why it moved to the mill. There's an adjoining chlorine extractor, which they used to bleach the paper before it shut down. There's still loads of the stuff around. It's in the water too." "So it just eats old paper?" "No, it munches up white-tailed deer and rodents," he continued. "Not birds though, damn thing loves birds." Vera was having trouble containing her glee. We were giving her a little, "Are you real?" look, and she couldn't stop grinning. Neil, on the other hand, seemed perfectly happy answering our questions. "So how big is it?" I asked as we entered the clearing in the forest. "It's got to be sizable if it eats deer. Large enough to trick people into thinking it's 4 people. It's a bit of a mimic." "Trick people into what?" "Well, either to look a little closer, or to scare them off. Depends." "And you've seen this?" "Sure have," Neil nodded. "We'll probably see it off in the distance, if we're lucky. It moves around a lot." Making our way out of the clearing, we got a clear view of the abandoned paper mill. 6 large buildings and a couple of chemical silos lined the dying river. All of it looked worse for wear. Most of the outside was decorated with elaborate graffiti and rust. There wasn't a single window that hadn't been vandalised. Still, Neil didn't skip a beat. As we made our way closer, he kept telling us interesting factoids. "You can kinda notice it by the sound of the bird song," he explained. "The thing rolls around in sawdust as a sort of dust bath, and it gets a lot of parasites stuck. Birds love it, so they're usually close by, ready to pick up the little maggots and parasites. Sort of like a crocodile." "I'm hearing birdsong right now," Paulie laughed. "You think that's the forest, or?" "5's a crowd." "4's a crowd," Neil responded, giving him a cold look. "And no, that's just birds. There are usually red ones flocking to it, making a sort of trilling noise." "Exciting," Paul sighed. To that, Neil said nothing. We entered the mill through one of the truck entrances, stepping over a collapsed garage door. I could practically taste the mould and residual chemicals, but Neil swore that we'd be fine. It was just moisture, apparently. Vera wasn't convinced, it seemed. We made it up to the second floor, walking across a rusted-out catwalk with a loose railing. Beams of light made its way through the holes in the roof, slowly fading from the overcast. Looking at the mill, we could tell this place wasn't just some sort of empty building. It must have been abandoned in a hurry. There were still some expensive machines left on the floor, most of which had been rusted to the core by decades of neglect. It roams a lot, Neil explained, as we slowly made our way forward. I don't think it nests until it finds a partner, and I can tell there aren't many of them around. How come? I asked. I think they have no means of finding one another, suggesting they might have once lived in colonies, where you could just throw out an arm and grab a mate. There are a couple of holes around here where it's burrowed, suggesting it might be subterranean. I'd love to see that, Paulie chuckled. Really? Really? I'd love to. Alright, shrugged Neil. Let's go and see one. Neil guided us to the factory floor, down a corridor, through a ransacked lunchroom, and out the back near one of the silos. There was a massive room containing vast piles of sawdust, easily the largest pile I'd ever seen. Paulie's instinct was to try and climb it, but Neil recommended against it. That thing is crawling with parasites. I wouldn't touch it, he explained. You see that indent there, on the left flank? That's where it's been. Just looks like a dent to me, Paulie said. Vera elbowed him, and Paulie made a lip-zipping motion. Neil did his best not to roll his eyes. He continued to explain the many findings of the locals over the years. For example, the Forza crowd had a larger body than one might think, but it hides it behind a crowd of four, much like an insect shedding its body. He claimed they had a sketchy view of this back part from a side photo taken in the late 90s. Of course, it was blurry at best. You could barely tell there were people in the picture at all. There had also been a steep decline of white-tailed deer in the area. While many claimed this was due to illegal hunting, Neil argued that it coincided with the growth of the creature in the early 90s. This was a returning pattern with the Forza crowd. Everything about it could be explained by the most mundane things. It just looked like people at a distance. Its main food source was abundant. There was nothing immediately apparent about it. The Forza crowd could just as well be nothing. Maybe that's why we'd never heard about it. Neil continued the tour, showing us the various buildings around the complex. He told us about the different stations and the early history of the strange creature rumoured to live here. We were shown a couple more points of interest, mostly relating to the early history of the creature, and by extent, the community at large. For example, there had been a few people that had gone missing around the mill. That was attributed to the failing safety standards. Again, it was unclear. It could be blamed on a large monstrous beast, but the far more likely cause was just an accident. Occam's razor. As we reached the rear exit, Neil clapped his hands together. This is where I usually spot it, he said, moving through the old chemical storage. Right over there. So, what do we do? I asked. Do we lure it out? I suggest we wait. Neil smiled. Put your feet up. Take in the sights. It's a magnificent place, huh? Paulie walked over to me, carefully elbowing me for attention. Leaning in, he whispered, The kids he hired to scare us aren't here yet. Still, it was nice to just be out with friends for a change. Break up the monotony of work. We put up our tents and had a couple of hot dogs. Vera took a nap listening to her favourite podcast. Paulie went for a jog on the catwalk, making little dust particles rain on the factory floor. It echoed through the entire building. I got a chance to sit down with Neil for a bit, just the two of us. He seemed like a genuinely nice guy, but I could tell he was putting on a show. Then again, that was sort of his job. Vera had known him since high school, so had given her a good price for this. In a quiet moment, I asked him, So what's the deal? Why is this so interesting? You know, It's a funny thing, he smiled. It's right there for all to see, and everything about it just looks like a whole bunch of nothing. Come on, I smiled. I mean, it's a great story. You've put a hell of a lot of thought into it, and I appreciate that. Most places just say it's like a ghost or an alien. Look, he nodded, raising his hot dog from the open fire. I'm not bullshitting you. This thing is real. We just looked at one another for a minute. I could tell there was no hesitation behind those eyes. Either this man was a born liar or a true believer. For the next couple of hours, the sky grew darker. The rain passed us by, but not without scattering a few drops our way. The overcast drowned the rusty walls in black, making the shadows from our campfire long and alien. Spending the night there was impressive in itself. The uneasy sound of groaning metal, combined with the Minnesota wind slipping through the cracks in the building's veneer. We set up our tents on the outskirts of the old administration building. No risk of setting fire to anything. We could tell it was frequented by a lot of rebellious teenagers. The graffiti spoke for itself. Neil assured us that the Forza crowd didn't mind people and that it would keep its distance. In his experience, it wasn't interested in hunting people. Paulie just rolled his eyes. The charade was going strong. I had a surprisingly restful sleep, nodding off the moment my head hit the pillow. I didn't get to sleep for long, however. A few minutes to midnight, I heard a rustling noise coming from Paulie and Vera's tent. At first, I just thought they were doing what consenting adults might be inclined to do in a secluded tent. But after I heard the tent open, I peeked out. I was a bit embarrassed to see Vera and Paulie sneaking out with a roll of toilet paper, obviously going off to mind their own business. I lay back down to sleep when, after a couple of minutes, there was a whisper outside my tent. Peeking out again, I could see Vera and Paulie, now looking a bit more awake. Holy shit, Paulie smiled. They're here. You gotta see this. I looked over in Neil's tent. The man was fast asleep. Had he planned this in advance? How did he know we'd be skulking around at night? Grabbing our flashlights, a camera, and putting on some proper boots, the three of us left to get a better look, leaving Neil behind in his tent. Right around the corner, Vera whispered. They're just standing there. There was a hole in the wall leading to the outside. Paulie went first, then Vera. The moment I stepped outside, I was hit by an immediate chill. Maybe the storm was turning back. Slowly raising their flashlights eastward, it came into view for the first time. The Forza crowd. 4 people standing out in the middle of the night. A man, a woman, and 2 younger men in their late teens. A family, seemingly. All stood huddled up together, wearing identical white shirts and navy blue pants. They all had the same hair colour, just different lengths. The parents stood shoulder to shoulder, while the younger one stood about a step ahead and with a bit of space between them. I couldn't help but stare. Vera took a picture with a digital camera, making sure the flash was off. It was eerie. Even Paulie could feel it, even if he never admitted it. That's fucked up, he whispered. Why'd they come so late? Maybe he heard us sneak out, Vera whispered back. Either way, this is insane. I wasn't so sure. The way Neil spoke about it seemed a bit too honest to be so simple. As Paulie kept his flashlight fixed on them, they slowly began to move, with arms firmly by their sides. The 4 of them slowly stepped sideways. It was eerily coordinated, moving in a sort of diagonal tandem, almost like they were gliding. We followed them a bit, just to see what they were doing. Then they were walking backwards towards one of the chemical silos, always keeping their eyes firmly fixed on us. As they got further away, they seemed to speed up. Vera barely got a chance to say, "Hold on," before they hurried inside the silo, still maintaining that perfect cohesion. As they disappeared, I could even hear Paulie sigh with relief. "Freaky," he gasped. That was freaky. Turning back towards our makeshift camp, we rounded the corner, only to suddenly stop. More people. Another group of 4. These a lot smaller. Children. maybe 6 or 7 years old. There were 2 who were a little taller, and 2 were smaller, all with their arms straight, and their feet moving in the same strange diagonal tandem. Before we got a chance to speak, they made a strange whistling noise and disappeared into a crack in the wall. That wasn't part of the plan. I'd never agreed to have kids roam around a place like this. It was dangerous. Whether this was Neil's idea or someone else's, it was just a bad idea. "We gotta wake him up," I whispered. "Now." Then again, something in the back of my mind was telling me that this was too strange just to be a couple of stray kids. The rational part of me insisted that this was nothing more than a spook or a misunderstanding, but another part of me started to wonder what the fuck I'd stepped into. Whispering for Neil to wake up, we could hear him murmuring to himself. He looked out of his tent with a wide yawn. "They're here now," Vera said, "but the kids are a little much." Neil just blinked, looking back and forth between us. "What kids?" Vera told him what we'd seen outside. It didn't seem to give Neil any pause until she clarified the group of kids that had hurried inside. Neil just sat there, putting his clothes on with a furrowed brow. If he'd been playing the act of a tour guide up until now, this was the point where something changed. He asked her to clarify several things: their height, their speed, their reaction, their sounds. Paulie didn't seem to know what to think about this, flip-flopping between die-hard skepticism and genuine concern. I was somewhere in between. "Well, Neil started. It's been rumoured that the Forzacrown is a sort of arachnid. It might be parthenogenetic." "What kind of... what? Genetic?" "Parthenogenetic," he clarified. "Able to effectively breed without a mate." "What would that even mean?" Neil paused for a moment, then sprang into action. "It means we have to leave. It's nesting." As we hurried to bring down our tents and pack up our things, I noticed something overhead. In and out of the holes of the roof, little red birds fluttered about a dozen of them. Thinking back on what Neil said earlier, I was sure he'd mentioned something about birds. I tapped him on the shoulder, pointing upwards. His face went pale as he held up a finger to his lips. Vera and Paulie noticed, and we all fell silent. Moving at a snail's pace, as to not make any unnecessary noise. Every now and then, the birds would land, making little chirping noises, and then return upwards. Vera gasped. We all stopped to look at her as she pointed further down the hall. There it was. It slowly sidestepped into view. Only the legs of the 4 people moving, their arms remaining straight. Their heads wobbled a little as they moved, looking more like bobbleheads than people. They still looked like they were floating forward, held up by some unseen force, but most worrying of all, they were coming towards us. Slowly. I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to run, another part wanted me to stand there and fully believe that this was somehow still a lie. It had to be. There's no such thing as monsters. I've checked. Over all the years of laughing in the dark, I'd learned that there was really no such thing as monsters. But as these 4 strange people crept closer, I wasn't sure anymore. And Neil seemed just as, if not more, confused. "Nobody moves," he whispered. "Let's see what it..." Out of the cracks and nooks, I could see more faces. 4 children, for one, but another set of 4 further down. They didn't look like children at all, more like miniature adults, all moving in the same strange pattern, alternating their steps among each other. These just didn't look finished. Hair growing out of their eyes, one leg too short, another too long, a drooping mouth that wouldn't stop twitching. 2 of them were conjoined at the shoulder, making an awful gurgling noise. I counted 6 groups in total, and some of those groups, they weren't people. They couldn't be. That's not what people look like. The largest one, as I got closer, was bigger than I anticipated. easily 7 feet tall. Still, they all looked at us with these glassy-eyed nothings. They didn't really have eyes. It was more like white globes with accidental spots. One of the red birds gently landed on the shoulder of the creature, gently pecking at its eye. It didn't even flinch. Paulie held Vera tight as we slowly backed off, leaving what little we'd brought behind. The campfire had not long since burned out, but the tall one still daintily stepped over the embers. It did so in a strange manner, having one of the front people lift its legs straight out, seemingly elevating in the air. But that's when the illusion broke. As it got closer, it seemed to let go of its mimicry. One of the two front people split in half, revealing a set of arachnid legs with the same colour as the hair. Impossible tall and thick legs hiding an all-black creature with dark, beady eyes. They'd been there all along, folding into the vertical rows, acting as the back row shirt buttons. They unfolded like origami, wordlessly tearing themselves apart, breaking whatever image it had, revealing a creature stretching out to its full size, easily breaking 9 feet tall with arms in every direction. Every leg was camouflaged as half a person, that when put together would form the illusion of a group of 4. Fake bodies, nothing more than membrane and skin writhing back and forth lifelessly, morbid appendages. I barely even heard the others screaming. Paulie grabbed Vera, heading for one of the side exits. Neil just kept repeating, "No, no, no," over and over, not even running. And I was frozen, staring into the slight reflection of 8 eyes, arranged in 2 perfect columns of 4. White-clothed arms have unfolded into mandibles, creeping closer. In that moment, I thought I was going to die. I wasn't accepting that this was actually happening. 100 thoughts were running through my mind at once, painting all the strange possibilities that might explain this. A prank show, a bad dream, something, anything. I could have died that day. Suddenly, it turned away from me. Paulie had run a hot dog stick straight through its right front leg. Looking back at this, it was all so fast. Using its 2 front legs, the Forza Crown hurled him straight across the room and up 1 level, smacking into the upstairs catwalk railing. Paulie wasn't moving. Vera was panicking, doubling back to get him. Neil grabbed her, heading for the side exit. I could have tried going with them, but there was no way I'd get by the angered creature. Instead, we had to split up, forcing it to pick a lane. Of course, it went after me. I went straight ahead, in the wrong direction, down a long corridor, my steps pounding the dusty concrete. A dozen little feet followed me, even their steps sounding human, like they were wearing shoes. The large one contracted, crawling forward with its 4 front legs first, furiously tapping its way forward. It was so fast, so twitchy, like it had abandoned all attempts of mimicry, all pretense. I managed to make my way up the catwalk. The moment I reached the top, the stairs collapsed behind me, deafening me with a flood of metal crashing to the floor. The creature couldn't make its way up these old walkways. There was too much concentrated weight. That didn't stop it. Moments later, the tips of its arms would wrap around the catwalk as it hung upside down beneath, trying to bite through the metal. And while I was fast, it could keep my pace. I could feel the mandibles poking through the steel, scraping against the bottom of my boots, its arms reaching for me, tearing at my jacket with little claws at the end. A section of railing gave out, unbalancing the creature and nearly knocking me to the floor below. Instead, it lost its grip and fell. It'd just be a few seconds before it got back up to try again. This was a creature hungry to feed its young. This wasn't a docile attraction. Not anymore. There was a short platform connecting 2 of the buildings. The thing had once looked like a sort of glass tube, but now it was just a set of unstable open-air platforms. Still, I didn't have much choice. I went for it. I couldn't think straight anyway. I have these brief memories of the chase. It felt like hours, even though it was just a matter of minutes. In my mind, I can picture every corner, every bump, every skip. But it's hard to put it into words. It was just this long, wiry passage, weaving together into this one singular adrenaline-rushed madness, with death following close behind. Reaching the other end of the platform, I could see the Forza crowd retreating into the dark. It was clever. It knew that platform couldn't support its weight, and that the fall would hurt. I ended up the way I came, on the same walkway as Paulie, overlooking our previous campsite. Running up to him, I could tell he was breathing, but badly concussed. His one eye was blood-filled and swollen, and his left arm was bent the wrong way. There was no way I could get him to walk out of there anytime soon. I considered my options. I could leave him. I could run. I could try and pick him up and pull him along. None of it was plausible, especially not leaving him. Instead, I propped us up against the wall. Somehow, he was still conscious, if barely. Together we sat there, listening to the red birds fluttering in and out of the broken roof. It turns out the Forza crowd couldn't reach us. It couldn't use the adjoining platforms, and there was no remaining stairs. Instead, it stood beneath us, desperately reaching upwards. In a sort of fear-induced bravado, I stood up to look down at it. The catwalk groaned but held firm. For a moment, our eyes met. This button-eyed creature, completely emotionless. A creature that understood nothing but meat and offspring. It still reached for me. Carefully. Even tenderly. As if asking me to be its friend. To surrender. I sat back down next to Paulie. He panted heavily. Maybe he had a few broken ribs. I'm gonna get a tattoo, he blurted out. Spider. Please don't, I muttered back. Vera, she's gonna kill you. No, she loves spiders. He wheezed through a half-broken nose. Just not that one. As he pointed at it, the arachnid legs slowly came back down. And little by little, the creature retreated into the compound, its young scuttling back and forth between its legs. And from a distance, even then, it was still hard not to see that it was just a group of 4 people, standing around in the dark. The 2 of us stayed up there, nodding in and out of exhaustion. I tried to keep Paulie stable, frantically looking up at the sky, waiting for the overcast to shift away. The morning had to come at some point. That was the deal. Paulie and I spent hours up there, waiting for Vera and Neil to come back. They eventually did, bringing a couple of local law enforcement officers along. They managed to help Paulie back down and tend to his wounds. He would end up losing the eye in surgery, but would otherwise make a full recovery. He actually did get a tattoo of a spider later on. We talked a lot about uploading our pictures and videos. But even now, looking back at what little footage we have, it just looks like 4 people standing around in the dark. There's no attack or monstrous transformation. It doesn't look like anything, just people. Strange people, but people nonetheless. Neil talked to them about reinforcing the fence. As he suspected, the Forza crowd had gone through a sort of self-fertilization, reproducing without a mate. We'd done the equivalent of standing between an angry mother bear and her cubs. But then again, we lived to tell the tale. They didn't do much to prevent this happening again. They fixed parts of the fence and put up a new sign. I think the owners also came in to make some sort of statement, but I never found anything about it. It's been a few years since then. I've tried my best to find a good time to talk about it, but I just never got it right. It was too important just to blurt out, and too difficult to think about. Neil has taken down his YouTube channel and removed his videos, not wanting to get any more people come and look for the Forza crowd. In fact, a lot of it has been scrubbed from the net. Even the Wikipedia page, I think. I think he works with some kind of riverboat rentals out east now. In a couple of months, Vera and Paulie are getting married. I think it's time we all put this behind us and look to the future. As best man, that's all I can do really. Because even if there are monsters waiting outside, we can choose where we spend our nights. I chose to spend it here, far away, where the fire burns bright, far from the Forza crowd. I used to have nightmares as a kid. Not the kind that fade when you sit up and remember where you are. Mine arrived the same way every time. Like a ritual I couldn't stop. The floorboards would creak once, as if someone had placed a foot beside my bed. Then I would hear slow dripping, steady and patient, as if water were leaking from a tap inside the dark. I would hold my breath and count the drips and hope they would stop. They never did. After the dripping, he came. The grey man. He would just materialise out of nowhere, standing beside my bed, phasing in like something out of a sci-fi movie. If he stood up, I knew he would be taller than the doorframe. His skin was the colour of ash, and where his eyes should have been were just two empty pits. His mouth was a thin line that would sometimes open into a wide smile, showing rows of too many teeth. He would tilt his head and look at me like I was an item he was deciding whether to buy. He never climbed onto my bed, like you hear in some sleep paralysis dreams. He would crouch low next to me, bring his face close to mine, and breathe in, as if he was smelling me the way you smell books you loved as a child. Then his long hand would slide down, and with an almost gentleness that made it worse, he would take my ankle and pull me under the bed. Under there was no carpet, no wood. There was a place that didn't belong in the house at all. The air was hot and thick. It tasted like coins left in your mouth too long. Heat rolled up from the ground, and it made my eyes water. He would drag me by my ankle along the rough dirt. It was pebbled with little shards and seeds, and it cut my back and arms. When I reached out to try and grab the walls, they were damp in a way that stung. They were coated with an acidic gloop that you could never wipe clean. The place itself smelled like old blood, and that sweet rot you notice when you walk past a bin on a hot day. There were insects everywhere. I couldn't see all of them, but I could hear them. A dry clicking sound from little legs, a soft buzzing of wings, the cautious rasp of mouth parts trying a new surface to see if it could be eaten. Behind us, there was nothing that looked like a way back home. There were tall, dark shapes made of the same hot dirt, shaped like pillars, but I knew they were bodies that I'd just forgotten how to be people. He would pick me up and place me on the chair like I was a prized possession. Then he would take a thin knife from the fold of his skin, and he would begin. He never rushed. He never made a sound. He would slice pieces from my arms and lay them on the ground as if sorting fabric. He would rest his palm on my chest and feel my heart speed up and slow down. He would take a strip from my cheek and watch the tear run round it. I begged him in the way children beg and promise to do better, but he'd just tilt his head as if memorizing the noise. He would never stop. He never showed any emotion, no joy, no anger. In those dreams, I remained alive when I shouldn't have. There were times when the only part of me left was my head. I could feel the dirt under my tongue. I could feel the insects trying the corners of my mouth and then changing their minds. I could smell the heat. I could see him as he bent close and for a moment set his forehead to mine. Then I would wake up with my jaw cramped and my throat raw from air I must have swallowed while I screamed without a sound. My parents did what they could. They never used words like cursed or haunted. They used words like specialist and appointment and therapy. I drew the grey man for a woman with a calm voice who didn't look at my drawings when I handed them over to her, but always took a moment before she turned to paper. I learned breathing exercises. I learned to plant my feet on the ground and list 5 things I could see. The dreams didn't stop at once, but they frayed at the edges. Then they came less often, and I grew taller. I learned to put my hand on the bedroom light switch before I went to sleep, so I knew it was there. And when I left for college, the dreams, they didn't follow me. I told people I was a nervous kid who just grew out of it. That was mostly true. I'm an adult now. I pay my bills on time. I have a decent job, a flat that's more tidy than messy, and there's nothing in my life that looks like a horror story if you glance at it from the outside. Last week, I went to the fun fair with Beth. She's the sort of friend you can talk into trying food you don't recognise and rides you claim to hate. We wandered through the lights and the noise and the smell of hot oil. Then Beth's eyes fell on a fortune-teller's tent set up near the far fence. It looked like it had been pitched in a hurry. The canvases didn't match, the guy ropes were all assorted colours. It was dark inside and very quiet, as if sound didn't want to sit in there. Beth wanted to go right in, but I didn't. Not because I was scared, more that I didn't believe in this type of shite. But she said please. And it was the only thing there without a line, and I was thinking about donuts. The woman inside looked like she'd stepped straight out of a cliché. Shawls, bangles, long grey hair, but what caught me wasn't her, it was the bird. A white bird, perched on her shoulder. Beth smiled nervously. "Aw, a dove!" The woman didn't look up from her cards. "Not a dove," she said, her voice melodic. "A crow." I squinted. "It's white." That's when she finally met my eyes. Her smile, it didn't reach them. "Not everything white is innocent." Beth shivered, muttered something about it being pretty, and then sat down. She was first. She went first. The woman inside read her cards, asked her about her one true desire. Beth blushed and said something stupid about wanting a nice boyfriend. I laughed and muttered, "Jesus, at least make it achievable, give the old bag a chance to fake it." Both of them turned and looked at me, the way teachers look at you, you know. Beth's turn ended with the rustle of a curtain of beads and the tiny chime of something metal. The woman lifted her eyes to me and asked me to sit. I didn't want to, but Beth gave me that look. The chair was lower than I expected. It made me feel like a child. The woman's hands were cool, and her thumbs were rough where she pressed them against my palms. I made another joke about props and smoke machines, but she didn't smile. "Do not insult what listens," she said. "Some things are bored enough to answer." I raised an eyebrow. She looked past me and then at me, like a doctor waiting for you to say where it hurts. "I feel your resistance," she said kindly. "That's because this isn't real," I snapped back. "It's a joke. A tent in a mud pit funfair with plastic beads on curtains. You're not communing with the universe, you're just scamming bored people out of pocket change." Her expression didn't shift. She simply tilted her head bird-like. The white crow ruffled its feathers, as though it had heard me. "Even a joke," she said, "is heard somewhere." "Great," I muttered. "Tell the cosmos I said hi, then." Her lips twitched into something that wasn't quite a smile. The crow shifted its claws against the shoulder, white feathers catching the lantern glow like bone. "You'll laugh until it answers," she muttered. Beth shot me a look, the kind that said, "Don't start." I leaned back in the chair and folded my arms. "Fine, go on then, tell me my fortune, make it quick." The woman's gaze didn't waver. "When you mock the door," she said softly, "you invite whatever waits behind it to knock." Right. That's when she asked me my one true desire. I chilled for a minute. I didn't want to give the old woman a heart attack. I told her my life was fine. I told her I had enough money, enough work, enough friends for the kind of person I am anyway. Then I said the only thing that had ever been an honest wish for me. I said I wanted no more bad dreams. Her eyes went soft and far away. She let go of my hands and traced circles on the tablecloth with one finger. Then she said a rhyme. I remember it almost exactly. "Grant this woman the power to see what's good and right and true. But where the light of goodness shines, the dark will see her too." I felt goosebumps on my arms. I covered it by rolling my eyes. I said something unkind about how she must do well on people desperate enough to be happy with a poem. She looked at me for a long time without blinking. "Do not anger what you can't see," she said. "It is patient. It can wait until you forget you spoke." We left. I had enough of that cryptic shit. I made a show of being hungry and moved the conversation to food. That night I dreamt I found a £50 note folded in the lining of my coat. In the dream it felt stiff and new, with the smell of ink and that slight waxy drag against my fingers. I didn't think anything of it and pretty much forgot the dream as soon as I woke up. But that day it was unusually cold for me. Bitterly cold. I fished in my closet for my winter jacket and slipped it on. Halfway to work, I slipped my hands in my pockets for warmth, and my fingers grazed something hard. I pulled it out. It was a red envelope with my name on the front, still sealed. I opened it cautiously and lifted a sparkly Christmas card from the paper. One side read, "Merry Christmas, lots of love, Grandma, kiss kiss kiss." And on the other, a neatly folded £50 note was stuck to the side of it with tape. I must admit, I was a bit like, "No way," at first. But then I thought, people forget to open Christmas cards all the time, right? Just a coincidence. I wasn't impressed. The next night, I dreamt that the woman at work who collects complaints like stamps would call in sick. She did. I told myself that one was almost predictable. She had coughed the day before. I must have subconsciously heard it. On the third night, I dreamt I was eating the most delicious bowl of strawberries and cream I'd ever eaten. In the morning, there was strawberries in the fridge. Now, I don't buy strawberries as a rule. I'll eat them in restaurants, but I won't have them in my fridge. You buy them on a Monday, and by Tuesday night, they've grown their own mould colony and have elected a mayor. It's a waste of money. I checked my banking app to see if I had bought them half asleep the night before. No charge. I told myself I must have paid cash and forgotten. I ate one, and it tasted like a memory of summer, so sweet and fresh. On the fifth night, I dreamt of Beth. I dreamt that she'd won a ridiculous prize at a ring toss. I knew that wasn't true because when we went to the ring toss, she could not toss. In the morning, she sent me a photo of herself with a teddy as big as she is, and a message that said, "I'm finally a winner," a row of hearts. I asked which fair she went to, and she said it wasn't the same one. She'd gone to this new one with a new guy friend. I didn't ask for details. On the sixth night, I dreamt of rain. It poured in the dream, and everyone on the street ran. I dreamt I stepped under a doorway that didn't leak, and that the person beside me stepped aside so I could fit in. When I woke up and went to work, the sky broke while I was walking. The doorway I chose didn't leak. The stranger that was there moved over with a smile. He handed me a napkin. He said I looked like I needed a win today. That's probably when I stopped telling myself it was nothing. I still tried to pretend, but it wasn't true pretending. On the eighth night, I had a different kind of dream. I was in my room in the dark. I couldn't move. The floorboard by the door creaked. The sound wasn't loud, but it was near the kind of volume that fills the whole house if it's quiet. And then the dripping started again. It came from everywhere at once, as if every surface had been given one drop and told not to waste it. I woke up with my heart climbing the wall of my chest. I didn't sit up. I lay still and I listened. The house is old and does what old houses do. Pipes expand, nails settle, wood flexes. The difference was that I knew the rhythm of this house. This creak was not the same. I could point to where it came from in the dark. It was the board by the door. The rain was still pouring outside. I could see droplets dripping steady from the window frame. But this wasn't the same dripping. It was slow enough to make me count it, and then lose count. I could smell a dampness that didn't belong to a leak. I didn't go to work that day. I sat on the sofa in a daze, hands shaking as I sipped the same cup of cold coffee I'd held for 4 hours. I didn't understand what was happening. I was so focused on the good things I was getting, I forgot I could have bad dreams too. I stayed up as late as I could, refusing to go into the bedroom, but by 1 a.m. I couldn't stay awake. I dreamt I was back under the bed. The air was hot and the smell of iron sat on my tongue. I was strapped to the same chair from my childhood. He was there, the grey man, standing in front of me. That emotionless stare piercing my soul. He took a step forward. I thrashed and pulled at my restraints, desperate to get free, but he just stopped, tilted his head. I woke up panting, my hair stuck to my sweat-covered forehead. My wrists ached, and by the morning, small bruises had formed like faint ligature marks. I came down the stairs to a small white envelope posted through my door with no stamp. Inside was a note that said, "Keep sleeping well." The font was cheerful. The ink smelled faintly of almond oil. I stood very still, holding it, and listened for the drip. Last night, I really didn't want to go to sleep. I made some tea, watched some TV program that didn't really require any attention. I texted until my phone felt hot in my hands. At 3 in the morning, I was tired enough to promise myself that fear is fuel and sleep isn't the enemy. I lay down. I told myself that I had invented patterns because the fortune teller had given me a poem. I reminded myself that I'm not 12. I didn't dream. I woke up just before 5 AM, absolutely exhausted. I lay there in the dark, willing myself to go back to sleep just a little bit longer. I squeezed my eyes shut, and that's when I heard it. The floorboard by the door gave a single, careful creak. I kept my eyes closed. I told myself that if I couldn't see anything, nothing could see me. Then the dripping began. It was closer than it had been. I slowly opened my eyes, barely moving. I tried to look at the slot of dark under the bed. The smell of heat and metal pushed up and over the edge like a breath. I reached one hand out and placed it flat on the floor, only to prove that I could. The wood was cold. And then something in the dark below touched the other side of the board as if answering the gesture. The board lifted against my palm with the weight of a measured hand. I pulled my hand back and sat up. I clicked on the lamp. The room was the same as it had been. The tall bookcase, a pile of clothes on the floor, the curtains, the bed. I told myself not to be dramatic. The fortune teller had told nothing more than a fairy tale. She could have said it to anyone, and of course it would work sometimes, because the world's full of coincidences. I clicked the light off and tried to remember the therapist's advice from so long ago. My eyes grew heavy. 5 things I can see. Lamp, door, bed, blanket, book. 4 things I could touch. My blanket, my hair, my t-shirt, my nightstand. 3 things I could hear. My heartbeat, my breathing, dripping. 2 I could smell. Iron. Rot. 1 thing I could taste. Old coins. No, I whispered. My eyes snapped open. The dripping sound was louder now, like something wet was seeping through the ceiling, except there was no stain or no leak. The smell, oh God, the smell. It filled my throat until I was swallowing it. It was the exact same as when I was a kid. Heat, dirt, the metallic tang of rust and blood. The floorboards creaked right outside my door. I held my breath and waited for the sound to stop, but it didn't. Each groan of wood bent closer, slow, deliberate. The therapist's advice was gone. The old woman's were all I could hear. Do not insult what listens. Some things are bored enough to answer. And I realised I had asked for no more bad dreams, but maybe I'd given it permission to step into the waking world instead. The door creaked open. The grey man stood tall, grinning, his teeth reflected in the moonlight. He uttered one word.
Ready.
And then he vanished. I think I screamed until morning. I decided to go back to the fair. I was going to find the tent, the old woman, the dove crow thing, and tell her to undo what she did. But when I got there, it was gone. The whole fair had packed up and moved on. I managed to catch the owner of the teacup ride before he drove off, and I asked him where they were going next. He made a comment about me being a carny chaser, and I clapped back with something witty. Honestly, I'm too exhausted to remember. Basically, I just wanted to find the fortune teller. He frowned at me like I'd just asked him where the dragons were kept. The fair doesn't have a fortune teller, he said flatly. I actually laughed, even though my throat felt like it was closing. Yeah, sure, old woman, white bird, creepy rhymes, you can't miss her. He shook his head, climbed into the cab, and muttered something about weirdos before slamming the door. The truck pulled away, leaving me in a half-empty lot with a stomach that felt like wet cement. I stood there for way too long, hoping maybe the strike tent would flicker into view if I just stared hard enough. It didn't. So now I'm stuck with this, whatever she gave me. I can't make sense of it. I can't make it stop. And the part that really scares me? If last night wasn't a dream, what will happen when the grey man takes me away again? Hi everyone, thanks for listening. That was The Grey Man, written by me. If you enjoyed it, don't forget to like, subscribe, and drop your own theories in the comments. I love reading them. And stick around because I always share a random, completely unnecessary fun fact at the end. And sometimes even some outtakes. So today's fun fact is... Speaking of grey, did you know elephants can't actually jump? Not even a tiny little hop. Which makes them both the least grey man-like animal ever, and also the worst candidate for basketball, just saying. Good night. I didn't kill my girlfriend. The house did. If the police read this, you'll find nothing on me. Shit, you might not even find me. I haven't had a response from anyone I've told. So I'm trying this here. I'm going to tell you everything, then you can decide if it was me or not. Which it wasn't. I'm a professional house sitter. Well, that is to say, my girlfriend and I advertise our house-sitting expertise as a way of keeping a roof over our heads. I made some pretty dumb decisions a while back, which left us living in a 4-man tent on the edge of Holothorn Forest. There are creepy noises, a very large animal that I'm yet to identify, and one very annoying squirrel that's learned to unzip the tent when we're asleep and steal the Oreos. I've tried setting a trap for it, but I still woke up with no Oreos and shit in my trainers. It's not all bad. It's peaceful. No one comes here. Not even the local kids. In the winter though, it's nice to be able to feel your hands every now and again. So we do this. Did this. We've built up quite a few good references over the months. So it was no shock when we were offered a job sitting in this mansion of a house. To be honest, I didn't even know this place existed. It was almost smack bang in the middle of Holothorn Forest. If you think the outskirts are spooky, you should try walking 5 miles inward. But all that fear faded with the prospect of 7 days of hot water, bubble baths, and a shit ton of money at the end of it. Like a shit ton. At least quadruple what we'd normally get. I should have known then. I should have known this wasn't right just from that, but I've never been known for my smart decisions. I want you to know I take full responsibility. This isn't an admission of guilt for any law enforcement officers reading this. But I do feel guilty. Okay, I'll stop rambling. So, we got to this house, me and Esme. I found the key where they texted me it would be, inside this little fake rock in a plant pot out front. There was a note pinned to the door that just said, "Follow the rules. House menu inside." Ooh, fancy, Esme giggled. When we got inside, we couldn't find any rules. I guessed he just meant that this isn't your house, treat it with respect, but also eat what you like. Unwritten kind of rules. I searched in all the usual places someone might leave instructions, but the place was huge. I'm talking massive. The entrance room was like the size of a house itself, you know, with those ballroom stairs you see in films. The one that splits either side so you can walk down romantically and meet in the middle. Yeah, them. There was a library, a kitchen that could serve a restaurant, 3 living rooms, a dining hall, not room, fucking hall, and 6 bedrooms. So, I suppose they could have been stashed somewhere. But Esme wasn't worried, so I wasn't either. I thought the bedroom situation was weird. I was told only one guy lived there, but 5 of the bedrooms were clearly lived in. "The guy's got more room than sense," Esme said as she peeked into the 5th used room. "He's spoiled for choice, probably room hops," she chuckled as she led the way to the guest room. "The last 4 need a bloody good dust though." Esme always took things in her stride. Nothing fazed her. Nothing worried her. This was just another job. An easy way to stay warm and clean and get paid for doing it. But to me, something didn't feel right about this place. I've been in big houses before, but this one was creepy. The endless halls seemed to swallow the light from the sparsely placed bulbs. And I just had this overwhelming feeling I was being watched. I tried to push it away and just enjoy it. It was freezing outside, and I was grateful for the warmth, but something in my mind held on to the other rooms. Something that Esme missed or overlooked. They were all old, dirty. Lived in, yeah, but not recently. And the locks were on the outside. I pushed the conspiracy theory side of my brain down as she opened the door to our room. It was beautiful. I half expected the guest room to be thick with dust or find some forgotten relic on the bed, but it was immaculately prepared. The air had a faint scent. Something clean, almost floral, but unfamiliar. As if the house had chosen its own perfume rather than relying on anyone else's taste. I stood for a moment, letting my eyes adjust to the soft lamplight, and felt an odd sense of being ushered in. Not just by Esme, but by the room itself. It was welcoming in a way, but with the careful precision of a display home rather than a lived-in space. Every cushion was perfectly centered, every book on the shelf aligned just so, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the room was waiting for something, or someone, to make the first wrong move. "Aw, look, the duvet has little doves on it," she gushed, stroking the Egyptian cotton sheets. "The crows," she squinted at me. "How do you know that?" "The beak." Esme rolled her eyes and flopped on the bed. "Or doves with a nose job." Her stomach growled. "Food. I'm christening that ridiculous kitchen." "Fine," I said. "Let's see what's on the menu." The kitchen was too cold for a house that warm. The chill of the stone tiles seeped through my socks, making my feet ache. Shiny stainless steel countertops lined the walls. An island big enough to park a bike sat in the middle. And 2 ovens stacked like safes stood in the corner, cast in shadow. The fridge made a soft groan like someone forgot to fill the water dispenser. It sounded painful. I told myself it was normal, and I went to fill the kettle. Pantry first. Esme yanked the door open and whistled. Look at this. He could feed a village. The pantry shelves were lined with clear jars and neat labels. Flour, sugar, lentils, and an army of jams. I bet you 50 quid he's a prepper. Or a magician, I interjected. Look at this. Sitting in the middle of the island was a large teal wipe-clean cookbook with a little silver whisk embroidered on the front. House menu, she read. Of course it is. That wasn't there before, I whispered. Esme chuckled. Yeah, like the time you called me to ask where your phone was. Remind me not to let you look for shit on your own. I joined in the tease, but my stomach had already dropped. I knew for certain that hadn't been there before. She flipped it open. The first page said, Welcome, keepers, in a polite font that made my skin itch. Pancakes, she announced. Screw menu, magicians. I want pancakes. She turned to the first tab. The heading looked like a starter on a restaurant card, but the words didn't match. It read, Pancakes, yes, but begin with rules. Read them true, or call the ghouls. Hold your tongue. Let nothing be heard. The house keeps score by a little white bird. Thrice you err, the tally's made. On the 4th, a life is paid. Dude, it's giving Backrooms cookbook. Esme looked at me before bursting into laughter. What the fuck is this? She flipped through the pages. They were all blank. Look, I said, taking the book from her and turning back to the starter page. Words were materializing under the poem, like someone painted over magic markers with water. They said, Keepers, Esme Avery, Christy Stewart. It wants signatures, Esme said, half joking. A pen was clipped to the ribbon. I couldn't remember seeing it there. Maybe just leave it, I said. She signed it anyway. And I signed because she signed. I didn't think it would matter. If I knew what would happen, I would have ripped the pen away from her and melted the thing in the oven. As the ink settled, the temperature dropped hard, like a fridge door opening inside a small room. My breath thinned, and I felt my heart beat a little faster. Under our names, pale shapes bled up from the paper's grain. Under Esme Avery, a little white crow surfaced, wings tucked, and under mine, Christy Stewart, another identical twin. Beneath each bird, a single hair-thin tally scratched itself into being. The sound so small, I thought I imagined it. Esme snorted. That has got to be AI. It's a book, I said. Not everything has a chip. Heat activated then. Cool trick. I convinced myself she was right because the alternative meant the book wasn't a book at all. And I wasn't ready to live in that world. A shrill ring pierced the silence. The phone attached to the kitchen wall shook in its receiver. Hold that thought, Esme chimed, marching to the corner. It'll be the guy. I'll ask him what kind of paper it is. I listened intently, but could only hear muffled syllables and Esme's replies as I gripped the book in anticipation. Hello? Yes, I'm the current keeper. She raised an eyebrow at me, smirking. Sure. What do you need? Yes. The door's locked. Why? Her smile thinned. Sensing the tension, I mouthed, "Hang up," frantically. Esme waved me off and pressed the receiver tighter to her ear. "No, I'm not opening it. I can see the handle from here. I don't need to look out. The curtain's fine where it is. I'm not closing my eyes." Her smile died on the word. Esme's voice thinned. "No, I said no." I mouthed, "Hang up," again. She held my gaze, swallowed, and didn't. "No. I said no. I'm ending the call. I'm ending the..." I pressed the cradle, ending it myself. Who the hell was that? A neighbour being weird? Or teenager? Who knows? Esme shook her shoulders loose. "Come on, paper. Let's find out what kind of magic marker the rich use." "Yeah, I'd definitely like to know," I said, running my finger over the second tally mark scratched under her name. "Looks like you're winning." Esme flipped to the next page to prove the heat ink trick, and froze. There wasn't a fade in this time. No watercolour creep. The whole spread was just full now. Dense text, neat sections, little headings boxed like a manual. "Oh," she said, then too quickly, "Thermalink. Estate agent gimmick or, like, augmented paper. People do that." My skin prickled. The temperature had dropped again, the way a supermarket freezer leaks when you open it, and the cold touches your teeth. I made myself look at the paper instead of the door. "That's not a recipe," I said. "It's a list of rules." "How do you know?" she shot back, defensive out of habit. "The title." At the very top, centred in that polite font, it read, "Heed the rules of Arthur Vale House. Number 1. Greet the kitchen on first entry. You must say good morning, good afternoon, or good evening on first entry. If the fridge answers, do not look. Unacknowledged rooms may misidentify keepers. If you are not a guest, you may be food." "Well, we didn't do that," she let out a hollow chuckle. Number 2. When the phone rings between 12:10 p.m. and 12:19 p.m, answer the call, then immediately say, "Wrong house." The caller will begin to ask questions. You must hang up before the third question. Not doing so acts as an invitation. You do not want it to visit. If you accidentally answer more than 3, you will gain a tally mark. But if you have less than 3 tallies, there is still a chance for your survival. You must retreat to the library and lock the door behind you. Find the green book titled Constance Arthur and read any passage. Once completed, you may immediately leave the room if desired. We both glanced at the clock in unison. 12:15 p.m. "This has got to be a prank," Esme said. Like saying it could make it true. Number 3. If you hear a music box anywhere in the house, at any time, do not move. Do not hum. Do not answer. Do not speak. Stay still until the sound ends. If it begins again, remain frozen until it stops. She cannot see you if you're still. If you can't be still, you must retreat to the guest room too. Stay there until the footsteps stop. Number 4. Do not leave your room between 4:30 a.m. and 7:15 a.m. This is their time. For the house to remain in harmony, you must not engage, even if they knock. Number 5. Once you have signed the agreement, you may not leave the premises until your duties are over. Opening the door will not take you home. Number 6. Arthurvale House has complimentary Wi-Fi. The use of adult sites is strictly prohibited. Not everyone residing here is over 18. Failure to adhere will result in 2 tallies. Resides here, I whispered as if the walls might hear. Number 7. Every rule has an individual consequence that may prove detrimental to your health. The house would assist you if treated correctly. The tally marks are the number of rules broken. Get to 3, and the house stops correcting and starts collecting. Your name will then be moved to the back of the book. Esme's eyes darted nervously around the room, searching for any sign that the instructions were just a joke. Neither of us wanted to admit how unsettled we were becoming. Back page, I said, before I lost my nerve. I flipped to it. The paper felt different here, thicker, like certificate stock, and warm. It read, "Held in care, Arthurvale House." Under that, names, etched in the same pressed hand as the rest. L. Morley, 36, and J. Morley, 6, room 1. H. Weaver, 19, room 2. D. Keane, 22, room 3. R. Powell, 52, and S. Powell, 17, room 4. M. Irving, 56, room 5. No dates, no notes, just names and what looked like ages. Esme frowned. So, staff? Previous keepers? She wanted an answer that kept people alive. Keepers, I said softly. All the rooms had previous keepers in them. So, where's the owner's room? She asked, raising an eyebrow. We're standing in it. The kitchen? No. The house. The fridge made a whirring sound again, pleased that we'd understood something it thought was obvious. The hall clock posted a single patient click. At the bottom of the page, below room 6, an empty line waited. No ink, only the shallow press where a pen would go. I assumed the cleaner, neater room belonged to the man who paid us. It didn't. It belonged to whoever was the last keeper, before us. He hadn't had a chance to age yet. Esme shut the book halfway and squared her shoulders. Okay, plan, I echoed, because copying her made me feel better. We follow the rules. We greet the kitchen in the morning, we pick up the phone and say wrong house twice and hang up. If we hear nursery rhymes, we freeze. We don't leave the room between stupid o'clock and 7:15, and we don't try the front door. And we don't say anything out loud that sounds binding. And we don't watch porn, I added. Helpful. Just then, a tinny jingle threaded in from nowhere. The kind of ice cream van tune you hear from 3 streets away. But it was inside the walls. Too slow. Like someone dragging it past on a string. We froze. Not a word, not a twitch. Only our eyes moved. Hers to me, mine to hers. The jingle drifted along the skirting boards, pausing at the kitchen door. It tried a cheerier loop as if it wanted us to help it out. Then it slid away down the hall. It played once more, fainter, and was gone. We didn't breathe for the count of 9. Then we did. Fine, Esme whispered, voice thin but steady. We're still fine. She lifted the book with 2 fingers and tucked it under the flour bag as if weight could keep it calm. We stick to the plan. Plan, I echoed. The pancake craving had long since curdled into nausea. We crept back down the narrow hallway, past the pantry, past the library we definitely weren't exploring in case we found more rules, and into the entrance room. It opened like a held breath. The double staircase loomed, split in either side of the tall wall like a ballroom spine. Light from a single overhead pendant swayed faintly, casting long shadows on the galleried landing above, making the darkness behind the banisters twitch. We just need to go upstairs and sleep this off. Things will look better in the daylight, Esme said. No more recipes, no more rules. I hesitated. The front door was only a few steps away. Still locked, still bolted, still there. I had to check. I just need to see, I whispered. Don't, she snapped, too loud, then softer. Don't. I have to, I said, and stepped towards the door. That's when it knocked. A low, dull thud on the wood. Not hard, not rushed, just a single, conversational knock. Esme let out the breath she'd been holding. My little laugh escaped with it, brittle and frayed. Oh, thank fuck, it's just that... Her words died. We both froze. Esme's mouth opened, then closed. We remembered the rule. 3 questions on the phone. More invites something here. The knock wasn't a relief. It was a response. Esme whispered, "Library." Then louder, urgent. "Library, go now!" We ran. The hallway felt longer somehow. The walls tighter. The light flickered like it was choosing a side. Behind us, the knock came again, louder, then once more, cracking the wood like it was desperate to meet us. We hit the library, slammed the door shut and locked it. The crash came just as the latch caught. Whatever was knocking was in the house now. "Help me find the book," Esme hissed, already tearing through the shelves. "Constant Arthur, Green Spine, anything with Constant." Old hardbacks scattered like feathers. I yanked titles from shelves, spines cracking, breath sharp. Another bang shook the door. We didn't have long. "I found something," I shouted from across the room. I flipped to the back page. "Quick, read this sentence." Esme squinted. "I don't really like reading out loud. Do you like dying?" "Fine," she huffed, then cleared her throat. "Formerly a Vale Parish property, rebuilt following the Arthur collapse. The land retains its original boundaries." We both stared at the page, not daring to move. Silence. "Is that it? Did I do it?" "I think so." We sat back, breathed, then quietly. "I know that name." "What name?" "Constance Arthur." "I thought she was made up, like Bloody Mary or something." "What do you mean?" "We used to play this game at school. You had to sit in the dark, light a match, spin around, and whisper her name 3 times into the bath mirror. Then when you turned the lights on, she was supposed to come and eat your eyes or something." "Right. Cool," she said, deadpan. We finally made it out of the library. Nothing chased us. Nothing screamed. The front door was still shut. Not a scratch on it. Once we got back to our room, we split off. Esme threw herself onto the bed, and I locked myself in the ensuite to splash some water on my face. I was mid-splash when I heard her shout, "The Hollow Lady!" I nearly slipped. "What?" I shouted, storming out. Esme was lying on the bed, grinning like an idiot. She held up the green book she'd swiped from the library. The Hollow Lady is Constance Arthur, she said casually, thumbing a page. Even I know that name. I perched on the edge of the bed, staring at the cover like it might burst into flame. No wonder this place is cursed. Esme shook her head. Not quite. It says here the house isn't the problem. Well, it is, but not originally. It's what she let through when she made her own pact. She flipped a few pages, then read aloud, this time serious. Once sentenced to death, Constance called out to all those who'd listen. She created a permanent tear in the veil to be able to receive her power. I stared at her. So, everyone's here then? Yeah, she said, scanning the margins. Some are victims and some aren't. Seems the things from beyond the veil are also bound to her law of bargain. I'm guessing the good ones set up the tally system and the others wrote the rules. Helpful, I said sarcastically. So they can't just come out and eat us. They need us to fuck up first. Basically. She held up a hand. Wait. It says there's a constant pull between good and evil here. The house needs a keeper, always, to maintain the balance. When the current keeper completes their deal, or forfeits it, they're replaced. What deal? She gave me a look. Christy, what did the text say? The one you got when you applied? I felt my stomach drop. I didn't apply, I just got the text. It just said, sit the house for 7 days. Get paid £500. We looked at each other. And then you signed the menu, Esme said solemnly. So did you, I shot back. Honestly, if things hadn't gone to shit, risking our very lives by signing a menu would have been comical. But there was nothing fun about what happened next. We didn't talk much after that. Not because there was nothing to say, but because the weight of what we'd just read hung over the room like damp air before a thunderstorm. Even sleep, when it finally came, felt reluctant. An uneasy truce rather than rest. I don't remember closing my eyes, but I remember opening them. The red digits on the bedside clock blinked 4:18 a.m. Something had woken me, a sound, a presence. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, too heavy for Esme. They passed the door, paused, then doubled back. I held my breath. I didn't dare move. The creak of the floorboards pressed into my spine like pins. I stared at the ceiling. I counted the seconds. I prayed the door handle wouldn't move. Then, nothing. I must have fallen asleep again because the next time I opened my eyes it was 6:07 a.m. Pale morning light seeped through the curtains. I reached for Esme, but her side was empty. The sheets were cold. My heart skipped. Esme? I called her name again, louder this time, pushing up from the bed. But there was no answer. The ensuite was empty. She wasn't in the walk-in closet. She wasn't anywhere. I crossed to the door and listened. No footsteps this time, no creaks. Still, I knew I shouldn't open it. But then I heard it. A scream. High, short, sharp. Esme. I yanked the door open, self-preservation out the window. I took one step into the hallway when the jingle. It rang out like a nursery rhyme whispered into a throat full of needles. I froze, reluctantly, my whole body locked. I stared straight forward, willing my body to stop trembling in case that counted as movement. My peripheral vision darkened. There was something crawling, no, skittering, along the wall. It wasn't a person. It wasn't shaped right. Limbs bent the wrong way, neck too long, skin or something like it, thin and twitching. It dropped down behind me. I could hear the creak of the floorboards as it inched towards me. I heard it breathe. Not like lungs, like something hollow drawing air through splinters. I wanted to scream. I didn't. The jingle stopped. So did the breath. I bolted. I searched every room, every hallway, every corner of that creaking, cursed place, but there was no sign of Esme. Not even the smallest sound. I doubled back to the bedroom, hoping we'd somehow missed each other. The house was big enough. She wasn't there. But now, laying neatly in the middle of the bed, was the menu. The rules. It was flipped open to the contract page. The little white bird on her side had grown faint. And now, there were 3 tallies sat below it. And a name. It was gone from the front. That was 3 days ago. I haven't left the house. I still have 3 days left on my contract. I'm using the free Wi-Fi to post this. I found the password further in the menu. You'll never guess what it was. Feed the house. All caps. Yeah. I only have 1 tally to go before whatever took Esme takes me to. I answered the phone last night, and Esme was on the other end. I didn't even notice she was asking me questions until it was too late. I thought it was real. I wanted it to be real. I'm not going to mess this up. But I think I know what I have to do. This morning, Rule 8 appeared, just like the others. It said, Number 8. Before you leave, you must find a replacement. Post these words exactly as written, or face your final tally. I don't want to do this. Short-term house sitter wanted for Arthur Vale House. 7 days only. Single persons or couples welcome. Excellent pay. Free Wi-Fi. And a free full house menu. Last night, I decided to walk home instead of waiting for the bus. It was late, I was tired, and the idea of just putting one foot in front of the other felt easier than standing around under the flickering streetlights. There's a set of woods between my place and the main road. I had to cut through them once before during the day, and it knocked nearly 20 minutes off my walk. I told myself I knew the path. I told myself I would be fine. At night, the woods aren't the same. The trees crowd closer, the air feels heavier, damp, like it's clinging to your skin. Even the ground seems different, softer somehow. Like you're not walking on dirt, but something that remembers every step you take. I had my phone light in one hand and my keys in the other. I walked quickly, eyes locked on the narrow trail. The usual night noises felt distant, muffled. No owls, no foxes, not even the rustle of leaves. Just me and the crunch of my shoes. That's when I noticed something strange. Every so often, I glanced behind me. Normal habit. But each time, I saw my shadow on the path, which should have been impossible. I froze and turned in a slow circle. The canopy blocked the moon. There were no street lamps, no houses, no passing cars, nothing that could cast a shadow that sharp. And yet there it was, long and stretched across the ground. Mine. I thought maybe my phone light was stronger than I realised, so I switched it off. The screen went black. I stood in total darkness. But the shadow stayed. I felt the hairs on my arms rise. My stomach flipped. I crouched, touched the dirt with my hands just to make sure my eyes weren't playing tricks on me. The shadow crouched too. For a second I almost laughed in relief. Maybe I was just overthinking. Then it raised its hands before I did. And it waved. I don't remember making the decision to run. 1 second I was frozen, staring at this impossible gesture, and the next I was sprinting down the trail with branches tearing at my face and arms. My lungs burned, my heart hammered, but worse than any of that was the sound that followed me. Something was running too. Not in boots, not in shoes. It sounded wet. Bare feet slapping into mud. Fast, heavy, right behind me. I didn't dare look back. I just pushed harder, legs screaming as the path twisted and blurred in the dark. The noise grew louder, closer, until I could almost feel the breath on the back of my neck. I burst out of the tree so suddenly I almost fell onto the road. A car horn blared as headlights swept past, and I stumbled into the grass, chest heaving, body shaking. The woods behind me were silent. The path was empty. I stood there for a long time, trying to convince myself I'd imagined it. Stress, exhaustion. Maybe I'd nodded off on the bus and dreamt the whole thing. Anything to explain away the memory of that wave. That awful sound chasing me through the dark. Eventually I forced myself to keep walking, sticking to the main road all the way home. Every streetlight felt like safety. Every passing car made me breathe easier. By the time I reached my front door, I'd almost managed to calm down. Then I saw the light on in my bedroom window. I knew I'd switched it off before leaving. I stepped inside, forcing myself to breathe slow and steady. The house was quiet, too quiet. I made my way down the hall toward my room. Every nerve in my body screaming for me to stop, to turn around, to leave. But I had to know. Through the narrow gap under the door, I could see it. A shadow stretched across the carpet. The shadow of someone standing perfectly still inside my room, just waiting. My bedroom light switch is on the outside of the door. I don't even remember why the house was built like that, but for once I was grateful. I reached out, hands shaking, and clicked the switch down. The bulb inside snapped off. The shadow vanished. I almost laughed again. Almost. Because the moment I flicked the switch back on, it was there again. Exactly where it had been. Like it had never moved. I tried it twice more. Off, gone, on, back again. But each time I turned the light on, the shadows seemed to move closer to the door. Now I can't stop thinking about one thing. If it only appears when the lights are on, where does it go when they're off? Hi everyone, thanks for listening. This was just a little one written by me. And actually my first story posted over on Reddit No Sleep. Time for a random fun fact. Shadows aren't really things, they're just the absence of light, which means technically, they don't exist. So yeah, you've been scared of nothing your whole life. Oh, and don't forget to stick around for the bloopers. Unlike the last video, this one was mostly easy. Except it still took me way too long to say anything to explain away the memory of that wave. I don't understand why that's so hard. It's not hard. Anything to explain the way the memory. Anything to explain the... Anything to explain... Oh my lord. Anything to explain away the memory of the wave. Anything to explain the memory of that... Oh my god. Anything to explain away the memory of that wave. Haha, nailed it. As it turns out, I never had an Uncle Sal. I still remember him though, sitting dour at certain family events, drink always in hand. How's it going, Uncle Sal? I'd ask, thinking he was just lonely and that talking to someone might cheer him up. I'm on the road to nowhere, Jack, he'd say. I never knew how to respond to that. Did I tell him that my name wasn't Jack? Or did I tell him that I was sorry his wife, my aunt, had died? But that tomorrow was another day. In fact, today was another day, and we were all here having fun and eating good food together. And so there was a reason to feel happy. Of course, it wouldn't have mattered, because he didn't exist. Always sitting there silently, sometimes deigning to validate the adequacy of the turkey dinner when pressed, and always telling me, when I tried to cheer him up, that he was on the road to nowhere. You are too, Jack, he'd say. The last that I, or anybody, saw of Uncle Sal was 22 years ago, on November 1st, early in the morning, before the sun was even up. I was in the kitchen, rooting through the drawers to find out where my parents had hidden the last of the Halloween candy. Out of the silence, there was suddenly much ado at the front door. A rattling of the knob followed by a series of bangs, which spooked me for a moment as I recalled images of monsters in the dark from the night before, until a familiar voice called out, "For Christ's sake, it's Sal. Let me in." A moment later, my dad came into view from upstairs, stark naked, looking as angry as I'd ever seen him. He walked over, pressed his hands against the door, and shouted at Uncle Sal to go home and sleep it off, or so help him. "Dad, God, open the fucking door," said Uncle Sal in an even voice. "I've got something important to say, and I don't know how much time I've got left." "Sleep it off," said Dad again. I was staring right at his hairy ass. It was gross, and I wondered if one day my own ass would grow as hairy. "If only I could," said Sal, so quietly that I could barely hear him. "Open the damn door, Don. I won't be but a minute." At last my dad relented, undid the lock, and swung the door open, still naked, his manhood retreating into him as the cold fall air rushed into our sanctuary. "This better be damn good, brother." "It's damn bad," said Sal, stepping inside, and seeming somehow to darken our house. Then to me, "You might as well hear this too, Jack. I'm not Jack," I said, in a small voice. "Well, and I'm not your Uncle Sal." That's what I came here to say. My father's anger, I noticed, had not abated. "So you got a little high, and had to share this great insight with us, huh?" "I'll tell you what, you're right. You're not a part of this family. Not anymore. This has been the last straw, barging in here like a maniac. You're nothing now." "That's the exact truth," said Sal sadly. "I heard a noise coming from my closet. It sounded awful, like nails on a chalkboard, you know. It triggers a response inside of you. You can physically feel it sliding into your ears and entering your body, prodding your nerves and making you shiver. I found that I was suddenly shivering myself. What was it? I asked. It's nonsense, said my dad. And unless your former uncle vacates the property post-haste, I'm calling the police to have him removed. When Sal made no move to leave, my father's hairy ass stalked off into the kitchen where the phone was located. I didn't know what it was at first, said Sal, now staring up the staircase, as if he expected something to come down it at any moment. I was too afraid to look. Didn't need anything from the closet anyway, just a bunch of old memories in there and dead suits that I had no use for. So I stayed right away, spent a lot of time at the bar, and when I was drunk enough, I'd stumble home and sleep on the couch. I could still hear it. No, I could still feel it, but it wasn't so bad when I was sloshed and down the hall from it. But you did find out what it was? I asked, both eager to know and afraid to know. I heard my father talking into the phone in the kitchen. I did, said Sal, because, well, it sounds ridiculous now, but I suppose that anything we do seems ridiculous from the right distance. Well, anyway, one night, I was there on the couch, my head swimming in liquor, and my bank account dangerously dwindling, and I asked myself, what kind of a man are you? Afraid of his own goddamn closet? And I resolved, then and there, that I would stop the noise with my own bare hands. On the surface level, I had to convince myself that it was all just some problem with the pipes behind the wall, but deep down I knew that wasn't it at all. I could feel it in my cells, my atoms. And after I had foolishly gathered some tools from the garage, the feeling grew stronger with each step I took towards my bedroom. With each decibel that godforsaken noise increased, so too did my dread at facing it. My father returned to where we were standing, by the door, in front of the stairwell. Police are on their way, he said. I'm going to get dressed. Stay a minute, Don. I'm just getting to the point. I was waiting for you. This is the last you'll ever hear from me, so another minute won't hurt. I could hear the bed on the floor above us creak, and my mother put her feet on the ground. She plodded off into the bathroom. You've got 1 minute, said my dad. If the police don't cut you off. Good, good, said my uncle. So there I was, tool bag in one hand, doorknob in the other, ready to face whatever was in that closet. And I was still shivering, on account of the sound. That sound is a warning. Of what? I'm about to tell you, if I can cobble together the words. Sal paused and reached into his coat pocket for a cigarette. You can't smoke in here, said my dad. Arrest me then, said Sal, lighting up. Then he continued. I opened the door, and I saw the source of the sound. It was coming from this crack. Not a crack in the wall, a crack in what we think of as reality. And it was wide enough where I could see a little bit into it, into what's lying behind, what I now understand to be the paper-thin veneer of our reality. And it was crystalline, this intricate, incomprehensible pattern of glimmering blue, many-faceted crystals. And then I leaned in to stick my head through the crack. Sal took a deep drag and blew the smoke out slowly. My father was as angry as ever. This is the most ridiculous nonsense I've ever heard. Even for you, Sal, this is a new pitch of insanity. I pity you, but the time has come to cut all ties. As I brought my head nearer and nearer, said Sal, the noise increased in intensity. I was no longer shivering, but now violently convulsing. My body was doing its damnedest to warn me, but I had to know what it was all about. and so, with my ears bleeding, I stuck my head into the crack. At once the terror stopped, so too did the pain. Now I was looking at reality as it really is, controlled by these cold blue crystals. I didn't know if there was a consciousness there, but there was something there. Something making it all happen. Something experimenting. Again, whether the experiments were deliberate or not was unclear. I felt a will, but if it was a will aimed at a specific purpose or not, I didn't know. "Your minute is up," said my dad, just in time, because that's the end of the story. What I discovered is that I don't exist. Not really. Never have thus concluding, Sal flicked his cigarette butt out the front door, which was still standing wide open despite the cold. "That's just as good as the truth," said my father. "You certainly never did anything with the life you were given." "Take care, Don," said Sal. He turned to me. "You too, Jack." "My name isn't Jack," I said, though I wanted to say so much more. I wanted to ask so many questions, but they wouldn't come to my lips. I could only insist that my name wasn't Jack, though a part of me wondered if it was. Sal turned around and walked out of our house, closing the door behind him, cutting off my view of the creeping red sunrise. It took some time, and a great deal of trouble, before I understood that my family was not merely pretending that Uncle Sal had never existed. To them, he hadn't, nor did I find any physical evidence of his existence, despite digging through long-forgotten photographs in the attic, and even going so far as to bicycle the 30 miles to the house he had bought with my aunt, only to be told by the current owner that she had lived in there for the past 20 years, and didn't know anybody by the name of Sal. At first I was desperate to convince people that Uncle Sal had, in fact, existed, but all I got for my efforts were looks ranging from annoyance to concern, and more than once the suggestion that maybe it was time to talk to somebody about all this. Somebody with a nice couch I could stretch out on, and who knew things about how my mind worked that I myself didn't know. And so after a while, I decided that there was no point in trying to convince anyone of what I knew to be the truth. It has been easy enough, through the years, to forget about somebody who is universally agreed to have existed, and even easier, I found, to forget about somebody who nobody else remembers ever existing. At most, Uncle Sal would come to mind in a flash, when I would say, "Look over at the old chair in the corner of the dining room where he used to sit and glower during family events." Or sometimes, I would catch some awful sound that made me shiver. A fork scraped across a ceramic plate, for example, and I would think of him and his crack in reality. I remember once asking my high school science teacher, whom I admired a great deal, why certain sounds, like nails on a chalkboard, affected us the way they did. "That's an excellent question," said Mr. Hartley. "I won't pretend to have the answer, but I can offer a hypothesis. Most likely, there was a time in our evolutionary history when reacting with visceral revulsion to such sounds afforded us a greater chance of survival. Say these noises sounded similar to the call of some ancient predator that stalked us in the night. Having an extra sensitivity to these sorts of sounds would help alert us to dangerous presences that meant us harm. On the other hand, this theory is a little too neat. It's entirely possible that there's no good reason at all. That one day, our ancestors randomly developed this trait, and since it didn't kill them, it stuck around, as other more useful traits worked towards our survival. So nobody really knows?" I asked. Mr. Hartley smiled. "I'll confess that I'm not an expert on the subject. I'll tell you what though, Jim. If you want to research this topic and hand in a report on it, I'll give you extra credit. Not that you need it at all. But I truly believe that learning something about the world we live in is its own reward. And frankly, I'm hoping that you take up the challenge, so that I might learn something too. I accepted the assignment and researched the topic. At the time, the year 2000, the most authoritative study was done in 1986, when scientists reproduced the sound with a forked garden tool on a chalkboard, and then separated out the different frequencies contained in it. They found that it was the middle range of pitches that caused feelings of revulsion in the subjects. They concluded, as Mr. Hartley had, that our response to these sounds was likely due to the offending pitches resembling the call of some predator early on in our evolution, such as possibly a certain type of monkey. Now armed with a perfectly rational explanation for why we were repulsed by these sounds, I forgot about Uncle Sal entirely for several years. The world was a place that made sense. It wasn't some bizarre experimental illusion created by cold, alien things lurking behind a sheet of opaque paper. I was quite sure of that. Now we will skip ahead 20 years through the building of a life that has been, on the whole, quite happy and fulfilling, to yesterday afternoon. I returned to my nice house on the outskirts of a small coastal town where I had been teaching at a small, well-endowed university. My wife, Alicia, was in her studio, working on a painting. The children, I remembered, were on a play date with friends that would stretch into evening. A perfect opportunity, I thought, for lovemaking. "Hey, sweetie," I said, sticking my head into the studio. "You up for taking a little break? Maybe have a glass of wine with me?" Alicia peeked around the canvas. She had red streaks of paint across her forehead, which turned me on. "Sure," she said, smiling sweetly. "Let me go wash up." "No," I said. "I like it better this way." My wife laughed, and we went down to the kitchen together to select a bottle of wine. "Something white," she said. "I've seen enough red for today. This piece I'm working on now. It may be the one that does me in." "Sounds dramatic," I said, picking out a Pinot Grigio and holding up the bottle for approval. Alicia nodded. "When do I get to see it, anyway?" I asked, uncorking the bottle. "I think it's formed enough now to look like something other than a swirling mess of placenta. So, whenever you like." I poured out 2 glasses full and handed one to Alicia. "Hey," she said, "before I forget, who's Uncle Sal?" I froze, with the glass of wine inches from my lips. "Who?" "Some guy claiming to be your uncle. Said he's been trying to reach you all day, so he tried my number. He had a message for you that I wrote down." "How come you never told me you have an uncle?" I became unstuck and swallowed down half the contents of my glass. "I don't," I said, thinking about the series of unanswered calls I had received that day from an unknown caller. Must have been a wrong number. "Ah," said Alicia. "He did say that the message was for a Jack, but, you know, some people use that as a nickname for James, so I thought that's all it was. The message was quite strange, too. I can't remember what it said for some reason, just that it was strange. It's up in the studio." I shivered. Might as well just toss it in the trash since, you know, it's not for me. I never had an Uncle Sal, or even knew anybody by the name of Sal. "Just a wrong number. Got it," said Alicia. "Shall we head upstairs? Do the deed?" I had grown cold inside and wanted desperately to warm up. "We should," I said, topping off my glass. Alicia led the way up the stairs, and I followed from behind, looking at the butt I knew so well, but which still was full of untold wonders for me. But the warm feelings didn't come, and instead, I was greeted by the sudden and hideous vision of my father's naked, hairy ass, as I'd seen it all those years ago. I drained my glass mid-step, only successfully landing half of its contents in my mouth. The rest dribbled down my chin. We reached the 2nd floor and made way to the bedroom, but halfway there, Alicia stopped in front of her studio. Want to see it? She asked. The painting? Yes, I said. I think that by then, I could already hear the sound. Could feel it reaching into my ears and sliding into my body. Alicia led me into the studio and around to the front of the painting. There on the canvas was a chaotic bunch of dark colours, smeared around and on top of each other. And on top of it all, in blood-red paint, some words. They read, "You're on the road to nowhere." I dropped my wine glass to the floor as Alicia spoke above the increasing noise. "That was the message," she said, "from Uncle Sal." I turned to face her, in uncomprehending terror, as the noise increased in intensity. From mere fingernails scraping against a chalkboard to dark and heavy claws tearing through reality itself. Then a crack formed, and Alicia, my love, split down the middle, spilling out a cold blue and screaming the sound. I began jerking violently around, knocking over the canvas, and grew desperate to escape. I obeyed the most powerful, most primitive urge I had ever experienced, and ran. Out of the room and down the hall. I fell down the stairs, banging body parts against the treads and the balusters, but was too full of panic to feel any physical pain. I made it to the front door, and outside, into the purple twilight, and kept running to where my car was parked. I jumped inside and started driving down the road. I drove for many miles, the pain now fully registering throughout my body, and finally pulled into a hotel parking lot. My intention was to drink myself into oblivion and pass out alone in a cheap room, putting off the business of processing what had happened until there was some distance to look at it from. But after a few drinks, my nerves had steadied enough, and I was happy to convince myself that it had just been a strange hallucination. All of it, from Uncle Sal to the splitting apart of my wife. She was probably home now, I figured, alone with the kids, beginning to grow irritated that I wasn't there yet. The bartender lumbered over to refill my drink. He looked strangely familiar. I held up a finger and said, "Give me a second. Not sure if I want another one yet." I pulled out my phone and went to call Alicia, but I couldn't find her name in my contacts. I bit my lip and dialed her number manually. The line rang and rang. "Well," said the bartender. "What's it going to be, Jack?" I terminated the call, then pulled out my wallet and placed a $50 bill on the bar top. "Keep the change," I said, standing up. "And my name's not Jack. It never was. Don't you fucking forget it." Then I walked out into the cold night. Hi everyone, thanks for listening. That one was written by N.S. Lewis from Reddit. Creepy, right? Okay, so here's my take on this one, and I could be completely barking up the wrong tree here, so don't hold me to this. It's basically Matrix-esque. We're on the road to nowhere because this reality isn't even real. Uncle Sal kind of breaks through the facade, sees the crack, and realizes we're just stuck in some alien-controlled experiment. That's why he says none of it matters, because none of us actually exist. It's creepy because it makes you wonder, what if the whole normal life thing is just a cover, and we're all just playing parts in someone else's system? I'd love to get your thoughts on this one. Oh, and fun fact, N.S. Lewis was 100% correct on this one. Scientists have actually tested why sounds like nails on a chalkboard make us shiver. Turns out it's not just annoying. Those frequencies are similar to the distress calls of certain primates. So our brains evolved to treat it like a predator warning. Which kind of makes you wonder. Maybe Uncle Sal wasn't crazy. Maybe that sound really was a warning. Maybe Planet of the Apes style. Good night. few months ago, my 5-year-old daughter was in a sassy mood and started breaking shit. After several of my sternest warnings, I sent her to her room for time out. I heard her fuming in there. "I have to get rid of Daddy," she told one of her dolls. "But how?" And I smiled, thinking that was pretty cute in a way. I knew we'd be snuggled up together in no time. But what she's been up to these last few days, not cute at all. I'm a single father, with my finances stretched to the breaking point. I don't have health insurance. I've been having to dress my wounds myself, and I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm starting to ooze with infection. Ever since school closed down in mid-March, I've been working from home while also watching my daughter. There's been nowhere else for her to go. I do my best as a parent, but have you ever tried to work out a line of complex, esoteric code on a deadline, while a 5-year-old girl says, "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy, look, Daddy, look," over and over again until you do look, only to see that she's dipped a Barbie doll, head first, in an admixture of purple sparkles and McDonald's pancake syrup and smeared it all over the couch. There are two types of people in this world, those like me who have experienced just that, and those who sip on lemonade while writing articles about how excessive screen time is bad for children. At least, that's how I always used to think about it. I'll admit I've been having second thoughts lately. That's all to say that over the past several months, my daughter has been watching a shitload of YouTube videos. I'm not totally negligent though. I had all of the parental controls activated and all that, plus I'd take the child outside, to the park or whatever, whenever I could. But sure, she watched a lot of videos, and I admit that I wasn't always on top of what she was watching. I didn't feel the need to review every toy review, or hijinks video, or cartoon that she clicked on. Sometimes I'd catch a snippet of something a little objectionable, and would tell her to watch something else. After huffing about it a bit, she would. But Kill Daddy is a different story. God, I wish she'd never watched that fucking video. It was a Friday, and I was having an unusually productive day. As soon as I realized how much work I'd gotten done, I knew something was wrong. I looked around the living room and saw that Kylie was nowhere in sight. I stood up and walked down the hall. Her bedroom door was closed, and it was awfully quiet in there, which meant, without a doubt, that she was doing something she wasn't supposed to. I tried to open the door, but it was locked. "Come on, kiddo. You know you're not supposed to lock the door." I reminded myself, probably for the 60th time, to replace that doorknob with one that didn't lock, in case I ever needed to get in there during an emergency. "Go away," said Kylie. I had visions of walls covered in pen scribbles, of headless dolls, of water overflowing from her bathroom sink. Open the door, now. My daughter didn't dignify my command with so much as a scoff. "All right," I said. "I'm going to get the screwdriver. And if I have to use that screwdriver, you're going to be in big trouble." I waited a beat, hoping that the threat would be enough for her to open the door, but it wasn't. I sighed, got the screwdriver, and spent 10 minutes messing around with the knob, cursing quietly, before I finally got it unlocked. I threw the door open with a dramatic flourish, putting on my best angry dad face. My efforts were wasted. Kylie didn't even look up. She was sitting on her bed, watching a video. I felt foolish for a moment. That's all she was doing. Watching a video. But then, why'd she lock the door? I walked over and snatched my phone from her hands. There, on the screen, was somebody dressed up in a giant baby outfit, complete with diapers and pacifier, stabbing another man with a massive knife, again and again and again. The act looked sickeningly real. A pool of blood was forming on the floor, where the man, who was clearly already dead, lay. Every now and then the screen would flash red, and on top of it all, in a growl so low that it took me a moment to realize what was being said, "Kill Daddy, kill Daddy, kill Daddy." "Give it back," said Kylie in a flat, demanding tone. I've always tried not to swear in front of my daughter, but this was one of those times where it came out anyway. "What the fuck is this?" "Give it back. You're not allowed to watch stuff like this, you know that. Give it back. Now." "Not only am I not giving it back, but you're not going to watch any videos all weekend." I knew that meant that she'd be on my case all the time until the punishment was over, but man, that video, it was still playing. "Kill Daddy, kill Daddy, kill Daddy." I slammed my finger on the power button and turned off the phone. "Meanwhile," I continued, "you are to stay in your room for 1 hour and think about what happens when you don't follow the rules." I started to walk out of the room. "Kill Daddy," she said. I slammed the door shut on my way out. I went straight to the fridge for a beer. I needed it to calm my nerves and settle my stomach. After I'd chugged an entire can down, I turned my phone back on, intending to report the video as inappropriate. But I saw that somebody had beaten me to the punch, and the video had already been removed. That wasn't enough, as far as I was concerned. I took a screenshot of the URL and started typing out an angry email. I didn't know who I was going to send it to. No actual humans at YouTube would ever look at it, and even if they did, I didn't know what else they could do besides shut down the channel, which had already happened. The FBI? That sounded right to me. This was some FBI level shit. That man had looked dead for real. I was deep into the email, so I didn't hear Kylie open her door, and I didn't hear her creeping up behind me. The first I was aware of her presence was after she had jammed a pair of scissors into the back of my leg. Then I howled out in surprise at the sudden pain, and turned to face my assailant. The sight of my daughter standing there, glaring at me with a stone-cold face, made me feel several things at once: shock, anger, horror, and betrayal. But those all melted together into something more tender when Kyle fell to her knees and started bawling. "I'm sorry, Daddy," she wailed. "I didn't want to. The video told me to. I'm sorry I watched it, and I'm sorry I hurt you." I took the rest of the day off and we went out for ice cream together. I'd never seen Kylie so upset, and I was no longer angry at her in the least. I was angry at whatever monster had made that video and uploaded it to YouTube. Kylie said she hadn't clicked on it or anything. It had come up on autoplay after a Peppa Pig video. By the end of the day, we were both exhausted, but I was feeling like things could go back to normal. Maybe I'd have to shell out for a couple of therapy sessions for her to hash out what she'd seen with a professional. Or maybe not. At bedtime, she seemed more or less back to her old self. "Daddy? Can I sleep with you tonight?" Even that wasn't unusual, since she asked to sleep with me every night, and, while most of the time I made her go into her own room, which she invariably snuck out of in the middle of the night anyway, sometimes we'd do a sleepover, and if anything warranted a sleepover, it was that fucking video. "Sure thing, kiddo." I read to her from the most wholesome, gushy books we had, until she fell asleep. I laid there for a long time, fuming about the video, working myself into a frenzy. I imagined finding the guy who'd made it, and beating the shit out of him. Finally, I wore myself out and went to sleep, around midnight. About an hour later, I was awakened as my daughter tore out a chunk of my neck with her teeth. "Tried to kill me twice. Shame on you. Tried to kill me 3 times. By the next afternoon, I had once again convinced myself that things were back to normal. Kylie said that she had been having a nightmare, and didn't even know that she'd attacked me until my screams woke her up. We spent the morning playing Legos and laughing. She was very affectionate, and kept apologising for attacking me twice. I told her not to worry about it. Just don't do it again. In the afternoon, I decided to get caught up on the work I'd missed the day before. I got into the groove, but also made sure that I checked up on Kylie more than usual. A few hours into my work, Kylie announced that she was hungry. "Pasta in the fridge," I said. "That okay?" "Yeah." I heard Kylie open the fridge, but she didn't close it right away. "Bottom shelf, I think, sweetie," I said, half turning my head. An instant later, a jar of pickles went hurling past my nose with incredible speed and shattered against the wall, spraying pickle juice and shards of glass all over me. "Kill Daddy!" my daughter screamed, holding up a steak knife and running in my direction. That was when her attempts to kill me really began in earnest. I know I've been a little flippant while writing this, but that's just a coping mechanism, at least according to my ex-wife. The truth is that I'm scared shitless. I'm typing with 9 fingers right now. Kylie hid the 10th one somewhere. The wound on my neck is starting to turn green. I've hardly had time to think. I've been busy putting out fires, metaphorically, but also literal fires, set by my daughter, in her effort to kill me. I've got her secured in her room for now. The door is held fast by 4 padlocks that I found in the garage, plus 6 2x4s that I screwed across the jamb as extra security. She's not happy about it at all, but I think she's finally run out of things to smash, and she's bound to lose her voice at some point. She's been yelling, "Kill Daddy, kill Daddy," for hours and hours. Maybe once her voice gives way and it's finally quiet, I'll be able to figure out what to do. I haven't slept very much in the past few days, so my mind is a little slow. Especially with those old painkillers I found sitting on top of it. Do I call 911? On my own daughter? Will they believe that a 5-year-old is capable of multiple premeditated murder attempts? What will they do to her if they do believe me? Am I better off calling a priest? Please help. Hi guys, thanks for watching. I post a new video almost every day, so if you enjoyed this one, please like, comment and subscribe. It really helps the channel grow. And now, your fun fact. Did you know the word patricide comes from the Latin pater, meaning father, and cider meaning killer? In Roman times, it was considered one of the worst crimes imaginable, punished by being sewn into a sack with a dog, a snake, a rooster, and a monkey, and then thrown into a river. Brutal stuff. But then again, so is killing your dad. Good night. When I was a kid, bad things happened in my house. I don't really need to get into the details. You can probably fill in the blanks. Let's just say I grew up with complex PTSD before I even knew what that was. My way of surviving was leaving. Not physically, obviously, but mentally. By the time I was 8, I had learned how to disappear. People call it disassociation now. Back then it was just zoning out. I still can't tell if it saved me or if it broke something I'll never get back. Teachers wrote reports about my daydreaming, whilst my parents just called me lazy. But really, I was building entire universes inside my head. And here's the weird part. I never stopped. Even now, as an adult, I slip into it like a second skin. Sometimes unintentionally, sometimes on purpose. On the train, in line at the grocery store, lying awake at night, I just go somewhere else. I make people, friends, lovers, enemies, heroes, villains. I give them names, backstories, quirks. I decide how they meet, what happens to them, how they die if I'm feeling dramatic. I have some preset worlds that I visit most. These are usually reserved to help me regulate my emotions. They're filled with characters that agree with everything I say, or help me work through a feeling. Because they are technically all me, I know I'm just helping myself through my problem, but it's comforting to think that there are people who want to help me too, even if they aren't real. When I'm bored though, these worlds can develop into anything. One time, I made myself win the lottery. £6 million. I bought a house, filled it with cool stuff, donated a chunk to children's charities, and created a dialogue for all those characters around me as I went along. "Oh, thank you so much," I made one character say. "You've single-handedly solved child poverty." I remember letting out a little giggle in the real world, which resulted in 5 people at the bus stop turning to look at me, eyebrows raised. Another time, I imagined a world where every single person on Earth had a countdown above their head, a glowing number ticking away to their death. I spent weeks inside that one, weaving stories of how people would act if they knew exactly when they were going to die. I made a married couple cling to each other as the husband watched his wife's countdown tick to 0 whilst he still had 12 years left. As she died, I made him sob into her hair, wishing he would go too. Then I had an idea. I made him sit up in resolution as his countdown switched to 4 minutes. Yeah, I made him, self-exit. What can I say? I was feeling emotional that day. It's like playing The Sims, except I'm the god, the camera, and every single character at the same time. I can write a whole romance in my head during a boring meeting. I can invent a tragic war epic to help me fall asleep. Sometimes I make them fight, sometimes I make them laugh, sometimes I let them comfort me when I can't comfort myself. It's my own little multiverse, and I control everything. Or at least, I thought I did. The first time it happened, I was in this world where I was just about to be broken up with. I wasn't in a very good place in my relationship in the real world, so I used to go there often when I was alone, usually after arguments. Sometimes I'd figure out a way to fix it, sometimes I'd just let it happen and wallow in self-pity whilst making lasagna. This time though, I guess I just wanted to get some practice in, cool comebacks, etc., just in case the inevitable happened. I knew he was going to break up with me. So, I had everything planned. The world was built, backstory thought of, the script ready in my head. It was going well. I decided at the last minute that this time I was going to beat him to the punch. I sat us down on a bench. I made the evening sun just about to dip below the horizon, and I started to talk. "You don't want to be with me," I started. I had a whole host of witty, clever things I wanted to say ready for when he was finished with his part of the script, but that's not what happened. "That's not fair. You don't know what I want." The words were sharp, so clear. I don't know if I heard them in my head or out loud. I hadn't planned that. I hadn't even thought of those words before I heard them. I actually stopped mid-laundry because I thought I'd misremembered. But no, this character, this fake person, just looked at me, the me in my head, and said something I didn't make him say. At first I brushed it off. I thought I'd buried myself so deep in this world that my subconscious was picking up on something it thought was coming next. That's all. Even still, I didn't really want to go back there. I stayed out of my own head all day. Every time I felt myself slipping into a scenario, I'd do my best to snap myself back into reality. I didn't know what my brain was playing at, but I had no comeback for what he said. He was meant to agree. He was meant to argue. I had it all planned. That evening I couldn't sleep. I'd pretty much forgotten about the little brain blip earlier. It was overshadowed by my actual boyfriend not coming home again that night. I tossed and turned for what felt like hours, but nothing helped. Finally, I decided to slip into my happy place. It's a place I built when I was around 10. It was a quiet cabin in the middle of dense woods. No people, just me. It was always raining there. I love the rain. I'd always start the scenario outside, soaked through. I would walk up to the cabin, unlock the door, and be met by a comforting warmth, even though the fire sat cold. I'd light the fire, usually with magic. I was 10, give me a break. And I'd snuggle into my goose-down duvet on the sofa, the soft fabric so soothing against my cold skin. And then Jerry would bring me cookies. Oh, Jerry's not a person. Like I said, this cabin was strictly no people allowed. He's my kind of adopted forest pet. I'm not sure exactly what he is. I think my kid brain must have mixed two birds together, because he's as white as a dove, but he's most definitely a crow. I'm 36 now, so I can't remember what I was thinking, and I have no idea why I named the bird Jerry at 10, but he's a permanent fixture here anyway. I wanted comfort, so I closed my eyes and planned to drift there. It was harder to get there this time. It was difficult to relax with everything going on, but I managed it eventually. I walked through the forest, up the path, the familiar droplets of heavy rain beaded on my skin as always. I couldn't hear the usual bird song this time, but I put it down to my brain being torn between this world and reality. The real me was very anxious, so maybe the background ambience was too much for my mind to process as well. But when I walked through the door, in my mind, the fire was already lit. Someone was sitting in a chair by the hearth. A woman. Jerry was perched on her shoulder. She turned, looked straight at me, and whispered, "Finally." I snapped out of it so fast I thought I was going to be sick. Now I know I definitely didn't make her. I should have left it there, but curiosity eats at you, doesn't it? I've been in therapy since I was able to pay for it myself. Dr. Ashcroft always said that disassociation was just my brain protecting itself. So I told myself that's all it was. A trick of memory. A glitch in the script. Nothing more. She said because my real world felt out of control that maybe it was bleeding into my subconscious, making me think I didn't do or say the things in my head. From that point on, I tried to chill. It didn't take long before I was sitting alone in my office, bored out of my skull, waiting on Simon from accounting to email something through. I imagined what it would be like if I didn't have to work there. And before I knew it, I'd slipped back into my lottery win daydream. I imagined myself at home, our new bigger home, sipping a passion fruit martini beside an indoor swimming pool. The sun's warm rays reflecting ripples of pool water like glitter on the walls. For a moment it was perfect. The tang of the fruit on my tongue, the cool tiles beneath my bare feet, the lazy sound of water lapping against the pool's edge. Then I noticed a wet footprint. Just one. Near the edge of the pool. Not mine. Too big, too heavy. The droplets led towards the glass doors, but disappeared halfway, as if whoever left them had just vanished. I tried to push it aside, chalking it up to a slip in my concentration. I set my glass down, thinking about how nice it would be to feel the water on my skin. And that's when I saw it. A reflection rippling across the glittering wall. Not mine, not anything that should have been there. A figure moving slowly, deliberately behind me. Before I could turn, I felt 2 cold hands on my shoulders. My heart pounded in my chest. I didn't summon them. I didn't build them. They leaned in close. They leaned in, close enough that I could smell chlorine on their skin, and whispered, "You're starting to understand." I was startled out of the nightmare of my apparent own creation by a knock. Sorry Laura, I can't get the email thing to, email. Sorry Laura, I can't get the email thing to, email. Simon stood in the doorway, arms stuffed full of disorganized papers, his face twisted when he saw me. What's with you? You look like you've seen a ghost. I laughed too quickly, the sound brittle. My hands went to my shoulders without thinking, brushing at the fabric of my blouse. Wet. My fingertips came away damp. Maybe it was sweat. Maybe. Simon frowned. Are you alright? You smell like chlorine. I forced a smile, but my heart was still racing. I hadn't been near a real pool in months. I'm not feeling well. I think I need to go home, I stammered before brushing past him. Alright, he echoed down the hallway. I was halfway down when I heard a crash behind me, Simon cursing as he tripped over a bucket the cleaner had left outside my office door. A sharp whiff of chemicals hit the air. For one dizzy second, I almost laughed with relief. Of course, the smell. Just cleaning supplies. Just a coincidence. But then I looked down at my blouse. The damp patches clung to my skin, and no bucket in the world could explain that. Right? I tried to get an urgent appointment with Dr. Ashcroft, but I couldn't get a hold of her. On the drive home, my mind wandered without me even meaning to. One blink I was on the motorway, the next I was sitting in my log cabin, across from that woman, the one I never made. She smiled, leaned close, and simply said, "Hello." My eyes snapped open to headlights bearing down on me. I swerved hard, tires screaming, dragging myself back into the right lane with my heart hammering against my ribs. I wasn't safe anywhere now, not even behind the wheel. That had never happened before. I could always control everything, every character, every setting, every detail bent to my will. Every thought was mine. But now it felt like I was falling into a world of my own creation without a choice. My fingers drummed a frantic rhythm against the coffee table as I tried to anchor myself, to will myself to stay here in reality. That's when the phone rang. Dr. Ashcroft. I snatched it up, desperate for answers, for something that would pull me back. But all I got were words of advice, calm and clinical. Ground yourself. Remind yourself it's still just you. Realize they're just parts of your mind. Not what I wanted to hear. Not when the voices didn't feel like me anymore. I tried to argue, to tell her that it was different this time, that it wasn't me, but she cut me off with a barrage of urgent questions. You say they're not yours. Whose do you think they are? I don't know. When you hear them, is it inside your head? Or does it sound like it's coming from outside? I don't know. Do they sound familiar to you in any way? No, I don't know. What do you think these voices want from you? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I hung up the phone, scowling at the screen. What was that? I needed help, not an interrogation. I couldn't answer half her questions, but one clung to me. The more I tried to ignore it, the heavier it sat in my chest. That night, I lay down on my bed, exhausted but restless. Against my better judgment, I drifted back into the cabin. It still rained outside. soaking my skin in that comforting way it always did. But I could see the firelight already flickering inside the cabin. She was there, the woman, waiting. Jerry still perched calm on her shoulder. She tilted her head, eyes bright, lips curling into a smile that wasn't kind. Well, isn't this freeing? My legs carried me forward in 2 shaky steps before I even realised I was moving. What do you mean, freeing? Then I blinked, and I wasn't standing anymore. I was sitting in the chair across from her, hands folded neatly in my lap, as if someone else had put me there. A voice rose from behind me, low and certain. She means you're not the one in control anymore. Her smile lingered, and then the world around me fractured. In the blink of an eye, I was no longer in the cabin. I was back on the bench, the one where I'd practiced breaking up with my boyfriend. Only this time, he turned his head and looked me dead in the eye. I don't need you to tell me what to say. Before I could answer, the scene shifted again. I was standing in front of the woman I'd imagined thanking me for charity donations. Her eyes burned with something like fury. I don't need to be your puppet for your gratification. Then everything shifted again. I was in the countdown world, but this time, I wasn't watching him. I was in his place. A stool beneath my feet, a robe brushing my throat, his hand steadying me. His voice was calm, almost relieved. I don't have to do this. But I want to. He kicked the stool from under me. I felt the rope tighten like a vice around my neck as the world faded to grey. I woke, gasping for air, clawing at my throat, only to find myself tucked neatly into bed, the sheets smoothed, the pillow cold beneath my head. Which brings me to now. I'm doing everything I can to stay out of my worlds. No daydreams, no slipping, no comfort trips to the cabin. It doesn't matter. Lately, I catch myself halfway through things I don't remember starting. Once, I found myself standing at the sink, cold water running over my hands, the tap opened fully. My hands were blue. Another time, I awoke halfway down the stairs, clutching a mug I couldn't recall filling. These moments, stolen, half-lived, settle over my days like dust. There are gaps in hours now, little pockets of missing time that throb at the edges of my memory. I tell myself I'm fine. I tell myself that this is nothing, that exhaustion can mimic madness. Yet, this morning I woke up with my nails dug deep into my arm. My skin was raw. I'd been scratching words into myself. When I finally pulled away my hand, the words were there, carved in jagged red letters. Not yours. I tried to walk through my days more slowly now, clinging to routines like clockwork. That way, if time goes missing, I'll know. I can feel them watching, the other selves, waiting for the moment I slip, waiting for the chance to step forward again. Is this how they felt? Living their lives normally until I plucked them from their reality and forced them to play in mine? That can't be it. I made them, didn't I? They aren't real. Are they? Dr. Ashcroft wants to up our sessions to twice a week. She says next time she'll have a specialist join us. And when I said I didn't know there was a specialist in daydream characters gone wrong, she just smiled at me in that doctor way, like I'm crazy. I'm not crazy. I didn't give these imaginary people independence. I can't make them do what they want. But if I didn't give them autonomy, who did? Hi everyone, thanks for listening. This one was written by me, so if you enjoyed it, please give it a like and a subscribe. It really helps the channel grow and honestly heals my inner child a little. I've got a dedicated playlist of all of my stories that I've written if you'd like to have a look through. And here's a little fun fact about where this story came from. I finished it at my desk, as you do, but it actually started in a Tesco's car park. I was sitting there in the car, waiting for my husband to come back with snacks, lost in my own made-up world, when I thought, shit. Could you imagine if one of them ever talked back? To which one of them replied, yeah, that would be fucked up. So, yeah. Good night. My teenage years were a mess. My mum and dad went through a bad divorce and they were trying to figure out 2 brand new lives. I ended up somewhere in between as I adjusted to an irregular schedule and sudden move. When my mum got full custody, I was in the last year of high school. We'd just moved a year prior, and now we were about to move again. Just 6 months from graduation, we moved all the way to San Antonio. Quite a different vibe from a no-one-cares town in Minnesota. So yeah, I graduated at the turn of the millennium, class of 2000. And if I'm honest, I rarely think about that year when I lived in Minnesota. I mean, I remember it, but I'd be hard-pressed to tell you anything about it. I remember the high school, and how I thought it was weird that they could afford a pool. I remember the Babin siblings being creeps, or that one Christian girl who couldn't stop talking about how she was saving herself for someone special. There was the one guy who stayed in the computer hall all day, and the gym bro, and the guy who kept getting shoved into lockers. People called him Handsome Man as a cruel mockery. I think my favourite was a guy named Hank. His dad was a plumber, and he was going to be a plumber too. Hank was the kind of guy who liked collecting things, weird things, like lost screws, pop tabs, or bottle caps. He would categorise them by colour or weight and keep them in little jars in his locker. The one time I saw it, he had like 30 jars, all meticulously sorted. That's the one guy I guess I could call a friend from back then. He was going to be a plumber. I was going to be a veterinarian. I reached my goal, but I have no idea if Hank ever did. I haven't thought about those days in Tomskog High for a while. I've had no reason to, really. That is, until not too long ago. Nowadays, I live out in Kerrville. I've got a wife, 2 kids, 2 cars, and a very pampered golden retriever. Being a vet, we've saved a lot on bills for that pup. My kids are about the same age that I was when things went to shit, but I'm glad to say that cycle is broken. I'm happily married. We've had a few hiccups along the way, but it's been more like sleep on the couch kinda hiccups, not the get out of my life kind. In this kind of life, you don't need to think back on your teenage years. You're busy worrying about your kids' college applications and tuition, or that weird sound you hear when you take a sudden right with your car, or why your favourite shirt's starting to feel too tight. My hair's gone a little too thin, my eyes are a little darker, and I've a harder time staying awake during movie night. But that's all just flavour, yeah. It's all just life, a whole bunch of little worries. So when I had a couple of strangers come knocking at my door, I didn't think much of it. I was home alone on a Sunday. I'd just walked Kitten. Yes, the dog's name's Kitten, and I was about to settle down for lunch when there was a knock at the door. A white van with a logo of a wrench, a cogwheel, and a couple of pipes. Very generic. I opened the door to see 2 men in orange coveralls and full tool belts. They introduced themselves with a company name I didn't recognise. They asked me about my name and I confirmed my identity. The city is taking steps to minimise damage from flash flooding, one of them explained. We're doing some groundwork, looking at possible run-through. Since you live at the end of the block, chances are we're going to have to go all the way around your property. So what are we looking at? I asked. 2, maybe 3 months of road work, a stone's toss away from your bedroom window, he continued. Unless we can work something out and go straight through your backyard, then we're looking at a month tops. I think I'd be entitled to some compensation then, and I'd have to talk to my wife about it. Of course, yeah, he nodded. Come along, I'll show you what we're working with. I stepped out of the house, looking back at Kitten. He wasn't happy about it, tail between his legs and all. I closed the door and followed the men to the van. The moment they opened the door, I was confused. There were no pipes, no tools, nothing. It was a blacked out storage with soundproof walls. One of them pulled a hood over my head, the other one tased me. It felt like they'd tied all my nerves to a single spot and were trying to rip them out of my skin. They must have practiced this 100 times. It was very fast, just a couple of seconds. Then I was forced down in the back of the van with my legs and hands zip-tied. One of them stayed in the back while the other one sped off. A couple of streets later, they stopped. They did something to the side of the van, presumably changing or removing the logo, as well as changing the license plate. Meanwhile, the guy in the back wrapped me up in some kind of plastic. Best thing you can do is be quiet and still, he explained. Are we gonna have a problem? I remember trying to ask 100 questions at once. There was no reason this should happen to me. I wasn't involved in anything sketchy, and we didn't have millions stashed away in some Looney Tunes kind of safe in my wife's home office. They hadn't even checked my wallet for cash, they just took my cell phone. Finally, I managed to get a couple of questions out. What do you want? I'll be honest, he said. I have no idea. We drove for a couple of hours. They sat me up and chained me to the wall. I was given some apple juice through a straw. For some reason, they treated me like I was dangerous. They would shy away from me whenever I moved. I could hear their tools rattling, as if they were prepared to tase me if I said something they didn't like. You lose your sense of time when you've got a bag over your head, and when your heart beats at 150 miles an hour, but eventually, they stopped the van. We were somewhere far out. The roads had felt uneven, and I could hear birds chirping. A light shone through my bag as they opened one of the side doors and got into a heated conversation. How can this be the guy? The driver said. He's not trying anything. We've seen nothing. He's on the list. It's best not to question it. But what if we got it wrong? You saw what it took to dredge the fucking melon head out the lake. That tickled something in my brain. I hadn't heard that nickname in years. There was this one guy who used to stay in the gym a lot. He had a rounder kind of head than most people. Not like misshapen or anything. Just unusual by comparison. He liked the nickname though. He thought melonhead meant he had a big brain. I could still imagine him doing lifts saying more, more, more between each rep. But that's when it first hit me. They were talking about my classmates that one year back in Minnesota. This had something to do with my high school years. I was only there for a couple of months, I said out loud. We had to move. What? The guy in the back stepped back in and leaned down to me. I explained, at length, how my mother had moved to Minnesota on a whim and how we had left well before graduation. So you never got the shots? Nothing. What are you talking about? I could hear hesitation in his voice. Someone had messed up somewhere down the line. The two of them stepped away. Look, the driver said. We can either be the ones who took some initiative and disobeyed a direct order. So we're going to stick him in the pods with those things. You want to risk it? I mean, even if we're right, do you want to take the risk of showing them we're willing to disobey an order? That shut down the conversation. Mistake or not, they weren't about to turn back. They drove all night. I was given some kind of fruit sauce from a tube as a meal. By the morning, we pulled up to an industrial complex. I could hear the machinery and the power tools going off as metal struck metal. There were people there too, dozens of them. The moment we stepped out of the van, someone bumped into us. It was clear that whatever they were in on it. I was led into a quieter room in the back and asked to step inside what felt like a locker. Rubber floor and walls, barely big enough for my shoulders to fit. They strapped me in, allowing me to effectively sit in there, but there was just no way to get comfortable. Then they tipped the entire thing, making me feel like I was laying in a coffin. It was completely soundproof and dark. A voice came through from an internal speaker. "We're releasing the straps in a moment," it said. "Then you can take off your hood. It's going to be a long ride. Try to get some sleep." "How long?" I asked. "Where are we going?" There was no answer. The straps came undone with a click, and I threw off my hood. It was pitch black. I barely knew if my eyes were open or not. Blinking was just a reflex. The air was stale as a small fan spun somewhere around the top of my head. I could barely move, and I felt this heaviness in my chest, like if I somehow drew too deep a breath, the air would run out, or my ribcage would bump against the lid. It was so disorientating. I remember banging on what I thought was a door. I needed a light, a window, something to orient myself around, but there was no response. I didn't even know if they were still out there. What would I do if I got left in here? What if they just walked away? I tried telling myself it was going to be a long ride, but I had no idea. It wasn't just a long ride, it was close to torture. I was flipped, stacked, pushed, and at one point dropped in free fall. The pod cushioned all blows, and since I could barely move, I couldn't really hurt myself from being in an unfortunate stance. It was clever, but man, it was uncomfortable. I lost all sense of time there. It might have been a couple of hours. It could have even been a whole day. They had this little hatch on the side where they got me a bottle of water or a tube of fruit sauce. I had two more meals, so I'm thinking it took all about a day. I know there was a flight involved though. My ears popped. I was half asleep the next time they used the speaker. "We'll be opening the doors in 10 seconds, a strange voice said. "Make no sudden movements." I counted in my head, but I must have gotten it wrong. It was only at 5 when the door popped open. 2 masked men with bulletproof vests and assault rifles. A man in a white lab coat with a protective face mask. A white room with blinding fluorescent lights. They made me turn away and put restraints on, as I was dragged to a chair and made to sit down. I felt so weak, like I'd been pulled out of bed at 3 in the morning. The man in the lab coat got down on one knee to face me. "Where did you graduate?" "Southwest. San Antonio, right?" "Right." "Where were you before that?" I explained the circumstances. My time in Tomskog, Minnesota. A couple of years in West Virginia. Before that, South Dakota. That was where I spent most of my life. The man was very patient, allowing me to explain. I saw him making notes on a clipboard, doing check marks next to lines my eyes were too fuzzy to read. "Checks out," he said as I finished. "You were never part of the class long enough to get any booster shots or heat therapy." "No, nothing like that." "So when you hear names like Digman, Babin, Bogan, that means nothing to you?" "It rings a bell, but..." I shrugged. I could hear the resignation in his voice as he got back up, giving the others a long look. The armed men shuffled out, looking at one another. "Put him in a room," the doctor said. "He's not part of the subject line." I'll sort it out. Go ahead and tell Ridge to prep for extraction. Sir? The man's a fucking veterinarian. What the hell are we going to use him for? The doctor snapped back. Are you that desperate to get your cat's teeth cleaned? No, sir. They led me through the facility. All corridors sort of looked the same, but they were brimming with people. You could hear all sorts of noises. I recognised one as a bone saw. We went past this one room where they had a pod like mine on a table, preparing for surgery. I was escorted to a small room, bright as hell, but there was a dimmer switch. Sleek interior, like if Apple made a hotel room, lights along the ridges of the furniture, a ceiling fan that could be heard but not seen, a TV built into the wall, a queen-sized bed, a couch, a bedside table with a water pitcher and a glass, a bathroom with a shower, a mini fridge with a couple of snacks and sodas. Honestly, I'd slept in worse places. I took some time to decompress. I was still a prisoner, but at least they were hearing me out. I'd figured there'd been a mistake, but I couldn't figure out exactly what. Maybe someone in that class had done something terrible, and everybody they'd been involved with was under scrutiny. But if so, why wait this long? I couldn't figure it out. But I counted my blessings. I was out of that damned pod. With a little luck, I might be able to get on a flight back home sooner rather than later. I couldn't imagine how worried my family might be, coming home to an empty house and an unlocked front door. They must have called the police. I managed to get the TV going. They had a couple of movies available, so I put something on just to not get drowned in my own thoughts. It was then when I realised just how highly strung I really was. I could feel my muscles relaxing and my heart slowing. I'd been on the verge of collapse all this time, and only now could I feel some semblance of recovery. I took a shower and changed into some fresh clothes. There was a wardrobe with generic slacks and t-shirts. I figured they wouldn't mind. I was halfway through a Bill Murray comedy when the door opened. A woman in a grey pantsuit was escorted inside by armed guards. I was forced up against a wall on the opposite side of the room. They checked my pockets for weapons and had me sit on the bed. As he finished, the woman turned to him. I think she was in her mid-30s. She had short, almost platinum blonde stubble of hair. "We got it from here," she said. "You can wait outside." The man left. She sat down on the couch across from me, looking at the paused frame of the movie with a vacant smile. "I just think we ought to have a conversation," she said. "I don't want to interrupt your me time." "I can talk," I reassured her. "Talk away." "There's been a level of miscommunication," she explained. "As I'm sure you're aware. You mind telling me why I'm here? What you think you're doing?" She gave me a long look, tilting her head. "I want you to consider something," she said. "Think about where you are, about who you might be talking to. Consider the lengths we've gone to in order to get you here, into this room. Now, ask yourself this. Is asking me a question like that beneficial to your current situation?" I shook my head, staying quiet. "I would agree," she continued. "So maybe we should stick to me asking questions." She went through a list of checkpoints, asking me about my mental and physical health. She asked me about people I spent a lot of time with, about my children and spouse. It's as if they were looking to see if anything stood out. She couldn't find anything. She'd corroborated my account with what had been said previously, adding little check marks to the list. "Well," she sighed, "it appears you weren't supposed to be on that list. I suppose an apology would be in order." She turned to me, putting away a notepad. She opened a shoulder bag, producing a set of papers and a pen. "This has been an unfortunate misunderstanding, and we will be sure to rectify it. I think we can come to terms. Does this involve me being put in an unmarked grave?" "Not quite so dramatic," she smiled. "That would create a lot of questions. I think the best thing for both of us is to arrange a small cover story and compensate you handsomely for your time." I was given a contract with a firm called Hatchet Pharmaceuticals. This contract confirmed that I'd been consulting them on an important project. They spelled out a point list of items to be compensated for, like food, hotel rooms, overtime pay, all the bells and whistles. There were receipts. All in all, it was more than fair compensation. Just over 6 figures. A solid cover story. We're very thorough, she said. We can assign a representative to explain the situation to your family. I think that'd be best, I agreed. And after this, we're done. We walk away, correct? Correct. I'll have you on a flight first thing in the morning. I had no further questions. I signed it. I hope you can see why we can't let you run the facility. You'll have to stay the night, but we'll do our best to accommodate you. That's fine, just an early flight. The earliest. Of course. She got up, leaving a copy of the contract. As she left the room, I noticed the armed guard still waiting outside. She turned to me a final time. They'll get you a root beer. I know you like them. I can't say she was wrong. I suspected they'd taken a step back and examined what they knew about me a little closer. No, I wasn't. For a couple of hours, I was comfortable. They got me a proper steak dinner and a root beer, and I ended up watching movies until I fell asleep. It started to dim on its own once it noticed me getting into bed. In that moment, I was positive about the whole thing. I'd been compensated. There would be an apology and an explanation given to my family. I could put it all behind me once and for all. Now I just had to wait for that early plane and hope for the best. I didn't have a clock or anything, but I must have slept for about 2 hours when I noticed something. The buzz of the ceiling fan had stopped, and the dim light went completely black. I waved my arm a little to see if it was a sensor, but nothing happened. Getting up, I went to check the door. It must have had some kind of magnetic lock, because I still couldn't open it. Then I did something. It's hard to explain why, but I heard this thumping noise, and I just had this feeling. Like, it's one thing to hear footsteps, but this sounded wrong. I stepped aside and pressed myself up against the wall, facing away from the door. Seconds later, something stopped outside my room. I could hear this metallic groan. The door was bent open inch by inch. Mechanisms snapped and bent from the immense pressure. Something was standing in the doorway. I heard this low rumble, like a snoring bull. Then a crack, followed by a loud chewing, like someone eating a fresh carrot. More. The voice was more of a gargle. It sounded like it came from the chest of something rather than the mouth. I could smell this sharp tang of iron in the air as there was another snap. The intruder was dragging something along the ground, taking the occasional bite. Snap, chew, snap, chew, more. The lights in the hall were still out, so even though the door was open, I couldn't see anything. I held my breath and ducked down low as a large hand swept by just to my right. It was looking for the dimmer switch. When it realised it wasn't working, it snorted and left the room, lumbering off down the hallway, dragging a snack along. I used my hands to feel my way out the door. It was bent in the middle and barely clinging to the hinges. The lock mechanism was still there, but it was so busted you could pull it out with your bare fingers. I almost slipped in something as I reached the opposite wall. Something must have happened, and I'd be stupid just to sit and wait for it to blow over. There was a hum. A short, low hum. Some kind of backup generator came on, bathing the hallway in a red light. My eyes adjusted as I realised I was standing in a liquid that covered most of the hallway. It might have been red. It was impossible to tell, but given how it smelled, I'm pretty sure I was standing in a pool of blood. There were torn pieces of armour splattered on the walls, along with patches of skin clinging to the fabric. I'd never seen anything like it. It's hard to be afraid of something so violent. It's one thing to see a strange man with a knife. That's scary. But to see a pile of corpses out in the open, I mean, yes, that's scary, but it's almost too scary. I remember watching a patch of skin slide down the wall, shaking my head, thinking that there was no point in trying to understand what had happened. There was no point asking questions. I just had to get out of there. I tried to backtrack through the hallways. There were these pipes on the walls in different colours and symbols, but I couldn't make sense of them. They were most likely there to help guide people to various departments. There were arrows though, so I figured if I went the opposite way, that should bring me back to the origin point, or maybe even an exit. What had happened in my corridor wasn't an isolated incident. There were signs of struggle all over. The room where they had prepped for surgery was covered in black goo and had a hand pressed against the hardened glass. There was another room that when you got close, your hearing stopped, like when you get water in your ear, only deeper. I couldn't even hear my heartbeat. I could feel it, but it's hard to explain. It was as if something bad was waiting around every corner, and the further I got, the worse it felt. My hearing eventually returned. It felt like coming up from a deep dive. I walked through the corridor where I could hear something eating in the next room. Something making bird noises. I did see a couple of living people, but they had these strange white masks on and didn't seem to respond to anything. Absolutely everything had gone to shit in a matter of hours. I heard voices up ahead. My first instinct was to run ahead and see what was going on, but I stopped myself. From what I'd seen so far, things weren't that simple. I stayed by the corridor, listening. Door. Locked. A second voice. Yes. Locked. A third person joined in the conversation, wandering in from the adjoining corridor. You mask faces happy standing here. He had a strange intonation, like he couldn't help but roll his R's and end his sentences in gulping noises. It reminded me of one of the kids I went to high school with, Roy. He had a speech impediment, like a stutter. He had stopped by swallowing hard and shaking his head like a tick. It was such a specific noise. It was hard to pinpoint with description. But that's where it hit me. Roy. Melonhead. These were old Minnesota classmates. They'd brought me in on suspicion of being part of this class. Chances were that these same people had been brought in as well. That may very well be Roy on the other side of the hallway. But if that was the case, what did it mean? Was all this chaos perpetrated by my old classmates? If so, what the hell happened to them? Making my way to the main corridor, I ran across a series of gruesome sights. There was a man covered head to toe in some kind of black acid, melting him to the bone. There were several patrols of people with white masks, speaking to each other like grunting cavemen. I stopped counting dead bodies after 20, instead trying to keep my eyes on the marks on the wall. Eventually I got to a lobby of sorts. 2 massive storm doors had gone down, blocking the exit. There'd been a massacre. At least 8, maybe 10 people, all crushed against the door. They tried to get out but got caught on the wrong side. The red lights on the walls span round and round, making the shadows livelier than the remains that cast them. I heard someone approaching and escaped into a side room. There was a couch, a drinks machine, a microwave and a fridge, clearly some kind of lunchroom. The red light didn't reach all the way in, casting a long strand of red peeking through the half-closed door. I hurried inside and pressed myself up against the wall. It didn't take me long to realise I wasn't alone. Someone was hiding behind the couch. "You need to leave," a voice whispered. "I have a gun." I shook my head and put my finger on my lips to shush them. I could hear someone approaching from the outside. "You need to leave right now," they insisted. "I'm not asking. This is my spot." I shook my head again. If they fired a weapon, this place would be crawling with things in a matter of seconds. They'd doom us both. Problem was, something was already coming our way. The door creaked a little. I could see the shadow of 2 long legs as something bent down to enter. It was impossible to describe the scale of this thing. It was at least 10, maybe 11 feet tall, like an elongated person. A slick black, jelly-like skin rippling with chunks. As it moved, I could spot patches of white poking out at different angles. Bones. Like someone had deconstructed a person and jammed it into a walking puddle. There was hesitation. Whoever was hiding in there with me decided to shut the hell up. A long arm reached out, touching the sides of the drink machine. It was such a casual movement, but it was forceful enough to knock the whole thing onto the floor with a bang. A couple of cans rattled out of it. The tall thing poked around a little, making one of the cans burst from the pressure. That seemed to amuse it. It pulled on a pop tab, seemingly frustrated. I could hear something in the distance, like a whir, getting louder and louder, then a series of mechanical clicking, and a spark. The lights were coming back on. The red gave way to a harsh fluorescent light as I saw the thing in full clear view. It was barely keeping itself together. It was like if someone was trying to hold jello with a 2-pronged fork. It was looking at the person hiding behind the couch. They weren't as well hidden as they thought they were. It only took me a brief glance to realise it was the woman with the grey pantsuit that had talked to me earlier. As the thing saw her, she pulled out a gun. I covered my ears and sunk to the floor. There was gunfire and screaming. The creature had a hand big enough to cover her face and used it to push the back of her head into the ground. It must have had some kind of suction force to it as the body stuck to it. The screams came and went in a flash. There really was no fanfare to it. Just a quick snap, and then nothing. By the time I looked up, the thing was already looking at more interesting items around the room. It seemed particularly curious about the soda cans. That it was holding a whole corpse seemed more like an inconvenience. But as it turned to leave, it spotted me. There was a moment of silence as it looked at me, as if trying to understand what it was seeing. A single soda can rolled across the floor, touching my foot. I looked at it, then up at the creature. Why was it so interested? What was the deal? I picked up the can, popped it open, and held it up. "Is this it?" I asked. "You want me to open it?" It tilted his head. It wasn't convinced. It reached out, carefully poking the top tab. I pulled it off, pressing it. "This?" I asked. "You want this?" An oil-slick hand reached for it, accidentally grazing my fingers. The skin on my index finger turned a sickly orange as my nail darkened. I could feel a deep ache as if my nerve was hardening. My finger curled in on itself as I picked up the pop tab. It held it up, looking at it from different angles. I only knew of one person who collected things like that. I pointed at a nearby table. "There are cups," I said. "You can put it in a cup. Collect them. Put them all together again. All the same, just like you want to." The thing turned its head. At least I think it did. It was hard to see that it was looking one way or another at all. I don't even think it had eyes to begin with. As it turned its attention to the other soda cans and the empty coffee cups, I reached for what remained of the lady in grey. Half of her was still hanging out of that thing, dangling like a broken doll. There was a twitch to the leg, like there was something inside trying to get her to run. Like an operator calling out on a line when no one's listening. She was still holding something in her hand, barely visible through the black sludge. I bent her hand open. It made a snapping noise as a tendon protested, revealing a key card. I pulled it loose, only for the sludge thing to turn my way. It didn't appreciate this intrusion. With one step, it closed the distance. It reached for me with its free hand. I had to do something, or I'll be next. "Hank!" I called out. "It's Hank, right?" The hand slowed, dropping to the floor. The ceramic tiles turned a sickly blue, fizzling. I could see something just beneath the surface of the sludge. A cranium. There really was some kind of head under there. And it was looking my way. "You collect things," I said. "You arranged them in jars. You had them in your locker." It stared at me as something bubbled beneath the surface. Bones moving up and down, rearranging themselves. "Is that what you're doing?" I asked. "Are you collecting now?" It bobbed its head. "If we go outside, you can collect so many more things," I said. "But then we gotta open the door." It bobbed its head again, and stepped back, leaving room for me to leave. I did. The main lobby was filled with various things. People in masks, something large chewing on an arm. I think I saw the Babin siblings in there, but I can't say for sure. The large thing in the back stepped forward the moment it saw me, pointing with its whole arm. There was no doubt in my mind that I knew this person. Melonhead. His facial features looked a bit exaggerated from when I'd last seen him. He was a whole lot taller, but it was him. I barely recognised him as human now, having an almost greyish skin and dark eyes. I could see him salivating as he dropped the bloodless limb to the floor, advancing towards me in a jog. The sludge thing came up from behind me, swinging an arm in a wide arc. It smacked Melonhead over the jaw, sending him reeling back, scratching at its face. The sludge thing was making sure I made it to the door. I could feel the weight of inhuman eyes staring at me. I hurried up to the control panel on the wall, swiping the access card. "Step 1, authorization complete," said an automated system. "Please present your hand for biometric confirmation." I swallowed hard as Hank dropped an acid-burned arm next to me. It was surprisingly heavy. I held it up to the panel, manually adjusting the fingers. My stomach churned. It felt like playing with raw chicken. "Please hold," the system asked as a taskbar reached 100%. Then, green lights. The storm doors started rolling. Some of them ran. Some of them screamed with joy. A couple didn't say anything. A couple of people with white masks kept guns at the ready, scanning the area for threats. Melonhead lumbered outside looking for his next snack. And finally, the sludge. He put the coffee cup down, realising there wouldn't be any more pop tabs around for a while. He wandered off without looking back, stretching out to the point where he rivaled the treetops. By the time the lobby was empty, I stepped outside. Some of them had run to the woods. A couple of them had moved down a westbound path towards the barracks. There was a pine forest ahead, so I guessed I was somewhere in the Midwest or north. The birds sounded familiar somehow. "Not much of a reunion, buddy." That strange voice again, with the rolling R's. The gulping. I didn't need to turn around to know I was talking to one of the Babin siblings. I turned to face him. A pale man with slick hair combed back, a hawk-like nose, and these chemically wide eyes. He leaned against the open storm door in a parody of casualness. "I recognize you, you know," he continued. "Class of 2000. "Yeah," I nodded. "Tomskog High." "Didn't you move?" he asked. This is when I noticed he had a knife. He was picking his nails with it. "I did. San Antonio." "Too bad," he said. "We had a lot of fun after graduation." "I can imagine." "I don't think you can." He grinned. "I really don't." He gave me a pat on the shoulder as he passed me by, trying to catch up to his sister, his head bent forward, like that of a prowling cassowary. I managed to get to the highway. From there, I got in touch with the police. From there it was a series of phone calls. I booked a plane, and a tearful reunion with my family. I didn't know what to say to them. Was I still bound by the contract? Was there anyone left in that facility to reimburse me? I had no idea. I stuck to the story as well as I could. I did get a check in the mail not long after, printed on cheap paper, with a stamped blue sunflower logo. It came with a notice that I would only be getting one payment. They were shutting down that branch of the organisation for an emergency restructuring. I guess Hatcher Pharmaceuticals is getting shuttered. I couldn't care less if I'm honest. I got paid, and I got out. I had to go through surgery to get my finger fixed. The acid burn was bad, and they described the damage as my index finger trying to pull into itself. I had to walk around with a cast for weeks. I know this all seems a bit too fantastic to be true. A lot of things are. I could write a full book on any one of those corridors. But looking back now, it all feels like a distant dream. It was so unreal that it felt like it happened to someone else. And it's not what I saw that haunts me the most. It's what I felt. A pulse beating out of my chest, not knowing if the next beat will be my last. Stepping around the corner, praying that no one heard me struggling to breathe. That feeling comes back every now and again. I can be standing in my bedroom, looking at the door, and I just get this sense that there's someone waiting on the other side. There isn't, but that doesn't stop me from thinking there is. I haven't been contacted about the class of 2000 since, and I haven't heard the name of Tomskog High mentioned. There have been no emails, no texts, no strange visits, no white vans pulling up on my driveway telling me lies. And I don't know if that's a good thing. Something tells me it isn't. Hi everyone, thanks for listening. This story was written by Saturday. If you liked it, please like the video and tell me in the comments how many of your high school classmates' names can you remember? And here's a fun fact you didn't ask for. Cassowaries are basically gorgeous murder chickens with a 4 to 5 inch dagger claw on each foot and can sprint about 30 miles an hour. More of the story. If a cassowary shows up at a class reunion, let it cut the cake. From a distance. Good night. They spelled out a point list of items to be compensated. They spelled out, oh for fuck's sake. They spelled out a point list of items to be compensated for, like food, hotel rooms, overtime pay, all the bells and whistles. I stared up at the entrance to the old hospital, drinking in its features. Cracks spiderwebbed along the bricks, and vines had claimed most of the exterior. It was an oddity against the encroaching forest, a relic of a time long since past. It felt wrong for it to be there, out of place, which only worked to pique my interest even further. "Well, are we going to stand here all day, or are we checking this sucker out?" Kyle asked, lightly slapping me on the back. "Let's go." "Don't want to lose too much daylight," Maddie interjected, tugging my arm. "As you wish." "Ladies first," I replied, extending a hand to the door. Maddie rewarded me with a glare. The interior of the hospital was in an even worse state than the outside. Lights had been smashed out, graffiti coated the walls, and pink insulation hung from the ceiling above. As an avid urbex enthusiast, I was reveling in it. Something about being in a place that humans didn't belong always sent a rush of exhilaration surging through my veins. I lived for the thrill. But after what happened that day, my passion for urban exploring has been snuffed out. We were taking photos of abandoned medical equipment when Kyle brought it up. "Hey guys." He spoke in a whisper, despite the fact that we were alone. "Yeah," I replied, sensing the tremor in his voice. "Does it feel like we're being followed? I don't know, it might just be me, but something tells me that we're not the only ones here." "Stop. You're trying to prank me, and it's not going to work this time." "How gullible do you think I am?" Maddie retorted, crossing her arms. "Maddie, I promise I'm not joking." Her expression faltered when she realized the severity of Kyle's tone. "You're really not?" "Jake, is he being serious?" I sighed. When Maddie got freaked out, it wasn't a good time for anyone. Things had been going smoothly up until that point, and I didn't want to ruin a good thing. "Tell you what, Kyle, if we check out a couple more rooms and your sixth sense is still going haywire, we can leave. Sound good?" Despite their nods of approval, I could feel the shift in the atmosphere. The tension was thicker, solid, as if I could reach out and touch it. Knowing what I know now, I wish we would have left the moment Kyle said something. We continued our search with no further protest from either party. We photographed our findings in silence. That pervasive unease, still omnipresent. I kept trying to find something to say, but I couldn't arrange the words properly in my head. After a while, it was Maddie who broke the silence. "So who's down to find the morgue?" she said, as a devilish grin inched across her lips. Kyle and I shot each other a glance. Neither of us wanted to go, but we didn't really have a choice. If we refused, Maddie would call us cowards until the day we died. "Sure, let's do it," Kyle said. He tried to sound confident, but he and I both knew the truth. "All right, but after that, we're leaving." My friends each nodded, and with that, we set off to find the hospital's morgue. It only took us about 10 minutes. As we walked, I tried to discern if I could feel the eyes watching our every move like Kyle had described. At one point, I thought I did feel it. An intense, overwhelming sensation that we weren't alone. I found myself throwing glances behind us every so often, but I didn't voice my concerns. A decision that I regret to this day. Before I knew it, I found myself descending the stairs to the basement. Our flashlight beams danced along the staircase as we went, shedding light into the inky depths below. Once we reached the bottom, there was a long hallway with a set of double doors at the end. "Spooky, isn't it?" Maddie whispered as we continued. "Yeah. Feels ominous," I said, as a shiver rippled through me. The air was colder down there, lending to the creepy ambience. We paused once we reached the doors. "Okay, who wants to go first?" Maddie asked, surveying our expressions. I think you should. You suggested it, Kyle retorted, wearing a shit-eating grin. Yep. As I said before, ladies first. I joined in, earning me another glare. Fine. But if I die, I'm going to come back just to take you with me. Maddie pushed open the doors and led the charge, Kyle and I following behind her. Standing in that room sent a chill down my spine. Kyle turned to me, that taunting smirk returning to his lips, and he whispered into my ear. Let's prank Maddie. You distract her. Meanwhile, I'll climb into one of the freezer racks and make a bunch of noise in there. I bet she'll scream loud enough to wake the dead. I smiled at him. Maddie was never going to forgive us for this. One problem, I muttered. How are you going to close yourself in? I'll figure it out. Just... Nice try, dickheads. I can hear you. Maddie glowered at us like we were the spawns of Satan. My face flushed with colour, and sweat beaded atop my brow. Yeah. We weren't actually going to go through with it. Just an idea, Kyle said, rubbing the back of his neck. She wasn't buying it. Bang. A sudden rattling sound erupted from one of the mortuary chambers that Kyle had centered his plot around. It started off quiet, small enough to be dismissed as nothing more than the groan of old metal. But it soon escalated to a loud clanging. We stared at each other, wide-eyed, our faces pale as ghosts. The sound had grown into a deafening pounding. Something was being slammed hard against the inside of the door. It was clear that Kyle's earlier premonition had been spot on. We were not alone in that hospital. We stood, frozen in shock, left to helplessly watch as the door buckled under the weight of the blows. Over and over and over again. Bang, 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 bang. To my utter horror, the door gave way. For a moment it was silent, the dented metal creaking, barely clinging to its hinges. Then something began crawling out of the unit. Something sinister. A pair of feet emerged from the darkness. The skin was a dark purple, and stitching around the ankles was barely holding together. A dirty, blood-stained hospital gown followed, then a twin set of patchwork arms. Finally, the thing's head shot out of the dark as it hoisted itself off of the freezer rack. That face will haunt me for the rest of my life. Stitches pieced its mottled skin together, roughly hewn flesh, sallow and wrong. Its smile was crooked, too many teeth fighting for space in that twisted grin. And its eyes, they were completely black, devoid of life, devoid of a soul. Kyle suddenly grabbed my arm, hard. He ran without a word, Maddie in tow. That gave me the resolve I needed to follow them. The three of us bolted down the hallway, desperate to get away from whatever we had awoken. My heart jackhammered in my chest as I realized that we were being chased. The sound of bare feet slapping against the tile fueled my legs to work harder than they ever had before. Once we reached the stairs, I bounded up them 3 at a time, bolting for the exit the second I reached the top. The thing had been gaining on us in the basement, but once we reached the main landing, I couldn't hear those wet, awkward clops pursuing us any longer. Even so, I didn't let that stop me. I kept running, never once looking back, until I burst out the front doors, unlocked my car, and threw myself into the driver's seat. Only then did I allow myself to catch my breath. A second later, Kyle threw open the passenger side door, dove in, and slammed down the lock. He turned to me, his face pale and soaked in sweat. Still trying to catch his breath, he managed to croak out the words that still haunt me to this day. Jake, where's Maddie? My heart plummeted into my chest. She wasn't there. Should we go back? I asked, a cold dread blanketing me at the thought. The two of us sat there staring out the windshield, praying that somehow our friend would explode out of those doors and join us. But that didn't happen. We sat there for longer than I'd like to admit, completely silent, desperately grasping for a solution. Eventually we called the cops. The police searched the entire hospital and combed the surrounding woods, but they didn't find any trace of Maddie or the man who had chased us. Aside from the texts agreeing to meet that day, there was no evidence that Maddie had even been there in the first place. It was as if she simply poofed out of existence. But Kyle and I knew what really happened. We had abandoned her down there with that monstrosity. We'd put our own safety over hers. We were the reason that she was missing, and we had to live with that. Kyle and I drifted apart in the weeks that followed. Maddie still hadn't been found, and I think the weight of what we'd been through was too heavy for us to come to terms with. When I'd look at Kyle, the crushing reminder of what we'd done, or more aptly, what we'd failed to do, would come flooding back. It eventually reached the point where we would only sporadically check in on one another. That is, until he sent me a strange text one afternoon. "Hey man, I need to talk to you. Not over the phone, face to face. Meet me by the pond in the park at 8 tonight." The message caught me off guard. Whatever it was that Kyle needed to tell me, it sounded urgent. As I would come to find out, it was. I found Kyle sitting on a park bench by the pond. It wasn't completely dark yet, but the sun was dipping below the horizon. As I claimed my spot beside him, I noted that he was staring off into the distance. His hair was disheveled, and it appeared as if he hadn't slept in days. "Kyle, are you okay? You look like you've been through the ringer." He turned to me, his bloodshot eyes connecting with mine. "Jake, I'm not okay. I don't think I'll ever be okay again, man. I can't take it." He was getting choked up, and tears began to well in the corners of his eyes. "No, you can't think like that. Everything's going to be all right. If this is about Maddie, she'll..." Kyle turned to me, the stone-cold look in his gaze deterring me from finishing my sentence. "You haven't been seeing her, have you? So it's only me. Fuck. I'm screwed, man. It's over. She's going to come for me, then she'll use me to get you, and..." I grabbed Kyle's shoulders and shook him. He was raving like a lunatic, an asylum patient off his meds. "Snap out of it. What are you rambling about? Seeing Maddie? What does that mean?" Kyle looked at me with a cold stare. His wild hair fluttered in the wind as an ominous breeze swept through. "This is going to sound insane, but Maddie has been visiting me. Or what's left of her. Her mouth is stitched shut, her hair is soaked in blood, and now she's wearing one of those hospital gowns. It got her. She's not alive anymore, Jake. That thing from the hospital. It's using her to get me, and once it does, you'll be next." I couldn't formulate a response. I stared at him, mouth agape, turning over his words in my mind. Could what he had just told me even be possible? "That's it. That's all I needed to tell you. Well, and I guess I wanted to say goodbye. I doubt I'll make it much longer. Jake, I'm so scared." Tears openly streamed down his face, and my first instinct was to pull him into a hug. He sobbed while I tried to console him, failing to subdue the tremors that racked his frame. "Look, it's going to work out. Trust me. You're not going to die. I'll think of a way out of this." We both knew that my words were hollow, yet it felt better than saying nothing at all. Kyle pulled away and wiped his eyes, that foreign look from when I'd first seen him returning to his face. "Jake, I really hope you're right. For both of our sakes." I called Kyle's mom that night and voiced my concerns. Her son was spiraling, and whether it was due to some entity gunning for his soul or some kind of vivid hallucination, I was determined to get him some help. But my efforts were all in vain. Kyle's body was found 2 days later. He'd eaten a slug from a 12 gauge. The neighbors claimed that they heard screaming, hysterical wails, like Kyle was trying to get away from someone or something. And then they reported hearing multiple gunshots, followed by an unnerving silence. No one saw anyone enter or exit the home, leaving all of the witnesses perplexed. The news painted him like a man with a rampant mental condition, a loon who let his untreated delusions frighten him into making the worst decision possible. But I know that what Kyle saw was real, because lately, I've been seeing her too. She appeared for the first time the night that Kyle died, standing below a street lamp across from my window. His description of her had been deadly accurate. Maddie's eyes were stitched shut and her arms hung limply by her sides. Her hair glistened with something dark, and the hospital gown she wore had yellow stains blotched across the front. But her smile, there was something sinister behind it. Something evil pulling the strings. And I'm afraid that I'm going to find out what that thing is firsthand. 3 days have passed since then. I've started seeing Kyle too. The two of them have been moving progressively closer with each passing day. Last night, they were in my room. They just stared at me, smirking, taunting me. Maddie with her unseeing eyes and grin with too many teeth. Kyle with what was left of his reconstructed face, flesh and bone melded together to form something vaguely human. Now, I realized that they came to deliver a message. My doomsday clock is ticking down, and I only have a few hours left. Because when I awoke this morning, splattered across my bedroom wall in a deep crimson, were the words, "Tonight your soul belongs to me." Hi everyone, that was the first of tonight's 2 stories. Stick around for another one from Horror Junkie 123. I'm running out of time. I don't know who's going to see this. I'm emailing a major corporation I've read about online in the hopes that someone in power receives this message. Please take it seriously. AI has ruined the world. We're not supposed to use the internet anymore. Learning has become obsolete. I'm going to be exterminated for what I'm doing, but I don't care. I have to stop it. In the year 2053, no one goes outside. I've never seen sunlight. We're raised in facilities, while machines drone on outdoors, gathering resources to make our lives easier. It shouldn't be like this. I know that. At a young age, a confidant granted me internet access. He wasn't supposed to have it, and when the higher-ups found out, he was euthanized. Put to eternal rest. That's what the android told me anyway. I was careful after that. No one could know about my secret, not even my closest friends. As I grew, I continued to research. I stumbled across countless dead online forums, soaking in the remnants of humanity that remained within them. God, we've fallen so far. People used to watch movies and take walks on the beach and fall in love. We don't have any of that here. Instead, we have pleasure chambers. Once we reach adulthood, we're assigned our own individual pod that we remain in for 19 hours a day. It provides round-the-clock joy. Why go chasing real happiness and risk failure when you could have all the artificial dopamine you want without lifting a finger? We only come out to eat, drink, and relieve waste. That's it. No socializing, no physical contact. I haven't talked to another human in years. I miss it. Everything is on a strict schedule. That's how they keep us controlled. No room to question things. No time to think. And that's how I know they're going to catch me. I've snuck away to send this message. I've been piecing together a way to do it for nearly a decade. Please, if you're reading this, stop AI before it spreads out of control. Humanity's greatest achievement turned out to be its biggest detriment. Human 36845686285. Hey Daryl, look at this weird message we got on the company Hotmail account. Daryl stalked over to the monitor and gazed at the screen. It flickered, and static shrouded the email from view. Damn piece of shit. The boss bought this thing in '84, and he's too cheap to shill out a few bucks for a new one, Daryl growled, shaking the dinosaur of a monitor. The pair's eyes remained focused on the screen as it came back to life. Daryl skimmed the email, his brows furrowing before relaxing again. Don't know what the hell AI is, but I bet it's some bored teenager playing a prank. Just delete it. Don't have to tell me twice, the employee responded. Click. Hi everyone, thanks for listening. Both of tonight's stories were written by Reddit user HorrorJunkie123. Go and show them some love. If you enjoyed this video, a like and subscribe really helps the channel grow. I've got a full playlist of scary stories waiting for you. And by now, you should know me. I can't leave without a random fun fact. Did you know that email was invented back in 1971? Which means, technically, people have been ignoring scary messages in their inbox for over 50 years. Alright, I'll vanish back into the editing void now. See you in the next one. Good night. I'll have a number 4 meal with extra cheese, 2 Big Macs with a large fry, 3 apple pies, and a shamrock shake. Alright Stan, your total comes out to $46.50. The land whale grunted approvingly as he shoved a greasy wad of crumbled bills into Gary's outstretched palm. Here's your change, I'll call your number when it's ready. Stan trundled away to await his late night snack as Gary and I prepared the food. Jeez man, does he have a family waiting at home for him or something? I whispered as Gary shoveled the fries into a red and yellow box. Blair, does that man look like he's got a wife and kids? Stan is one of our regulars. You'll see him pretty often if you stick with the night shift. I grimaced as I prepared the shake. Great, lucky me. Hey, could be a lot worse. Honestly, Stan is the least of your worries, he said as a shudder rippled through his body. We processed the remainder of the food in silence. Gary and I then shuffled to the counter, each donning a full tray. Stan, orders up, Gary exclaimed, as the boulder of a man darted at alarming speed to retrieve his sodium-rich smorgasbord. He snatched the trays from us, hurriedly ambling back to his corner table. I watched in astonishment as the man inhaled his meal. Hey, could you help me sweep in the back? Best to do it now before any more customers. Gary was interrupted by an obnoxiously loud alarm blaring from his pocket. Stan looked up at him, glowering at the unwelcome ringing. Sorry, gotta take this, he said, darting to the kitchen and out of view. He returned a moment later. All the colour had drained from his face. He appeared sickly, like he'd suddenly caught a nasty case of the flu. It was my Aunt Norma. She said my parents were in a car wreck. Apparently my mum's in critical condition. He stared off into space, his brain slowly processing the tragic information he'd just received. Gary, I'm so sorry. Do you need me to call someone? He snapped out of his trance, tears brimming in the corner of his eyes. He quickly wiped them away. No, I'll be fine. Okay. But, with all due respect, what are you still doing here? Go be with your family, dude. I can handle closing up on my own. He locked eyes with me, a stern determination creeping over his countenance. You're right. I need to go. Here, take my key to the restaurant. There's a list of rules in Dave's office. Go and read them the first chance you get. You'll need to follow them to a T, no matter how ridiculous they sound. Got it? Yep, I'll take care of it. "Now go," I said as Gary handed me a small silver object. He sprinted out of the front door, letting it slam shut behind him. I fashioned Gary's drive-through headset below my hat and headed to the back to familiarise myself with the nighttime protocols. I laboriously pushed open the door to Dave's office. You'd think that thing was made from solid gold, how heavy it was. I surveyed my surroundings, my eyes immediately falling to the life-size portrait beaming back at me. "Really, Dave? Even I'm not that self-absorbed," I muttered, continuing my search. I defaulted to the pock-marked bulletin board to my right. There they were, posted clear as day. I swiftly scanned over them. Rules for the night shift. 1. You are allowed a 7-minute grace period. No exceptions. Rule 2. If a hooded figure knocks at the drive-through window, do not answer. Stay out of its direct line of sight and it will leave. Rule 3. If Stan claims that you forgot his pickles, offer him a free complimentary chocolate shake. If he refuses, lock yourself in the office and call Dave. Number 4. No outside food or drink. Number 5. If a blood-like substance begins seeping from under the grill, mop it up until it stops. No, it's not blood. Number 6. An old woman in a shawl will come in exactly 10 minutes past 1. Avoid looking at her for too long. She will not leave until you ask her where Tony is. Number 7. If a small child appears telling you he lost his mother, ignore him. He does not have good intentions. Number 8. You are required to comply with the employee dress code. Speak to management if you need clarification on what is acceptable. Rule 9. If you are alone and you feel the undeniable sensation of being watched, lock yourself in the office immediately and wait for it to dissipate. Rule 10. The store closes at 2 a.m. Before you clock out, place 2 packages of raw burgers on the stove. Rule 11. Always leave the restaurant by 2:37 a.m. The hamburglar doesn't like company. Rule 12. Failure to adhere to these rules will result in immediate termination. Do not hesitate to call Dave if you have any questions or concerns. Dave's phone number was hastily sprawled at the bottom of the page. I stared at the list, unsure what to make of it. Was this some sort of cruel prank on the newbie? Maybe Gary was in on it. I resolved to wait and find out myself, and I made my way back to the counter. Upon seeing me approach, Stan rapidly stood from his seat and sidled up to me. Can I help you with something?" "Yeah, you forgot my pickles." I mentally rolled my eyes. Gary hadn't been gone for 10 minutes and the fun was already ramping up. "Look, I watched my co-worker make those. I know he didn't," I began, before Rule 3 crept into my head. I'm sorry. I can offer you a free shake for the inconvenience?" His 4 chins flapped as he fervently shook his head. "No, I don't want any more food." "There's another way you could make it up to me, though." A malicious grin inched across his face. A blanket of fear sent adrenaline bursting through my veins. "I'm 16, sir. If you really think—" "That's not what I meant, you dumb broad. I want a refund." "What?" No, you already ate it all." "Fine, if you won't give me my money back, I'll have to take it from you." The massive mound of flesh began waddling to meet me behind the counter. I fled to the back, praying he wouldn't catch me. I glanced behind me as I struggled to push open the absurdly heavy office door. Stan was barreling towards me, sending shelves of products crashing to the ground. My heart thumped against my ribcage so hard it hurt. I had just managed to slip through the door and slam it shut when he reached it. Thud! He pounded his ape-like fists against the sturdy metal frame, shouting obscenities at me all the while. "I'll get you, you little whore. You can't stay in there forever." He was right. I instantly ripped a yellowing piece of paper from the board and punched in Dave's number. He picked up after an agonisingly long minute of waiting. "Hello? This had better be good. I value my beauty sleep." "Dave, it's Stan. The free shake didn't work. I'm trapped in the office." Dave sighed. "All right. Put it on speaker and hold the phone up to the door so he can hear me." I obliged, clenching my cracked iPhone 7 with a vice-like grip and sticking it close to the rattling door. Stan? Stan, can you hear me? It's Dave. The room fell eerily silent. Oh yeah? What's up, Davey? Stan, are you harassing one of my employees again? I don't need to get Mrs. Barrett on the phone, do I? No, please, I'll behave, I swear, please, just don't call her. His voice trembled as he spoke. I don't know. That's what you said last time. I promise I'll never bother her again. Come on, Davey, show a little compassion. Dave took a moment to respond. All right. But I need you to go home and you need to apologise to Mrs. Blake for scaring her. Blair, I interjected, face palming myself. Right. Apologise to Blair and I'll let you off the hook. Oh, thank you. Sorry, Blaze. So, can I take you up on that free shake? No, Stan. No free shake tonight. I need you to leave, Dave said, a stern finality to his statement. Without another word, Stan angrily tramped through the kitchen and out the front door. I didn't release my breath until I heard it shut behind him. Thanks, Dave. Anytime, kid. In my experience, threatening to call his mother is a decent deterrent for any overgrown man-baby. I chuckled, sensing the tension disperse. I'm going to get back to bed now. Good luck tonight. And with that, he abruptly hung up. I sat for a moment, controlling my breathing in order to steady my palpitating heart before returning to my duties. I trudged into the kitchen and begrudgingly got to work on cleaning the mess of boxes and condiment that Stan had strewn throughout the area. I had just put the final ketchup bottle in place when out of the corner of my eye, I saw it. A figure was standing in the drive-through window. I immediately tensed up, every muscle in my body freezing in place. It glared at me, yellow glowing eyes piercing the darkness. It raised a gloved fist and knocked lightly on the thin glass. The sound freed me from my stupor. Rule 2. I dashed to the counter and crouched behind it, hugging my knees to my chest. Ice flooded my veins as the knocking grew louder. The window shook in its frame as the light knocks soon escalated to rapid pounding. I squeezed my eyes shut, terrified at the notion that this slim barrier to the outside world wouldn't hold. The constant noise assaulted my eardrums, crashing against them like thunder during a storm. The knocking crescendoed into a fever pitch of resounding slams. Just when I thought I might lose my sanity, it stopped. I glanced up in the midst of the unsettling silence I found myself in. It was gone, as if the entity had never appeared in the first place. I gradually stood and took my time getting my bearings. I hesitantly peeked around the corner at the drive-through. Nothing, not so much as a scratch on the glass. I glanced down at my phone. 12:15 a.m. Less than 2 hours. I could handle it. Right? I began sweeping like Gary told me to prior to receiving his unfortunate news. I was thankful for the break in the action. I didn't know how much more I could take. Apparently I could take a lot more, as I came to find out. A couple of college kids stumbled in, trying to hide the fact that they were obviously stoned out of their minds, and retrieved a pickup order. I watched as they clumsily staggered out the door. One of them held it politely for a small old lady, an old lady wearing a shawl. She didn't utter so much as a thank you, beelining up to the register with purpose. I was exhausted, up well past my normal operating hours, so I'd completely forgotten about the rules. Big mistake. The woman glowered up at me, face obscured from view. Her head covering was black as well as the rest of her outfit, not unlike a ninja you'd see in a movie. The aura she radiated frightened me, but not enough to release me from my sleepy haze. "Hello, can I help you?" I yawned, lazily covering my mouth. The woman didn't move a muscle. She scowled at me, yellow reptilian eyes piercing my psyche and sending my heart into overdrive. "Ma'am, would you like to order something?" Nothing. The longer we continued our staring match, the more sedated I felt, and not just due to the lack of sleep. She had some sort of strange pull over me. I nearly nodded off, my mind wandering back to the instructions. Before I passed out, I murmured, "Where's Tony?" Suddenly, I was released from my trance and the woman was nowhere to be found, like she had simply vanished into thin air. My eyes widened. That was close. Too close. I trudged to the sink and splashed some cold water on my face, then poured myself a large cup of coffee. I knew it would probably keep me up well past closing, but hey, if it helped me avoid another incident like that, I was all for it. I had just finished dumping the dustpan into the trash when I felt it, a peculiar sensation creeping over me like bugs crawling up the back of my neck. I was being watched. But from where? I sensed it coming from the drive-thru. I whipped my head in its direction. Empty. I shifted to the dining area. No one was there. I grew lightheaded and panic began to surge through my system. A breeze swept past my ear, and I swear I could hear a soft, almost imperceivable voice whisper, "Blair." I bolted to the office, slamming the door shut as quickly as I could. What was that? I paced around the office like a caged animal anxiously waiting for something, anything to happen. After what felt like an eternity, it began to dissipate without incident. I sat there for a moment, contemplating if this was really the right career path for me. Was it like this every night? I was snapped back to reality by static emanating from my headset. I ripped it off until the noise stopped. A bumbling male voice crackled through it. "Hey, is this place open?" he slurred, obviously under the influence. "Yeah, what do you want to order?" I was beginning to lose my cool. Between all the strange occurrences and the inebriated customers, my patience was wearing thin. "I'll have a fillet of fish meal." Coming right up. I made my way back to the kitchen and began preparing his order. Who the hell comes to McDonald's at 1:30 in the morning for a freaking fillet of fish? I grumbled, purposefully dousing his sandwich in sauce. I served the man, hoping to be rid of him as soon as possible. "Thanks. Hey, is that a kid at the counter?" I turned my head, and sure enough, there he was. A mess of blonde tangles and deep blue eyes peered at me from the register. I sighed. Yeah, I'll take care of him. Have a good night. A child, unaccompanied in my restaurant. Just what I needed. I began to approach the counter when Rule 7 blared in my mind like a tornado siren. I froze mid-stride. "Just ignore him, Blair. It's almost 2. You got this," I reassured myself, starting my closing duties early. That was easier said than done. The child began wailing, shrill, high-pitched screams reverberating off the walls. He ran into the kitchen area, allowing me a full view of his tiny frame. The boy couldn't have been older than 6. His Pac-Man t-shirt looked well outdated, and he was filthy, as if he hadn't showered in years. He began tugging on my shirt, begging for attention. "Please help me, lady. I can't find my mummy," he cried, tears streaming down his rosy cheeks. He was relentlessly pulling at my clothing. And that was it. I reached my breaking point. If this child, monster, demon, whatever he was, planned on killing me, he could go ahead and put me out of my misery. I was done. "Get out! Just screw off and leave me the hell alone." He immediately quit sniffling and straightened up as if I'd flipped a switch. Red tinged his striking pupils. Dread began sinking into my gut. A malicious grin blossomed across his lips. "You made the right choice," he growled as he headed towards the exit. "Weirdo kid," I mumbled, returning to cleaning. I finished up and waited around for 2 to hit, praying for a quiet, uneventful end to my first nightmare closing shift. Of course, my prayers weren't unanswered. I had a mere 3 minutes until I was supposed to clock out when I spotted it. A dark red viscous liquid oozing from beneath the stove. Great, awesome, just what I needed. I filled up the mop bucket in the storage closet and began sopping up the mystery fluid. If it wasn't blood, you could have fooled me. A persistent copper taste assaulted my tongue every time I opened my mouth. I gagged, forcing vomit back down my throat. The stuff just wouldn't stop coming. On my third bucket full of sloshing crimson, I finally started gaining the upper hand. I mopped fervently as blisters erupted across my hand from the friction of the wooden handle. All the knot blood had been disposed of. I breathed a sigh of relief, careful to avoid splashing myself as I dumped the last of the liquid down the drain. I'd done it. "Take that, bitches, I win," I cheered as if I'd just claimed first prize at the Indy 500. My celebration was short-lived once I glanced down at my phone. 2:35 a.m. I bolted to the freezer, scooping up a couple of bags of frozen patties. I slashed them open as quickly as I could, hoping in vain that I'd be able to make it out on time. I dumped the contents on the grill, then turned to toss the package in the trash. My heart plummeted into my gut. A man stood before me. His black, dead eyes matched that of the small mask encompassing the top half of his face. Wispy red hair sprouted from his floppy hat. A matching tattered black and white striped uniform framed his features, accompanied by a dingy red tie dotted with images of burgers. He grinned at me, jagged, rotten teeth sending a chill undulating through my entire body. He spoke, a rough, gravelly voice, shattering the tense silence. "Look, I know you're new here, so I'll spare you this time. But if I ever catch you in here this late again, I won't think twice about increasing my calorie intake." His wicked smile eluded a malevolent hunger that still haunts my nightmares. A wet, grey tongue wormed its way around his cracked, withered lips. I felt like a mouse about to be devoured by a rattlesnake. He scowled at me. "What are you still doing here? Get out!" I suddenly regained my mobility. I tore through the dining area and burst into the cool night air. The Hamburglar's soulless stare followed me into the vacant parking lot. I hurriedly locked him inside and raced to my car as a torrent of emotions flooded through me at once. Fear, anger, and confusion were all prominent on my desolate drive home. In the end, rage won out. I wasn't scheduled the next day, but I was determined to make that smug prick in charge. At least give me some sort of explanation. I returned to the Golden Arches around 4 hours later, running on zero sleep in a whole pot of Maxwell House. With fire in my eyes, I flung the door open and marched straight to Dave's office. "Oh yeah, it was great. Had his car repossessed and everything. Oh, hey Blitz. Yep, For the last frickin' time, it's Blair. B-L-A-I-R. Not Blitzen, not Blaziken, not Blakely, Blair." Dave furrowed his brow, mouth slightly agape. "Yeah, Jim, I'll have to get back to you." He ended the call and furiously pocketed his phone. "Do you even know who that was? I mean, why the hell do you think you can just storm into my office like this? No, you listen to me, Davy boy. I just had the worst night of my life. Every weird thing that could have happened, happened. And you don't care one bit. I see you've become acquainted to our more troublesome clientele." "Yeah, I have, and I'm not dealing with that crap again. I quit," I hissed, dramatically slapping my hat onto his polished cedarwood desk before turning to walk out the door. "Wait, 25 an hour." I stopped dead in my tracks. I reluctantly faced him. A sly, toothy grin was stamped on his greasy face. I mulled it over. It was almost double what I was currently making. I could have my college paid for in no time. 27, and you've got a deal. You drive a hard bargain, Mrs. Blair." "I accept," he said, extending his hand. I begrudgingly shook it, cringing at his sweaty palm gripping mine. "I'm glad you were able to see reason. Welcome to the night crew." Hi everyone, thanks for listening. That story was written by Reddit user HorrorJunkie123 and narrated by me, obviously. If you liked it, please give it a like and hit subscribe. It really helps the channel grow. And now, the fun fact that no one's been waiting for. Did you know the first McDonald's menu only had 9 items? And no Big Mac? Honestly, imagine surviving a horror night shift without even the option of stress eating a Big Mac. Tragic. Good night. Back in 2018, I was in a difficult position. I'd lost my job working security for a local firm and was looking for something on short notice. Add to that, I was in a difficult situation with my then girlfriend. We were on a sort of pause. It was a strange time. In short, I was looking for a job and I found one. There's this charity, which I won't name, that handles distribution of something called the Little Miracle Chest. These have been around since the 80s, but they're very limited in scope. It's these colourful toy boxes that are sent out to first-time parents, mostly in the southern East Coast states. They usually contain a couple of goodies, some parental advice books, a Bible, and a couple other things. It's been around for a while, but I don't think a lot of people talk about it. I read online that a local chapter handling the Little Miracle Chests needed permanent warehouse security, so I applied. I had one of those chests as a kid, and honestly, I loved it. I thought it was a nice callback, especially at a time when I needed stability. For the sake of brevity, I'll just say this up front. I've changed a couple of names around, including my own, just to make sure my position and the location stays anonymous. I met with a guy, let's call him Jonah, friendliest guy you'll ever meet. Early 50s. Honest living kind of guy, if you could look past the creepy horn-rimmed glasses. He looked like a cool dad who'd stepped out of a 70s commercial. Firm handshake, calming voice. I met him just outside the warehouse, and he had the most starched white shirt I'd ever seen. "Jonah," he said, shaking my hand, "and you must be Henry." "You got that right. Glad to be here. It's like I know you already. Do you want the tour?" "Gotta admit," I said, "I'm a bit nervous about the interview." "Interview?" Jonah laughed. "My friend, as far as I'm concerned, the job is yours. We got your application is all. You fit the bill just fine." "You sure?" I asked. "I figured you'd need some, I don't know, clarity. I got a good eye for people," smiled Jonah. "But I suppose I have one question that needs answering, if you're so inclined." "Go right ahead." Jonah put a hand up to shield his eyes from the July sun. The guy was clearly an outdoorsy type, being tanned from head to toe. "Do you consider yourself a nurturing man?" he asked. It was a perfectly fair question, but it was difficult to answer. I had this girlfriend, Jill, who I'd been seeing for about 8 months. We got along great, and had been talking about moving in together when she revealed something. She had a kid. I had no idea. It had been this thing she hadn't intended to hide. It just ended up that way. We got along so well, and by the time she wanted to tell me, it had gotten strange to bring it up. I don't think it was nefarious, but it became this strange, sticking point in our story. 8 months, and I'd never once heard she had a 5-year-old boy at home. At that point, I didn't know if things were complicated because I didn't want to be a stepdad, or because she'd lied to me. So, when Jonah asked me if I was a nurturing man, that's where my thoughts brought me. I zoned out a little, and answered as well as I could. "I'd like to think I am," I said, "but I don't know. Hard to tell." "Well, at least you're honest," smiled Jonah. "That makes up for a lot." With that, he gave me a tour of the warehouse. Row after row of little miracle chests, all wrapped in cellophane and ready to be shipped out. The little miracle chests are about 4 feet long, 3 feet wide, and has a rounded treasure chest kind of lid. The thing is made of some solid kind of wood and has these metal handles bolted to the side. It's heavy, at least 30 pounds. On the side, you got all kinds of classic Americana printed. Boys and girls playing in the sun, a white church, green grass, a rainbow, happy couples leaning on one another. But also a few of adventurous motifs, like lions being ridden by young boys, or little girls feeding unicorns with blue sunflower seeds. It's probably the most sugar-coated, wholesome thing you'll ever see, if you haven't seen one already. Before we could enter, Jonah gave me a tap on the back. These things come straight from the printer, so we have these industrial fans going in there to keep the prints from peeling until they settle. So it's loud in there. All right. So we got these headphones, noise cancelling and all. Whenever you're in the main hall, you need these on at all times, or you'll hurt your hearing. We can't be held liable for that, Henry. We don't got that kind of money. Fair enough. He gave me the headphones and showed me around the warehouse. There was a definite chemical in the air. It was a prickly smell, like old lime and deep ammonia. It stuck with you immediately. Jonah showed me around the main hall, the loading dock, and the various entryways to keep an eye on. He pointed out a few cameras, all the light sources, and where all the emergency buttons were in case of a fire or serious accident. Once we got out of the warehouse, we put away the headphones and put them in a locker. There was this small adjoining office with 2 desks and an honest-to-God fax machine. Jonah explained a couple of details I needed to keep in mind. We got the place pretty cheap because the ground rests on aquifer, he explained. That's been shifting slightly over the years, causing a sort of incline. We've looked into contractors to help us compensate, but it's a steep bill. Long story short, Henry, you need to check to make sure none of the chests tumble off the shelves. We don't want them to break. Not one. Is that why you wrap them up like that? I asked. For traction? Traction, and to keep the fumes in. You know, they're straight from the printer. We don't want you to get a wheezy lung. We want you around for a while. I appreciate that. Anything else I ought to know? Well, look at you, smiled Jonah, giving me a firm pat on the shoulder. Being proactive. I knew I picked the right guy. Well, since you asked, there's one last thing. He sat down on one of the desks, trying to look like a cool substitute teacher. I bet that move worked better on the younger folks. Well, 2 things, he admitted. 1, don't use the freezer. We've had to throw out a bunch of stuff because of it. And 2, do you know our motto? The motto? Yeah, the little miracle motto. Do you know it? You used to have one as a kid, right? And of course I knew it. It was written on the inside of the lid, so you saw it every time you opened it. God loves all his little miracles, I said. That's the motto. Hot diggity dog, Henry. I knew you were the perfect guy. He gave me another firm clap on the shoulder. A couple of signed papers later, and I was officially hired. There were a couple more things to keep track of, like where we stored keys, what to do at certain times, and how many hours of the day I had to stick around. I had an alternating schedule with a 3-week rotation. The pay was decent, but I had to scale back on a couple of things on account of only working 4 days out of the week. The extra pay for working the occasional weekend and night shift more than made up for it. All in all, I was only down about $100 or so from my last job, and this was both more stable and had better hours. Jonah was always around, mostly in the office. I saw him try to get that stupid freezer to work a couple of times, but they gave up and started using it for storage. Mostly charity merch, like hats and cheap jackets. The people who worked there struck me as harmless, but socially awkward. They would bring in the occasional plate of cookies or wish me a blessed afternoon, but they would keep to themselves and give me a curious side eye. Night shifts were a whole different thing. The little miracle chests look a bit strange in the dark. You have to consider the one I used to have was beat up and torn at the edges. These things were fresh from the printer. They looked nothing like my old thing. It had been thrown out somewhere around my later high school years. I grew up in a troubled home. I didn't know it was a troubled home back then, but it was. I was an only child, and my parents were constantly complaining about their financials. Whenever the two of them were in the same room for more than an hour, they'd yell. There was always something. The broken lawnmower, the extra shift that ruined our weekend plans, the cheap muffler, that strange noise from the shower drain. There was always something, and someone had something to say about it, and they had to say it loudly. I used to get so tired of it that I'd lay under my bed with a pillow over my head, trying to drown the sound out. That is until I realized that the little miracle chest we had was mostly soundproof. I'd put blankets and pillows in there and make it my happy place. I would spend a lot of weekends there with a flashlight tucked under my chin, reading or playing. And whenever I ran out of batteries, I'd imagine what was written on the page and just whisper it into the dark. Or I could be an astronaut for a while, floating through space. Or maybe I was a spy, hidden in the trunk of a villain's car. It sounds sad, but I never knew it was. I loved that darkness. It was my own, and no one could take it from me. I'd whisper my little truths into the void, and I felt like it understood me. Like it was a friend. I could imagine it saying, "You're our little miracle, Henry, and we'll always be here for you." And every time I looked up, there was that motto, "God loves all his little miracles." The job itself wasn't that demanding. I'd help out with the occasional loading at the dock, and I'd keep the place shut down and safe in the evenings. Most of the time, I was walking around the warehouse, listening to a podcast or an audiobook. The headphones Jonah gave me were these amazing $400 industrial things that worked as radio, communication, and media player. And he was perfectly fine with me listening to something while on my own. For all his quirks, Jonah was probably the most chill boss I'd ever had. There were a couple of times I had to step in. A couple of chests had slid a bit too far, and I'd have to wrap them up in more cellophane and put them back. Other times, the smell would get so strong that I had to step out for a while. I'd get chills from the overhead fans, and there was always something sticky to get your shoe stuck on. So it wasn't perfect, but what job is? But my troubles started for real when I started using glasses. I'd been riddled with headaches for a while, and Jonah gave me a day off to check with an optician. Turns out I needed glasses. It was a pain to get used to, but even more of a pain to wear them underneath the headphones. I'd get this chafing around the edges of my ears from the constant pressure. After a while, I decided to take a break from the headphones, if only for a while, just to get my ears some time to rest. That's when I noticed something peculiar. The industrial fans weren't really that loud, barely even a hum. I asked Jonah about it, but he insisted I wear the headphones, or at least earplugs. "It's an insurance thing," he argued. "It's really important. Please take this seriously, Henry." I didn't want to lie to him, but I did. Whenever no one was around, I'd put away the headphones. I'd still keep them around my neck if I needed to put them back on, but I'd keep them off most of the time. But that put another thought in my head. What about the floor tilt? Was that really a thing? The fans weren't so bad, so maybe this wasn't either. There was this water level tool in the office. I borrowed it from Jonah's desk and went into the warehouse. I checked the warehouse shelves one by one. None of them were tilted or at an angle. They were all perfectly straight. I had the day shift the following afternoon. There was a short moment before my lunch break where there was just me and Jonah in the office. He'd kicked his feet up on a chair and basked in the heat like a lizard. I'd only been with Little Miracles for a few weeks, but I'd already grown to enjoy the job. Asking questions about it felt shaky. Jonah looked up at me with a curious expression. "I got a couple of questions about the warehouse," I said. "A couple of things ain't adding up, and I need some clarity." "Well, Henry, that's what the good book is for," he smiled. "But I guess I could clear up some of the smaller stuff." "Let's start with the headphones," I continued. "The fans are barely audible. There's no way they could cause any kind of hearing damage." Jonah nodded with a slightly furrowed brow. "All right," he said. "Go on. And the shelves. You said the floor was crooked and that the chests kept sliding. I checked the floor and it ain't crooked. Shelves ain't either. So what are you asking me, Henry? What's this adding up to? There's something you're not telling me. If we're going to be a team, I need to know what's going on." Jonah got up from his chair and patted me on the shoulder. His frown softened into a trained, quiet smile. He held his hand out, urging me to follow him into the warehouse. We wandered over to the closest chest, and Jonah gently placed it on the floor. He unwrapped the cellophane, talking to me as it came undone. The smell of the print unfurled like a carpet, spilling over my senses. The ammonia could have choked me, but it was the old lime smell that stuck around the longest. "I can't tell you why they slide off the shelves," Jonah said. "It's just something we have to compensate for." He tapped the chest and opened it, showing me the simple wooden interior. It was empty, with the motto printed on the inside of the lid. "The headphones are a courtesy," Jonah sighed. "A couple of folks feel bad about asking if they can play music or listen to something while they're out here by their lonesome. We figure giving a free pass makes the time go a little faster. And well, we already bought the things." "Jonah, that can't be it. That can't be all there is." He closed the lid and wrapped the chest back up. "Here's God's honest truth," he said. "This entire organization is here to care for the good Lord's little miracles. And if we do what's expected of us, that's what we'll do." There wasn't a hint of a lie. I don't know what I expected. The chests were empty, and while the explanations were weak, they were at least plausible. It was enough to keep my mouth shut for a little longer. "If there's anything else, you know where to find me," he said. "Stick to the script, and you'll do fine." And for some time, I did just that. I patrolled those halls day and night, making sure the chests didn't slide off the shelves. I listened to my audiobooks, helped load the trucks, wrapped the chests in cellophane, and that was all there was to it. I had the thought that maybe Jonah had picked a specific chest to open, so at times I'd open others just to check, but they were always empty. For a full month, I didn't think much of it, that is, until one particular night. I didn't use my headphones that evening. My glasses were chafing again. I'd gotten a text from Jill earlier that night, and I kept pacing back and forth trying to figure out what to respond. Hell, maybe I shouldn't respond at all. The message was part apology, part explanation, and a reminder that despite it all, she missed me. Part of me wanted to say I missed her back. Another part wanted to walk away. Jonah's question still stuck with me. Am I a nurturing man? As I paced, I noticed one of the chests having slid a little further than usual. A full corner of the chest was hanging off the edge of the shelf. I put my phone away, slid the chest back in place, and stepped back. As I did, I heard something. It was low, like a mumble from behind a pane of glass. "Thank you." I looked back at the chest. I stared at it, dumbfounded. "You're welcome." There was no response. And of course there wasn't. How could there be? It might have been the wind, but a part of me knew it wasn't. That noise brought me back to those childhood summers, hidden away in the safety of my little miracle chest, while my parents threw dinner plates and novelty mugs. In the safety of that chest, when I whispered something, I'd imagine someone listening, and that someone would sometimes whisper back. And what I heard in that warehouse was exactly like I'd imagined that voice to sound like. From that point on, I started looking at the little miracle chests a bit different. I began questioning whether they were affecting me, or I was affecting myself. It had been such a small sound, barely audible. A whisper of a thank you. I could have misheard. I must have. The only other option was nonsensical. Chests can't talk, and I knew for a fact these were empty. But I couldn't help it. During those long hours of the night, I had to look a little closer, listen a little longer. And when I couldn't convince myself to stop, I tried to test them, challenge them even. I'd whisper at them, knock on the lid, or pick up and shake them a bit. Of course, nothing happened, but every now and then I'd see one of them twitch or rattle. Was it one particular chest that moved, or was it all of them? One night I didn't even bother to try. I just picked a chest and stared at it, waiting for it to move. I'd looked at it for so long that the image sort of blurred, like when you hear a word too many times and it starts to sound like a noise. Then, there it was. A nudge. Just a little, but clear as day. I rushed it, tore away the cellophane, and opened it. And of course, it was empty, and I'd accidentally ripped off part of the print. Just a corner where the lion was. I thought about lying to Jonah, but I knew better. Not only did he deserve the truth, but there were cameras to tell the full story. Not that I didn't think he'd believe me, but because it didn't matter. No matter if the chest moved or not, I'd messed up. I met Jonah in the parking lot on the way to the office. He carried a much too formal suitcase and a copy of today's paper. I caught up and told him flat out what I'd seen, the moving chest, and the subsequent unwrapping. Jonah nodded, then wielded his newspaper like a judge's gavel. "Henry," he said, "you're still the perfect man for the job. I know you are, and I want to help you." "Then tell me what's going on," I begged. "Tell me I'm not crazy." "How about this?" he said. "You heard about the storm?" It had been the talk of the week. A storm brewing over the weekend, with the brunt of it hitting later that evening. The sky had already darkened. We had a last-minute cancellation, and I got no one to help. If you can keep things in check this one night, I'll see what I can do. "Can do about what?" I asked. "What can you do?" "Henry, please," he said, putting his hand on my shoulder. "I'll see what I can do." I agreed. Things were going to be a bit different that evening. I was the only one on site, and there'd be no one to call for backup. That, and the storm was guaranteed trouble. We had to close the fans and lock down the shelves with plastic straps. And because the fans weren't running, I'd have to wear a mask with a gas filter, just in case the fumes got too intense. I was going to have to make sure everything was secure, which would be an effort and a half. Not even an hour into my shift, I started getting warnings about rolling blackouts in the area due to fallen trees cutting the power lines. 30 more minutes, and it reached me. The entire warehouse turned dark with a sudden click. The silence was so palpable that I could hear my heartbeat. It's surprising just how many noises are around you even when it's quiet. You kinda don't notice unless the power is gone. As the power went out, I could hear the wind picking up. It was pushing into our ventilation, making the warehouse fans squeak in protest. And with the first lightning strike, I heard the shelves rattle. Not because the ground shook, but because they suddenly moved. I checked the straps on the shelves with a flashlight, trying to figure out what had made them move. I noticed a particular chest on the mid-level that had slipped a bit, and I pushed it back in line. That was the one to keep an eye on. But as the second lightning strike collapsed into the woods outside, the shelves rattled again. And when thunder started to roll, I looked up. It wasn't just one peculiar chest. They were all moving. Some of them were actively fighting against the protective straps. Others seemed to shake, like a leaf in the wind. It's like something had kicked them, forced them into action. A couple of lids flipped up, revealing the empty insides. I could hear the cellophane stretch and strain against some unseen force pushing the chests every which way. Then, voices. What's happening? Who's there? Is it danger? I tried my best. I really did. I tried to ignore the movement and the whispers. I tried keeping them all still and secure, but one strap on the far end of the warehouse came undone, and one persistent gust of wind made the entire thing lean. I could see that it was about to fall long before I got there. It crashed into another shelf who bore the brunt of the weight, and luckily, it held. But one chest on the far end got loose. It collapsed to the floor and splintered on the concrete. Something leaked out of it. It looked like a water oil mixture, and it had this intense smell of old fruit. I grabbed what remained of the lid and moved it, only to see a small, translucent hand sticking out, no bigger than my thumb. Little claws curled around the fingertips. It was so white I could see its veins, where a pulse ought to twitch, but it didn't. It lay still. I let the lid go and backed away. "We die," a chest whispered. "We're dying," said another. "Mother, call for Mother." "Mother," they hissed and rattled, every chest, on every shelf, and as the hissing got louder, it turned into a wail, a cry for help, drowning into the raging storm. I backed away, not knowing what to do. A couple of straps were coming undone. Some shelves were swaying in the wind. And right there, on the floor, lay that splintered chest like a broken egg. "I'm trying to help," I called out. "I can help. Just please stop, and I'll help." "The Death Man," a chest hissed. "Fear the Death Man." "Mother, Mother." The calls got louder. A chant for Mother, for something to come help them. To deal with the Death Man. I couldn't stay. Defying the storm, I rushed out of the warehouse and into the parking lot. I was drenched in seconds as the rain fell sideways, but I much preferred the howling storm to whatever was happening on those shelves. I couldn't believe it. I ran for my car. I had to call Jonah. I'd gotten about 30 feet when I noticed something on the road ahead. It looked like an oncoming flash flood. Mud and trees and bushes being swept up into a big pile, roiling its way across the road. It was far off, but there was something about it. It looked out of place. I stopped for a second to look a little closer. It had eyes. It wasn't oozing across the road, it was crawling like a massive reptile. I'd mistaken its scales for tree bark. It was a creature. An unreal reptilian thing, and it was coming straight at me. And now that I looked at it, it was fast. I never made it to my car. I turned back to the warehouse. I sprinted as fast as my legs would allow and slammed the door shut behind me. 2 seconds later, the door imploded with a metallic twang, hitting me in the shin bone and sending me sprawling to the floor. "Mother," the chests cried. Mother comes. Mother saves. Mother eats the death man. Eat the death man. Something groaned. It sounded like a tree bending in the wind, but there was a tune to it, and it repeated like the croak of an angry frog. The living. Mudslide reached into the warehouse, only to reveal a 5-clawed forelimb, each claw the size of my leg. It cracked the floor like wet sand. Then, a roar. The air rippled, and the pressure made my ears pop long before I even heard its sound. It was part hiss, part croak, and part shriek, all wrapped into one furious bellow that rattled the windows. I got back up on my feet, wobbling from the gash in my leg just as the thing reached the loading bay doors. Those are solid metal. I thought they'd hold for a while, but they bent wide open with little effort. It was like watching a rabid dog tear into a pillow fort. The storm spilled onto the warehouse floor. The wind shook the shelves as the creature stopped in front of the broken chest. A split white tongue tasted the air, each segment the size of a grown man's thighs. It poked around the splinters and looked up with a pupil the size of a bowling ball. "Kill the death man," one demanded. "Kill him! Kill him now!" "Mother! Mother!" A bellow rolled out of that thing like a revving engine. I saw claws sink into the concrete as it dragged itself forward, heading my way. I hobbled into the main office. I could hear that thing thrashing around, trying to follow me. For a second it stopped. I thought maybe the door was too small for it. Then I heard a scratching noise, like construction tools being dragged across the wall. It was going to break the entire room. I didn't know where to go or what to do. I could make a run for it, but that thing would be on me in seconds out in the open. I had to keep stalling it, but I didn't know how. It was protecting something. Something young and small, hidden within the chests. "I don't know what to do," I gasped. "I don't know what to do." I thought about Jill and not seeing her again. About never answering her last text, only for her to see my name in the obituaries. Then, a chime, a ringtone. Jonah had an extra phone in his top desk drawer, a cheap, disposable flip phone, and it was ringing. I pulled it out and answered, gasping for air as my eyes flicked back and forth. Jonah's voice came through from the other side. "Henry," he said, "I'm sorry it came to this." "What is this?" I gasped. "What do I do?" "Where do we go when we're scared, Henry? Where are we safe?" "That's what I'm asking," I yelled back. "What do I do?" "Think, Henry. Where are you safe?" I blinked. My mind snapped to attention, and I looked around the room. And there, by the window, was the broken freezer. I climbed into it, hiding beneath a pile of merchandise while the storm raged outside. I could hear the wall give way to tooth and claw as a primal bellow rattled the confines of the freezer. I just lay there in the dark, clutching the phone like my childhood flashlight. I calmed my breathing, listening to Jonah's voice. "Just like back in the day," he said. "What are you talking about?" Another bellow. Something bumped the freezer, making it wobble, but it didn't tip over. "She's upset with you," Jonah said. "She hasn't been socialized like the others." I didn't say anything. I just held the phone tight, closed my eyes and tried to breathe. "I'm sorry. I didn't think it'd be this bad. I just thought they'd get a little scared from the thunder, maybe show you something, but..." Another lightning strike in the distance. Thunder roared across the sky, and the creature outside thrashed across the room, trampling the desks and breaking the cheap metal chairs. I could hear a bookshelf crash, and seconds later, something smacked into the freezer. It fell over. The freezer collapsed to the side, but the lid stayed on. I had my breath knocked out of me with a violent thud, but I stifled my wheezing behind a handful of shirts. "Stay still," Jonah whispered. "Do nothing." I heard massive lips smacking as something wet dragged across the freezer like sandpaper. "She doesn't know you're a nurturing man," Jonah said. "She's mourning." I thought about Jill. And with death staring me in the face, I knew the answer to the question Jonah had asked me on that first day. I was a nurturing man. I had been all along, and if I could get out of there in one piece, I'd show them. I kept my eyes closed, just like I'd done as a child. I'd pretend the world was different as chaos reigned outside, that they were play fighting, or throwing pies like circus clowns. I thought back on those moments in the dark where I'd been an astronaut, ready to set off to distant planets, to make friends with alien life, or the moments when I'd read aloud from some comic book I'd bought with my monthly allowance. A white tongue slipped through the lid of the freezer, taste in the air. A waft of warm swamp breath swept over me as the creature snorted, looking for my scent. But that freezer smelled more like Jonah than me. "I'm sorry," I whispered. "I'm sorry. I'll do better. I'm sorry." "I know," Jonah whispered back. "You're still God's little miracle, Henry. We both are." Another low, rumbling, bellowing. This one rippled through my body as if softening me up for a bite. The tongue protruded again, missing the sweat top of my head by mere inches. Then it stepped back. It dragged itself across the floor, pulling half the office along in a sudden U-turn. Order slips and receipts stuck to its scales, whipping around in the wind. Debris from broken desks and flattened chairs clung to it, floating along like a natural disaster. I lay there, tucked among the battered merchandise, listening to the howling storm. The worst had passed, and the warehouse chests were quiet. "I'm so proud of you," Jonah sighed. "So proud of what you've become." And I would stay there until dawn with Jonah, waiting for the wind to stop yelling. Most of the damage was covered by insurance. This part of the county was apparently prone to floods, it seemed, which was one of the reasons it was so cheap. Of course, there was no flood, but I got the sense that they knew that. I met Jonah a couple of days later on a park bench not too far from the warehouse. He was having yogurt and brought a thermos of piping hot coffee. We hadn't spoken since that night, but he seemed just as cheery as always. I wasn't. "I need to know what this is," I said. "All of this." He looked up at me, then back down at his yogurt. "Mango flavor." "I never lied to you," he said. "The Tapex is God's little miracle. We just make sure they grow up to be good. They need to socialize, to listen. So you send them out to children? You hide them in chests and just let them go?" "It works," he said. "We rarely have a problem." "And what are they?" "In the wild, they're terrifying," Jonah shuddered. "But it's like with dogs. They can be your best friend, or roam in packs, looking for prey." "So that big thing was a wild one." "Not wild one," he corrected. "A poorly socialized one." "Then what do the good ones look like?" Jonah finished his yogurt, putting the little plastic spoon down. He wiped his lips and rubbed the tips of his fingers together, making a strange sound. His fingertips were solid, like sanded down bone. "They can look like a good friend," Jonah said. "A kind uncle, a goofy aunt, or a friendly boss who don't ask too many questions. Someone who knows you very well." I looked at him, past the horn-rimmed glasses and the calming smile. There was a tint to his eyes that I hadn't seen before, and a slight protrusion along his spine. "It's not without purpose, Henry," he said. "We're all just trying to be better people." He got up and stretched a little, then let his demeanor sink back into a familiar expression. "See you Monday?" he asked. "For the cleanup?" I got up, looked him over and shook his hand. See you Monday. It's been a few years since. The first thing I did after that meeting was call Jill. It didn't take long for us to reconnect. She gave me every opportunity to back out, but I kept at it. And beyond all my insecurities and questions and worries was a life of calm and warmth. One that I could nurture into something beautiful. A place with bedtime reading and early morning car karaoke. You might be surprised to know that I still work with Little Miracles. We got one of the chests at home. The creature that lived in it slipped out last summer, having grown too large to stay in the double-bottom floor. I don't consider these things a threat any more than I do a stray dog or an outdoors cat. I get it now. I get how they work, and I don't have to wear any headphones at work. They don't mind me hearing the voices. Jonah has never said it out loud, but I think he and I both know where we first met. He's been with me for a long time, all the way back to when I read books by flashlight. Thanks to him, I guess someone listened to all those times when I whispered into the dark. It's a good reminder that God loves all his little miracles, and maybe we should too. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. That was Little Miracles, written by Reddit's own u/Saturdead. If you liked what you heard, please subscribe, like, and drop a comment. It really helps me out and keeps the stories coming. And now, fun fact. Did you know that in Finland, every new parent actually gets a government-issued baby box? It's filled with clothes, blankets, and essentials, and it even doubles as the baby's first crib. Unlike the Little Miracles chests, though, those ones don't whisper back. I don't think they do anyway. Good night. People hear demon hunter and think I'm some sort of crusader. Holy water, silver bullets, all that crap. That's not me. I'm not out here to kill anything. I'm out here to find her. Because, well, she has something that belongs to me. My dad. At least, I think she does. I'm getting the bulk of my information from my mum, and my mum, she isn't what people would call a reliable source. She lives in Beacon Point Sanatorium, on the edge of Corvus Vale. She says a demon took my dad, but everyone else says she killed him. That's why she's there. That's why I was taken from her care when I was just a week old, and that's why I've never met my big brother. I could be out there looking for him, trying to find the family I never had, but instead, I'm hunting a demon because, unlike everyone else, I believe my mum. She told the police a demon took him after a ritual went wrong. Looking at it from an outsider's perspective, I can understand why they think she's crazy. She told the police this information while standing next to his cold, dead body. I guess you can't accuse something of taking someone when they're clearly visible on your living room floor, I get that. But she insisted that this demon took his soul and left his body. That was the moment they stopped calling her an outright killer and started calling her shrink. I'm documenting this here because I need someone to know what I'm doing. Even if it's just strangers on the internet. I grew up being passed from pillar to post in a shitty foster care system. I have no one of real value in my life. If this all goes to shit, I need someone to know. I tried. So, anyway, I'll start at the beginning, I guess. My name's Alex Hammond. I was born in Vale Central Infirmary in 1989. My parents were Shannon and Jerry Hammond. I don't know anything about my brother. He was 2 when we were separated. I found my mum recently, after years of not looking. I know that sounds bad, but if you told the same story enough times, it starts to stick. You stop asking questions. For 36 years, my mum was a compulsive lying, psychotic murderer, and that's all there was to it. School was a cruel place. My life was common knowledge. And when I started my new job as a tree surgeon up by Hollowthorne Forest, it didn't take long to realise people still knew more about me than I did. You ever spoke to her then? Gary, our team leader, asked out of the blue one day whilst casually munching on a tuna sandwich. Spoke to who? Your mum, mate. No. I have no reason to. I wouldn't know where to find her even if I did, I said, internally rolling my eyes. This line of questioning was something I was accustomed to, but I was hoping I could at least escape it at work. Gary wiped the crumbs that had accumulated in his stubble with his sleeve, looking at me wide-eyed. Mate, she's in there. He pointed a meaty finger upward, towards an ancient manor house-style building, sitting alone, nestled amongst the very trees we were working on. Beacon Point isn't far from my house. Corversvale isn't a big town. It's about a 30-minute walk as the crow flies, or a 10-minute drive. It sits just inside Hollowstone Forest, surrounded by a large stone wall. Its peaks and chimneys are visible from the road. It's a secure site. The West Wing housed the criminals deemed too mentally unstable for general population. The rest of the building, though, was used as a long-term residential facility for people with severe mental illnesses. White stone signs with polite fonts and little bird logos dotted the long driveway directing visitors. I was going to the West Wing. Inside, everything smelled like bleach and stale coffee. I didn't tell anyone I was going. Who would I tell? I signed a visitor sheet with a pen that didn't work, until it did. The receptionist barely glanced in my direction. Who are you here to see? Shannon Hammond. She paused and looked up. I'm sorry. Hammond is on a family-only visitation, and she doesn't have any family. I'm a son. That got me a look. Not a kind one. More like, really? I fished out my wallet and slid my ID across the desk. She didn't pick it up. Her eyes ping-ponged from the card to my face and back too many times before she sighed and printed me a badge. After an agonising wait, she buzzed me through. Follow the lines, she said matter-of-factly. Yellow to the visiting suite, red to the reading room, green to the lunch hall, ignore the black. Ignore the black, I echoed. Yeah. My trainers squeaked on the over-polished floor as I followed the yellow line painted beneath them. I counted the doors to stop my hands from shaking. I was so nervous. I felt as though I'd shifted back in time, to the 14-year-old me, clutching a bin liner full of clothes outside yet another stranger's door with a social worker telling me to be brave. My mum sat facing away from me, at a table with edges rounded down to nothing. She stared vacantly out of the window as I sat opposite her, her hands folded in her lap like she was waiting for church. She looked older than the picture I had. Of course she did. She had to be at least in her early 60s now. Her hair was completely grey. She tried to brush it neat. Her eyes met mine slowly. Hello, she said softly. Hi. Silence fell into the space between us and had to be pushed aside. I brought you something. I didn't know why I said that. I hadn't. I wanted to. Fruit magazine, a miracle. She smiled anyway. You brought me you. I'm Alex, I said, which was stupid. She knew that. But I just needed to say it out loud. I needed it to be true in the air, not just in a file. I know, she said. Her eyes were wet, but she didn't cry. She had the tired control of someone who learned what crying costs in a place like this. For a minute we talked about nothing. The weather, my job, my favourite food. Then it all wanted to pour out. The questions. But I didn't know how to open that door without everything falling through the floor. I didn't have to. She did it for me. You look like your father, she said quietly. A tinge of fear shot up my spine. For a moment I had visions of her lunging at me across the table. I stayed quiet and forced a thin smile. Do you see him? She asked. Who? Your father. I stared at her, confused. I started to think I'd made a huge mistake coming here. She was clearly deranged. She saw the puzzled look on my face and started to elaborate. She smiled. Do you see the bird? Strange-looking fellow. You wouldn't miss it if you saw. My mouth went dry. Sometimes, I said. There's a weird one that sits on my window. It's probably got a nest. What makes him weird? He's a crow, but he's white, I said flatly. She nodded, like we were finally talking about something that mattered. That's your dad, she said. Certain. I laughed. A small, ugly sound. Spiritually speaking, I said, not knowing if it was a question or a statement. No. Literally speaking. I raised an eyebrow. This was as good as an opening as I was going to get. How? I hated how much I needed that word. She turned her hands palm up on the table, like showing me she had nothing to hide. I've waited 36 years for a chance to tell you the truth, Alex. Let me start from the beginning. She sat back in a chair, the hard, cheap plastic clicking under the strain. We wanted a child, she said. But the doctors said no. There was an incident when your father was young. He needed emergency surgery to repair an abdominal hernia. But there was an accident. Both vas deferens were severely damaged during the surgery, leaving them scarred beyond repair. No one knew. Not until it was too late. I don't know what those words mean, I replied honestly. His balls didn't work, dear. Oh, I looked away embarrassed. She half smirked before continuing. Your father wanted a child of his own so badly. He searched high and low for an answer. I thought I had a brother, I interrupted. Didn't he already have a child of his own? This was before your brother, she stated before continuing. He found a book in a dusty old shop in town. Started studying the occult. What? Yes. That was exactly my reaction when he told me to, she agreed. But it worked. What worked? I asked curiously. The summoning spell, she whispered. I'd heard enough. I couldn't believe I just sat through that. She was clearly deranged. I started to stand, and she reached for my wrist and stopped me dead. An icy chill running up my spine. Please, Alex, just hear me. Her eyes were pleading. If at the end you never want to return, I'll understand, but please just let me finish. I sat down slowly, if only to get her to release me. She stroked my wrist once with her thumb before removing her hands and straightened her faded pink scrubs. I didn't take part in the ritual. He did that on his own. But I know it worked. I got pregnant. With my brother. Yes, she smiled. It wasn't until I read the book later that I discovered there was a price to pay. The price differs with every request, depending on what you need granted. What was your price? I asked, leaning forward. Any subsequent children must be given to her. What? I stammered. I'm a subsequent children. I'm a subsequent child. I know, she murmured, her gaze dropping to the floor in shame. It was never meant to be this way. After your father told me what the price would be, we promised each other that we wouldn't have another child. We tried. We truly did. She looked up at me, her eyes full of desperation, silently begging me to believe her sincerity. You think it would be simple, not getting pregnant, but... Her voice faltered. She always finds a way. What way? I asked. It doesn't matter now. What matters is you were born, and we loved you. Your father loved you. What happened to my dad, Shannon? I couldn't bring myself to call on Mum. At this point, I was still quite sure that Beacon Point Sanatorium was the best place for her. I could see this caused her pain, but I was done listening to stories. She continued regardless. She made a mistake. The deal your dad made was between him and her. For the ritual to work in her favour, we both had to be present at the summoning, so that I could agree to the terms. But I wasn't. Then what happened? I muttered half-heartedly. The fortune teller that gave your father the book helped us. She knew a spell. She helped us rewrite the terms. Sort of like a cosmic solicitor, she chuckled dryly. This isn't funny, I shot back. You killed my dad. I've grown up alone, Shannon. She slammed her palm on the table, shocking my tears away. It's because of that man you got to grow up at all, she growled. He sacrificed his life for you. He took your place. Yeah, and what? Now he's a fucking bird? She settled back into her seat, resigned. She gave me a solid story. But I chose the truth. What? I stammered, exasperated. Find Morrigan. Find Morrigan, she whispered, defeated. She will give you what you're looking for. Her shoulders sagged. Her shoulders sagged as if the weight of the years finally pressed her down. The fight had gone from her eyes. I stared at her, the words settling uneasily between us, thick in the air with a grief that tasted almost metallic. I wanted to scream, to demand sense from her rambling, but something in her expression, some fractured hope, kept me silent. Shannon no longer looked like a stranger spinning tales. She looked like someone who'd lost everything and was begging for a chance to make things right. The clock in the hallway ticked on, indifferent to the ruin she'd laid before me. And I realised that whether I wanted to or not, the story wasn't finished. Not yet. Hi everyone, thanks for listening. This story was written by me, and it's going to be a multi-part series. Once it's finished, I'll compile everything into one big long video so you can listen to it straight through. And now, a self-depreciating fun fact about me, I guess. Did you know that reading in your head and reading out loud actually use two different parts of your brain? When you read silently, it's mostly just your brain recognising symbols and turning them into meaning. But when you read out loud, you add speech production, motor control, and even hearing your own voice back. So it's way harder. I've already mentioned I'm dyslexic, right? Well, here's a perfect example of what it actually means when the words start jumbling around on the page, and how I try and get around it. You ready? Don't judge me. I'm special. And if you laugh, you're going to hell. Shit, hold on. This was For fuck's sake. This was as good of an opening as I was going to get. This was as good of an opening as I was going to get. This was as good as an opening as I was going to get. Yeah, that happens a lot. It takes me about an hour to read through a 15-minute script that I wrote. So if you'd like to support my valiant efforts, I'll link my PO box down in the description where you can send me my participation trophies. Or you could just like the video and subscribe. That would be cool too. Thanks for listening. Good night.
Question. What do you do when your best friend's number suddenly says, "not recognized," and her parents swear she never existed? Cool. Welcome to tonight's story. I'm not writing this for karma. I just need it out of my head so I can sleep, or at least stop seeing the little boy's tear-stained face. I'm 19. I like anime. And yes, I'm one of those people who still buys physical manga even though my room is already a fire hazard. So when Corvus Con opened up 30 minutes from my town, I grabbed the cheapest weekend pass, put together a half-decent Pochita hoodie, and texted my best friend Liv that we were going. She answered with her standard bet and a gif of a sparkly idle wink. We met in year 9 drawing fan art behind the gym, so cons are our thing. The first weird moment happened at registration. I'd printed my QR code at home because my phone screen has a permanent crack like a tiny lightning bolt, and scanners hate me. The volunteer, girl with acrylic nails, pastel bob, and those cat eye contacts, barely looked at the paper. She slapped a wristband on me and said, "Welcome, Slayer," in this flat, not joking tone. I laughed like, haha, cute theme, but she didn't smile. Her contact lenses reflected me back as two skinny, nervous versions of myself. "Do we get a discount for exorcisms?" I asked. She blinked, then slid a brochure forward. "Floor 3 is closed," she said. "Construction." Except the brochure showed a big red block on floor 3 labelled Idle Training Experience. Demon Hunters Live. And under it, tonight only. Invite only. Someone had put a black line through it with a Sharpie. It bled around the edges. Liv wasn't there yet, so I killed time in the vendor hall. It was huge. Rows of posters, plushies, enamel pins, swords that were definitely not sharpened, and wigs piled like cotton candy. A cosplayer, as a pale shrine maiden, walked by with a handbag patterned in little white crows. I noticed it because the print was actually kind of cute. A repeating line of crows with their wings half open, like beckoning. The strap was fraying. She kept glancing over her shoulder, even though nobody was following her. I got a text from Liv. "I'm in. Black hoodie, wolf ears. Don't judge." I turned, and she materialized from a crowd of Genshin Impact characters like she'd been spawned. Wolf ears, as promised, and a hoodie that said, "I paused my riz to be here," in cracked white. She had winged eyeliner sharp enough to send someone to A&E. "You see the invite-only thing?" she asked, as we did our awkward hello hug around her tote bag. "Anime is finally coming back, Demon Slayer. K-pop Demon Hunters. It's trending. Hashtag K-Hunters Challenge, hashtag fell in love, and then it died, all that. My For You page is clogged with it. I thought that was just TikTok thirst traps." "That's how they get you." She grinned. "There's a live thing tonight. Floor 3. "It's closed," I said, showing her my brochure. "Oh, mine's not like that," she said with a smirk, wiggling the wristband she'd just gotten. It was the same as mine, grey fabric, plastic fastener, but hers had a tiny stamped symbol I hadn't noticed on mine. 3 equal lines inside a circle. Unhindered access, apparently. Some guy gave me this and said, "You're perfect." Creepy, but I'll take the clout. I checked my band. No stamp. We hit Artist Alley, bought stickers we didn't need, posed for a photo with a guy dressed as an unhinged school mascot, and then got swept into a panel called The Music Behind the Magic. It was advertised as a talk about composing for anime, but the panelists all wore the same matte black windbreakers, and the slides were just looping B-roll of Soul at Night. Every question got the same rehearsed answer. We trained to protect audiences. We harmonized the dark out of the room. People clapped like seals. I clapped too because it felt like if I didn't, I'd be the only one. Liv squeezed my knee under the chair. You feel that? What? She tilted her head toward the ceiling. The room hummed, not with the AC, but like a faraway choir warming up through a wall, one note held too long. It got under your molars the way a dentist's drill does. I covered my ears, and it didn't help. When we shuffled out, a staffer in a red lanyard stood in the hallway with a clipboard, smiling too hard. "Everything going well?" he asked each passerby. "Finding your way okay?" His eyes didn't move when he smiled, like the expression was stapled on. Liv nudged me. "Floor 3. I'm not allowed in. I'll get kicked out." She pocketed her phone. "I'll be your lawyer." We tried the main stairwell first. A strip of yellow tape crossed it with no access in block letters. A volunteer sat on a metal chair at the landing scrolling his phone. He didn't look up when we passed, but when we set a foot on the first step he said, without raising his head, "Closed." "What's on floor 3? I asked. "Nothing for you, darling." He finally glanced up. His pupils were weirdly dilated, barely any iris. "Renovations. But the Demon Hunters show is there tonight. Only the marked." He went back to his phone. Liv mouthed "security door" at me, and we looped around the building. Past a row of arcade cabinets that were definitely not licensed. Past a merch booth selling shirts with "I survived Corvuscon" in bloody letters that felt, in retrospect, sarcastic. We found a fire door propped with a wedge of folded cardboard. Above it, a red exit sign flickered even though it was the middle of the day. "Don't think about how illegal this is," Liv said, and pulled the door open. Concrete stairs. Fluorescent lights, with that faint strobing you only notice if you look at them too long. We went up one flight, then another. The hum from the panel followed, louder. It made the hair on my arms lift. At the top, another door, unlabeled. I pushed. It gave with a sticky gasp. We stepped into a hallway with a low ceiling and carpet the colour of chewed gum. The air smelled like fabric spray and burnt sugar, like someone had doused a fire with a bottle of perfume. The first door on the right was cracked open. Inside, a half circle of folding chairs faced a makeshift stage lit by 2 clammy spotlights. A handful of people sat in the chairs with posture like puppets. On stage, girls stood, heads bowed, idols, or trying to be. Glass skin, shiny hair, jewellery that caught the light like fishhooks. A fourth person in a headset whispered to them, then counted down on fingers. 3, 2. They snapped into a pose with impossible precision. The track kicked in, soft and syrupy at first, then dropping so hard it pressed on the base of my skull. I didn't know the lyrics, but my mouth still tried to copy them. The 3 girls moved in sync, steps that shouldn't line up with human joints. They clapped on the offbeat, and the claps didn't echo. Liv's breath tickled my ear. "It's them," she whispered, almost laughing. "It's actually them." "Don't be dumb," I said, but my voice was thin. "They're people." Except the girls on that stage looked exactly like the Huntrix, down to the impossible pastel hair, the poreless skin, the sharp, shiny eyes that only exist in animation. They weren't cosplayers doing a good job. They looked like they were the characters, slotted into real air like someone exported them wrong. Every micro-habit matched. The purple-haired leader's half-smile on beat 4. The red-haired girl's wrist roll before a spin. The shortest one's toe tap no one notices unless you've watched a million edits. It felt like my screen had leaked these animations into real life. Liv squeezed my sleeve. This is like an open rehearsal, right? The guy in the headset turned and smiled with all his teeth. Welcome, he said. You're just in time for the warm-up. Audience bodies changed the math. What math? I asked. He lifted a finger to his lips, amused. Shh. You'll ruin the take. People say you can feel when you're being watched. That's what everyone in horror movies says. But it wasn't that. It was more like the watching was a third thing in the room. Like the 3 girls, and the headset guy, and us. And then another thing draped over the ceiling, like the air had draped itself on hooks. The song slid into a chant. The girls moved with the kind of tight, snapping control you only get by bleeding for it. They smiled soft, then too wide, then didn't smile at all. The headset guy turned, scribbled on a clipboard, turned back. Someone in the chair started to cry without sound, tears slipping like he wasn't part of the decision. Liv's fingers were digging into my wrist. We should go, she said, except her voice was thin, and her eyes were fixed on the one with black hair. She reached an arm out, hand slicing the air, and I had the dumb thought, she's pointing at me. Then the lights popped, actual pop, like a bubble, and everything went black for one breath. When they came up again, one of the people in the half circle was gone. Empty chair. Everyone looked at it, then looked away at the exact same time, like rehearsed. The headset guy didn't react. He said, again, and the 4 on stage reset. What the hell? I said. I reached for Liv's hand. She wasn't there. I didn't think. I just stood up so fast my chair scraped. Liv? Heads turned because of the noise, not because of her name. The empty chair in the half circle looked like a pulled tooth. Nobody was flinching. A girl to my left dabbed at her eyes without a sound, the way you clean a window so it doesn't streak. Liv? I tried again, louder. The headset guy appeared beside me. I swear he didn't walk. He was just suddenly there, close enough that I saw a smear of foundation on the cream edge of his earpiece. Please keep your seat, he said very kindly, like a priest. His smile had a shape, a perfect oval, like it had been traced. My friend, she was just here. I pointed at the empty chair, then at the aisle. My hand shook. Tall, black hoodie, wolf ears. What did you do? He followed my finger as if we were both admiring a painting. Oh, he said softly, and something lit behind his eyes, not surprise, more like relief. Did she have a stamp? What? On her wristband. The mark. He wiggled his own wrist without looking. 3 equal lines inside a circle flashed on his band, debossed rather than inked. Some do. Some don't. She... Yeah. I looked at my own band, slowly inching my hand behind my back. She had one. Then she's where she's meant to be. My mouth opened and nothing came out. Heat crawled up my neck. Meant to be where? He glanced back at the stage. The 3 girls held a final shape, heads bowed, stomachs rising and falling like they'd run a race. The hum in the room had a taste now, penny metal on the back of my tongue. Please, he said, still gentle. You're disrupting calibration. Audience bodies change the math. You keep saying that. I could hear my voice going weird and thin. The version of me that's good at customer service wanted to apologize. The rest wanted to throw the nearest chair and see if anyone would bleed. What maths? Where is my friend? He tilted his head like a bird. She's contributing. Contributing to what? Balance. He said it like people say charity. His hand touched my shoulder lightly. A suggestion, not a push. If you're anxious, you can leave. Given that you're unmarked, I would suggest you do that. What? I looked at my wristband again, like maybe the stamp would magic itself there if I stared hard. Blank. I'm not. I shook my head. I didn't move. My knees locked. On stage, the pink-haired leader looked up through her fringe and met my eyes, and for 1 second, pure glee lit her face. Then it wasn't glee at all. It was stage joy, the switch-on smile. She clapped, just once. It didn't echo. I'm not leaving her, I said. And I didn't recognize my own voice. The headset guy sighed like I'd disappointed him on a personal level. If you don't have a stamp, you shouldn't really be here. But since you are... A ghost of a smirk appeared on his face, voice still sugar-sweet. Sit down or leave. If you linger, I'll call security. I'm not stamped, I said. And I'm not sitting. Then leave, he said, smile never cracking. Unmarked, I don't get to hover. I left. Not because I wanted to, but because every cell in my body suddenly believed him. The way you believe a fire alarm even if you don't see smoke. I didn't even know what the mark was, but I could help feeling a pang of resentment for everyone perfect enough to have one. I scanned the hallway, the adjoining rooms, the stairwell, calling Liv's name the way you call a dog that's pretending not to hear. Nobody reacted. I stopped people at random. A guy with a stack of posters, a girl adjusting a wig, a pair of lads debating best openings. Have you seen a tall girl? Wolf ears, black hoodie. Shrugs. Polite smiles. Dunno, sorry. One of them glanced at my wristband like he was checking a ticket and lost interest when he saw it was blank. Near the elevators, I bumped into a woman with a convention badge turned backwards. She looked like someone's mum who'd tried to dress for the theme and got the colours wrong. Her hands shook around a folded leaflet. You okay? I asked, stupidly, because she clearly wasn't. My boy, she blurted. Have you seen him? 10 shark hoodie, hair like this. She flattened her fringe to show me a cowlick. He went to a special demo. They said it was safe for him to go on his own with him having that little stamp thingy. I swallowed. I haven't, sorry. What's his name? She told me. I won't write it here. Saying it made her cry in that quiet, leak-down-your-face way. We searched together for a bit, doing useless loops. Security told her to check lost and found. Staff told her the day was very busy, and she should hydrate. Then tried to sell us 70p bottles of water for £10 because they had 2 Goku stickers on the front. When she stepped away to call someone, I stood there and watched people flow around the space where a small boy should be. A stupid, mean thought snuck in. Maybe Liv bailed on me on purpose. Maybe she saw me kiss Gary Stevenson behind the bike sheds last Sunday. Maybe someone told her, and this is revenge. Let me panic, then laugh about it later. It felt exactly petty enough to be true when your heart's in your throat. I kept looking until the day burned down to its threadbare end. Hours slid. I forgot to eat. The popcorn smell turned my stomach. At 5, the dregs thinned. At 6, vendors broke down displays, bubble wrap popping like distant gunfire. At 7, the con felt desolate, bin bags open, bits of wig hair stuck to carpet, a single plushie abandoned on a windowsill like a lost cat. Liv didn't walk out with any of them. A tidy woman with a company polo intercepted me upstairs. We're closed. Load out only. My friend is missing, I said. She didn't come out. "I'm so sorry you feel that way," she said smoothly. "Have you tried the lost and found desk?" "She's not a fucking water bottle." "Security hasn't reported a person as mislaid." "Mislaid?" I laughed once. "She was here, then she wasn't." No one reacted. "Your colleague said if she had a stamp, she's where she's meant to be." "What does that mean?" "The stamps are for crowd flow," she said. "It's a very popular activation. We triage for safety." She smiled, lacquered. "If you'll excuse me." "I'm not leaving without her." Something in her gaze clicked. "We don't keep people," she said, word perfect. "We keep the room. If you're concerned, please contact the email on your brochure." By 9, I went home because there was nothing left to watch but the inside of my own head. The blue evening felt fake. My hands shook all the way onto the motorway. I texted Liv all the way home, even though the messages hung like prayers on a hook. "Call me. I'm scared. Wolf ears, remember? You promised me pizza after, please." My mum greeted me at the door. "Hiya, love. You had a good time?" I didn't look her in the eye, just plopped my bag down on the counter and flopped onto the kitchen stool. Yeah, Liv bailed. I think, oh love, you think she found out about Gary and the bike sheds?" "Mum!" I exclaimed, exasperated. I stared at toast until it went cold. I tried to call Liv and it went straight to voicemail. Her stupid joke one, where she says, "hello," and lets you ramble before the beep. I hung up on the beep like it had laughed. At 10:13, an unknown number texted, "Your friend left early. She's fine. Thanks for attending. No punctuation, no signature." I called it. A recorded voice said, "This mailbox is not set up." And then a void. I walked loops from my bed to my window, to the door like a Roomba with anxiety. Then I ran a bath so hot it turned my skin pink, and lay there until the water went lukewarm, checking my phone every minute like a rat hitting a feeder lever. Nothing. At 2:04, I started an email to the con address and got stuck on Dear because nothing after Dear felt right. Morning came like a bad copy. A notification popped. World exclusive. K-Hunters Episode 1, First Look. The thumbnail showed the girls on a stark training stage, light bars like a spine and a camera track cutting right through the center. I clicked. High production values. Glittering city. The 3 girls tore across a cold rehearsal set in perfect unison. Trainers didn't squeak. They didn't need to breathe. "New fans will love the lore," the host chirped. "Resonance harmonics." The camera cut a wide animated crowd of people in the bleachers. For a heartbeat, the lens skimmed a little boy in a shark hoodie with a stubborn cowlick. Hands in his pockets, frantically looking round with tear-stained cheeks. He didn't fit. My stomach dropped. It was like the mother from Corvuscon had given the lost little boy's description to the artists and animators, and they hand-drawn a carbon copy. Then the shot snapped back to the stage, and a graphic splashed across the bottom corner. New Huntrix member, Livy. My skin went cold. It was Liv. Not center frame. Just off the leader's shoulder, hair tucked into a hood, wolf ears flattened by a cap. The music swelled, the routine sharpened. Livy sang 2 lines in that glossy idle cadence and hit the choreo with scary precision. Toe tap on beat 4, shoulders tracking the count. Then the edit hiccuped, just a breath, and her face wasn't stage bright at all. Bare, lost, like she'd woken up in the wrong room. A blink later, the filter smile slid back on and she nailed the next call and response. I froze the frame and took a photo. It came out blurry, a smear of pink light. I rewound. It kept happening. One flash, she's scared. The next, perfect. Like a bad connection switching between two channels. The host squealed about goosebumps. Comments flooded. They're saving us. OMG, a new Huntrix. The timing. No one said, that's my friend. No one said, why? No one said, why have they drawn in a crying child? I scrubbed frame by frame. At 0:47, she turned her head, just a fraction, like someone called from far away. For one frame, the light hit her eyes and made them glossy. I thought of the half circle of chairs, the thread pulling everyone's chests. The way the headset guy said, we don't keep people, we keep the room. My phone buzzed. Unknown number. We're proud of her. I typed, where is she? Give her back. I'm calling the police. Green bubbles. No delivery. I dialed Liv's number, and the network told me, bright and cheerful, number not recognized. I stared so long, I thought I'd misdialed. Tried again, same thing. I went downstairs. Ma'am? My voice sounded like I'd borrowed it. Liv's on YouTube. She's been animeified. Who? She said, genuinely puzzled, wooden spoon in hand. Liv. Olivia. My best. I stopped because my body did a strange cold ripple. Don't joke. I'm not, she said slowly, eyes tightening the way they do when she checks the thermostat. She reached up and touched my forehead. You've gone white, love. Do you need to sit? I ran upstairs and rang Liv's parents. I've known them forever. Her mum answered on the second ring. Hi, sorry, is Liv. I'm sorry. Who are you trying to reach? She said. I checked I'd dialed the right number. Mrs. Ashford. That's me. I'm looking for Liv, your daughter. A puzzled beat. We don't have a daughter. I hung up. Maybe this is all marketing. Maybe the distraught mum was a crisis actor, and all the human counterparts of the new characters that have been popping up recently got NDAs and a tote bag. Except, no, that's not right. No one remembers Liv. No one. I think that's the part that keeps catching in my throat. Last night I watched the episode again. I told myself not to, but I did. She came on, and I stood close enough to the TV to count pixels. Liv smiled again, the half-borrowed smile. The cut twitched first, like the edit knew what her face would do before she did. The timing was too clean, like the show knew her better than I ever did. I know something is up. I can't prove it in a police report. But I have the hum in my teeth. A text from a number that won't answer. And a clip where background girls act like idols, and idols act like gods. I'm going to try again in the morning. I'm going to bring the photo and the wristband and my stupid shaking hands and ask a human with a badge to say the word missing out loud. But right now the episode is paused at 0:47 on my TV and my best friend is on screen. Everyone thinks they've written in a new character. But I don't think so. I think the creators of these new anime TV shows don't draw their characters. I think they make them from real people somehow. And I think Comic Cons are where they hunt. If you go to CorvusCon next year and a staffer tells you to flash your stamp for an invite-only training, don't. If someone stamps your wrist and says you're perfect, ask them why. And if you see Liv on your For You page, wolf ears tucked under a hood, don't duet. Don't stitch. Don't say queen. Just turn it off. They are stealing people from conventions and making everyone forget them. No one is noticed. I guess it's the perfect crime. It would be easy, wouldn't it? People are born to be accepted. Even when people say they don't care, they do. So why not find your hunting ground? Separate the worthy from the not with something inconspicuous, and let them come to you. Because they would, wouldn't they? If you stamp a wristband and tell a girl she's perfect, she'll step forward, even if she doesn't know what she's stepping into. They may even bring their not-so-worthy friends along to show off. Imagine being told you're perfect. You know, I hate that somewhere inside me. I'm jealous. Hi everyone, thanks for listening. That one was written by me. I stupidly asked the kids what my next story should be about, and yeah, now I can't get that song out of my head. Bet you know which one I'm talking about as well. Anyway, if you liked it, please give the video a like and consider subscribing. It really helps the channel. Now for a random fun fact. That last chorus key change you hear in tons of anime/K-pop songs is nicknamed the truck driver's gear change. It jumps the key up to trick your brain into feeling a bigger emotional lift. Basically, your feelings just got auto-tuned. Good night.
It started how it always starts, with a sentence that sounds cute until it ruins your life. Mum, I need a la-boo-boo. That was Friday, just a normal, boring, grey-skied Friday. Rain on the windows, leftover spaghetti for tea, and my 8-year-old stomping through the front door like she'd just been assigned a divine mission. I blinked at her, still holding a cheese grater. A what now? A la-boo-boo, she repeated, like I was the dumbest human alive. Everyone's got one, Mum. It's like the toy right now, like Sunny Angel, but better. It has teeth. Teeth? She nodded so hard her ponytail whipped her in the eye. 9 of them, sharp ones, and big ears. It's kind of creepy, but in a cute way. Oh, and some are rare. If you get a ghost one, you get a wish. Or maybe you die. Sam says it's different depending on the box. Of course, Sam says that. Sam's the same one who told her toast causes amnesia. I wipe my hands on a tea towel, and where do these La babies live exactly? La-boo-boo, she groaned. La-boo-boo. They're blind box figures. You don't know which one you get until you open it. Naturally, we went shopping the next day. You say no to la-boo-boo, and suddenly you're the worst mother on earth, depriving your child of cultural relevance and plastic happiness. We went to Pop Mart. That place, it's like stepping into a haunted doll rave. Everything's staring at you with a smile that's just a bit too wide. She picked a box from the exciting macaron line, swearing it had good luck. We paid. She tore the box open before we'd even reached the car. Her face dropped. It's a common one, she muttered. Just regular la-boo-boo. The thing in her hand had greyish fur, 2 wide eyes, and a grin full of jagged little teeth. One ear looked torn. There was a weird smudge under its chin. I thought it was a paint flaw. She named him Boo. From that moment on, he never left her side. She talked to him constantly, not in a look how cute kind of way, but like a real, actual friend. Boo doesn't like carrots. Boo says Mrs. Langley smells like vinegar. Boo told me not to touch his teeth. I tried to laugh it off. Kids have imaginary friends. Some are fairies, some are weird little gremlins with fangs. But then one night I passed her room around 2 in the morning and stopped. She was sitting up in bed, straight-backed, cross-legged. Boo was in her lap, facing her. She whispered something, paused, nodded, whispered again. It was a full conversation, not one-sided, not playful, just eerie. The next morning, I found her in the garden. She was sitting beneath the big tree in the back corner. Her hands were in her lap. Boo was beside her. At her feet was a nest, ruined, twigs shattered, feathers everywhere. 3 small baby birds. Dead, tiny bodies curled, beaks open. I gasped. Oh no, sweetheart, the nest must have fallen from the tree. She didn't look up. Yeah, she said quietly. Boo didn't like the noise they made in the morning anyway. Not angry, not sad, just a flat little statement, like she was commenting on the weather. That's when something inside me twisted. I wanted to throw that bloody doll in the bin. I didn't. Not yet. But then the feathers started showing up. A few by the windowsill. Then some on the landing. Then a small pile, damp, greyish, matted, under her bed. At first, I thought it was toy stuffing. Maybe she was crafting or ripping up something old, until I saw the beak. Tiny, crushed. That evening, I sat her down, gently, no shouting. I found the baby birds, I said. She just blinked. I'm not angry, I added, but I need to know what happened. She looked down at Boo, then up at me. He didn't like them. And did you? I liked them, but Boo said I'd be his best friend if I helped. That was it. No remorse, just loyalty. That night, once she was asleep, I took Boo. I wrapped him in pillowcases, sealed him in a shoebox, put that in 2 bin bags, and buried it deep in the loft under boxes of baby clothes. She'd never find it. The next morning, she didn't mention him. No questions, no tears, just silence. She watched me, though, like I was the one being studied. That night, I was curled up on the sofa, glass of wine in one hand, half watching some terrible dating show and finally breathing just a little when I heard her footsteps. Quiet, barefoot. I looked up. She was standing in the doorway, in her nightdress, holding Boo. My heart nearly stopped. He was filthy, bits of fluff missing, one ear torn slightly at the top, but it was him, no doubt. She stepped closer, eyes flat. Boo didn't like that, she said quietly. Not angry, not scared, just letting me know, like a warning. I let her have him that night. I was too tired, and I guess the wine gave me a false sense of bravery. But the next day, I got a knot in my stomach, went up to the loft. The box was still sealed, tape unbroken, pillowcases intact. But when I opened it, it was empty. No Boo, just dust. I was done pretending. That night, while she slept, I found Boo sitting on her desk. I took him into the garden, soaked him in lighter fluid, and lit a match. He burned, and while he burned, I heard something scream. Not out loud. In my head, a high-pitched whine, like static, like teeth grinding against metal. The air around me turned heavy. The flames didn't flicker, they twitched. The next morning, she didn't leave her room. She was lying in bed, eyes open, unblinking. I stepped closer, and I felt something. Not saw, felt. A pressure in the room, like I'd walked into a mouth. I reached for her. She turned her head slowly and said, "You made Boo angry." Then her nose began to bleed. She passed out before I could catch her. She's been in the hospital for 4 days, unconscious, no sign of injury, no explanation. Doctors say her vitals are normal, that she might wake up any day now, but I know better. I came home to get her clothes the other day, and in her room, on the windowsill, Boo was back, clean, smiling, like nothing had happened. I didn't scream. I picked him up with shaking hands, walked into the garden, and sat him down on the back step. I didn't burn him. I didn't bury him. I just whispered, "Please, bring her back. Take me instead." He was gone the next day. The doll, the pressure, the noise. And yesterday I got some good news. She woke up. The doctors called it a miracle. I'll be bringing her home tomorrow. I hope. You see, I'm writing this down now because about an hour ago I developed a pounding headache, and just now something scratched at my door. Hi everyone, thanks for listening. If you enjoyed the story, please like, comment and subscribe. And tell me, do you have a Labubu in your home? Where is it right now?
I didn't come here to disappear. I was pretty much invisible already. The flat got too loud in the way that empty rooms do. Every pipe a throat, every radiator a mouth. I was 39 and already felt like a ghost haunting my own furniture. I'd done a dozen jobs that left no dent in the world. Warehouse picker, night shift at the printers, 5 long years repairing cash machines. Every payslip felt like a receipt for time I'd never get back. No friends, no kids, no reason to stay. So when I saw the vague ad in the paper, I thought, why not? Temporary, seasonal assistant required. North Cliff Lighthouse. Solo position. No experience required. How hard could it be? Just a light on a cliff that needed winding and checking, and someone to swear at the wind on its behalf. At least out there I'll be lonely on purpose. I told the harbour master I didn't drink. A lie. That I was good with my hands. True. And that I could handle nights. Truer than I wanted it to be. He looked at me for a long time, like he was measuring silence on me, seeing if it would fit. "You alright being on your own?" he asked, then quickly. "Not 'cause you're a woman. I mean, once you're out there, you're out there. There's no coming back until your time's up. Fog's worse this year. Claustrophobic. You'll taste it before you see it." He was right about that. Salt settles on your tongue out here like dust on a shelf. Even with the door bolted and the windows latched, the brine finds its way in. Tiny white crusts forming in the corners of the lantern room. But there's something under that. The air tastes metallic too, like licking a coin or biting a split lip. The first night, I learned the staircase by touch because the power tripped the second I plugged the kettle in. The cast iron treads were cold enough to sting. The trick is to lead with your palm, not your fingers. Saves you from cuts and splinters. Halfway up, there's a postcard-sized window. You have to lean close to see through it. And if you press your cheek to the stone, it'll steal your heat like a debt collector. Now I keep real thermal gloves stashed everywhere, and a thermos of coffee on the shelf. Next to it sits a logbook, angry, cramped handwriting, stretching back decades from what looked like hundreds of keepers. The entries read like prayers. Wound at 9:05, cleaned mantle. Horn at 12:30, 1:30. Wind southwest, 18 knots. Fog persistent, fog persistent, fog persistent. There's a comfort in tasks that have edges. Check the bulbs, wind the clocks, clean the glass. When the lamp is lit and the lens begins its slow rotation, the whole room changes, as if the tower takes a breath and remembers why it was built. The brass warms. The glass blurs and clears, blurs and clears. Every 70 seconds the beam passes, and the world outside appears in a white slice, spray leaping from the black rock, the cliff path slick and mean. Onshore, the town is just a smudge of orange, the sodium lamps tucked into the fold of the headland. At first, I didn't care that I couldn't get back. I didn't want to go back. Out here, it's me, the machinery, and the sea making its long arguments against the cliff. Out here, no one makes you hurt. The horn is mounted lower, where the tower thickens like a throat. It isn't the cartoonish blare you hear in films. It's a deep animal note, more felt than heard. A pressure that rattles your ribs. When it goes, the glass trembles in its frame. The tea shivers in your mug, and you taste brass in your mouth. I sleep in the watchroom, on a cot older than my mum. Sleep is a generous word. The mattress has a ridge down the middle like a fence. I padded it with forgotten coats and flattened cushions from the room's only armchair. It's good enough. Better an uncomfortable bed here than an uncomfortable silence at home. I keep telling myself I came for the peace, but the peace here isn't quiet. The weather has teeth. The first week, I played games with myself to keep from thinking too loudly. I'd count the steps, 78 to the lantern room, if you skid the cracked one. I tried to drink my coffee before the next sweep of the light caught my face. I timed the horn blasts to the second and reward myself with a biscuit when I hit 3 in a row. On the 5th night, I started hearing water where there wasn't any. Not the roar you'd expect from the sea. This was smaller, meaner. The sound a tap makes when you didn't turn it off quite enough. I hunted it with a torch, ear to the pipes, hands to the walls, following that thin silver noise down into the surface level where the stone smells like damp metal and mould. Dry. Everything was dry. But the sound threaded the night all the same. Just at the edge of thought. Like a song you hate stuck behind your teeth. I wrote it off as the wind working some loose sash. I logged it as if naming the thing would make it behave. 1010. Dripping noise. Source unclear. I was raised to be practical. To rely on myself. My father taught me to check the obvious things first. If a car won't start, jiggle the battery lead before you condemn the alternator. After the marriage ended, after I stopped answering messages that opened with, "Hey stranger," I started to measure my days in things I could fix. The light is good for that. If it doesn't turn, you wind. If it burns too low, you trim. If the horn fails, you pull the choke and try again until the note opens over the water like a door. Sometimes, between the horn blasts, something like quiet falls. You hear the tower settle, your blood in your ears, the sea rearranging stones below. Sometimes, if you let yourself, you can almost believe the fog is just weather. That it isn't watching back. On the 7th night, it came in thick. I tasted it on the stairs before I saw it. The air went soft and damp, my arms sugar-coated with salt. The lantern room fogged from the outside like a breath on glass. The beam pushed through and carved a tunnel of light in the murk. Everything beyond erased. The horn note wobbled, then steadied like a throat clearing. I don't scare easy, not bragging. You can teach fear to stand in the corner if you give it enough chores, but there's a kind of wrong that doesn't arrive with bangs and screams. It pads in, makes itself at home in the parts of your brain that keeps lists. It makes you doubt your own edges. Close to midnight, I was standing with my knuckles on the rail, watching the beam make its slow sweep, when I felt it. A change in the room that wasn't temperature or sound. A prickle at the nape, an itch in my teeth. That childhood sense that someone just said your name in a room you haven't entered yet. The light slid across the fog, and for a heartbeat the world sharpened like a knife on wet stone. The tunnel showed nothing but vapour and white noise. Particles racing like snow in a torch beam. The light moved on. The room exhaled. My shoulders loosened without permission. And somewhere below me, out on the galley in that thick white, something tapped against the metal rail. Sharp and deliberate. Not a bang, not a jump scare I probably deserved. 4 neat taps. Patient as a metronome. I told myself it was grit or pebbles, maybe kicked up by the wind or flung against the rail from below. A stretch, but easier than admitting what it sounded like. I wrote none of it in the log. Instead I wrote the tasks, small anchors against large weather, cleaned prisms, checked bulb housing and backup wiring. Horn, 12 a.m, 12:30 a.m. Fog persistent. When you're alone long enough, your thoughts have your back. They say sensible things, sometimes. They keep their hands in their pockets. That night they were unusually kind to me. It's rocks, they said. It's wind. It's the tower stretching its bones. Nothing to do with you. I made another circuit of the stairs. Palms leading the way, the rails slick and honest under my skin. Back in the watchroom, I tried to sleep. The padding giving me no relief from the thin mattress ridge digging into my spine. I listened for the drip that had now become a lullaby and found none. So I lay there, awake. The horn beat the hours like a slow heart, and the beam kept time on the walls. I told myself I'd check the lantern glazing in the morning. I told myself there was no below me, really. Only air and the black percussion of the sea. I told myself anything that might make the hair on my arms lie down. But the next pass of the light brought the same electric feeling along the back of my neck. And the pass after that brought the taps again, metallic, rattling up through the rail in my hands. 4. Exactly 4. Like an answer. I didn't touch the logbook after that. I stood with the beam at my shoulder, the horn rattling my ribs, the taste of brass in my mouth. Very quietly, I counted my breathing until dawn made a weak suggestion at the window. The fog didn't lift, it just pretended to be thinner when the morning could see it. When I finally unlatched the door and stepped out onto the gallery, water beaded on my eyelashes and salt stung a cut I don't remember earning. Down below, the rocks were greased black, kelp combed flat by the tide. The rail where the tapping had sounded was empty, slick with blade on a shoulder. And for the first time, when it died away, I listened not for silence, but for an answer. By the second week, I'd stopped marking the days properly. The logbook was supposed to keep me straight, but the handwriting had already started to slip. Neat rows turning into jagged scrolls. I'd catch myself writing the wrong hour or repeating the same line twice, as if time had folded in on itself. I tried to blame it on sleep, and the truth is, I wasn't sleeping. Not really. I'd shut my eyes and hear that rattle on the rail, feel the vibration in my bones, wait for it to come again. Sometimes it did. Sometimes it didn't, which was worse. I thought I saw something stranger than the fog one early afternoon. A white bird on the gallery rail. Too bright against the mist. Very out of place. It tilted its head at me, sharp and knowing. It was the most unusual crow I'd ever seen. I tried to creep closer to get a better view, but it slipped back into the fog, as if it had never been there. I told myself it was exhaustion, but I kept waiting for it to come back. The fog never left. It thickened and thinned, like a long-drawing breath, but it never let go of the tower. During the day, it was a dull white sheet, the sea and sky erased. At night, it pressed close, blackening at the edges of the lamp's tunnel, and I swear it pulsed with the horn like a thing alive. I started keeping a second notebook, hidden under my cot. Not the official log, just scribbles of things I couldn't bring myself to record in neat ink in fear of being branded crazy. Tap, 4 times, 2:15 a.m. Heard footsteps on the gallery. Checked. Empty. Foghorn vibrated before I touched the choke. Something whispered back. That last one I tried to cross out so hard the paper tore. The strangest part, I still did the work. Bulbs checked, glass cleaned, gears wound. I still boiled the kettle, still counted the steps, still rationed my biscuits like a kid saving sweets, but the edges of my world had started to blur. Sometimes I'd walk the stairs and find myself at the wrong level, unsure if I'd gone up or down. Sometimes I'd catch a reflection in the lantern's glass and think there was someone else in the room. On the 9th night, I saw them. Not clearly, not the way I wanted, just a smear of shape in the beam's sweep. But it wasn't a gull or spray or a shadow, it was taller, straighter, a human outline standing where no footing should exist. Just fog and air and the drop to the rocks. By the time the beam came round again, it was gone. I didn't log it. I barely trusted myself to think it. The next night, there were 3. They stood at different heights out in the fog, far enough from the tower to make no sense, but close enough to see, perfectly still, perfectly wrong. My stomach turned like I was in free fall, but I couldn't move. I gripped the brass rail until my hands went white. When the beam passed again, it shifted. I couldn't be certain, but I'm sure it was a fraction nearer. I nearly choked myself on the foghorn cord trying to get the sound out fast enough. I prayed the monstrous noise would create sound waves powerful enough to disturb the uncanny patterns made by the fog and light. The note roared into the dark, shaking the tower. For a moment, I felt relief. Until all 3 figures lifted their heads at once, like the sound was calling them home. I didn't sleep after that. I couldn't. Every sweep of the light brought them back. Every blast of the horn seemed to tighten whatever tether was pulling them in. I sat with my back to the wall, mug of coffee clutched like a weapon, whispering bargains to myself. If they reach the glass, I'll run. If they step onto the gallery, I'll jump. If they make a sound out, I never finished that one. By dawn, they were gone. Through the night, they'd seemed to shift a little closer with each pass of the lantern, never quite reaching the tower, but always shrinking the distance. As the sun crept back into existence, they thinned and faded with the fog. And in their place, on the rail where they had been staring all night, the white crow perched again. He tilted his head, watched me in silence before vanishing back into the fog as if it had been bearing witness this entire time. By the 3rd week, I'd stopped pretending this was routine. The tower ran on its own rhythm, light turning, horn groaning, gears ticking, but I was the one falling out of sync. My hands shook even when they weren't on the rail. My coffee tasted like brine. My own reflection in the lantern glass startled me more than once. The second notebook grew messy. Sentences trailed into nonsense. Words scrawled at angles I didn't remember writing. Pages smeared where my hand had sweated through the ink. One night, I woke with the pen still in my fist. A line etched over and over, and it had carved the paper. They're closer. The fog pressed tighter, damp clinging to my clothes. The whole tower felt smaller. I paced the stairs to keep myself awake, but more than once I reached the landing and couldn't tell if I was climbing up or down. Once I circled and circled, breath ragged, until I realised I'd been walking past the same window slit for nearly half an hour. When I leaned out to check, there was nothing but blank fog, nothing except the faint scrape of something against the stone. I stopped opening the logbook entirely. What was the point of writing bulb checked or gear wound when the real notes were carved into my bones? The figures returned night after night. Each time the sun fell, they were back in the fog, always starting from the same impossible distance as if rewound by dawn. And each sweep of the lamp drew them forward again. The figures were no longer just outlines. On the 12th night, the beam caught the pale suggestion of faces, blurred, waterlogged, but watching. Their posture was wrong, heads too still, bodies leaning just enough to look like they were falling without ever touching the ground. Each sweep stole another fraction of a distance. I swore I saw breath pluming in the cold when the light brushed them. The horn betrayed me worst of all. I pulled the cord, and instead of repelling, the vibration came first, shivering through the rails, crawling up my chest, and then they shifted, all of them, as one, like the horn had given them permission. I stopped blasting it for a time, but the silence was worse. I could feel them waiting for it, like dogs starved for a whistle. That was the night the white crow came back. Not at dawn this time, but deep in the hours before morning. I found it sitting on the gallery rail, feathers glowing faint against the lamp's beam. It didn't caw, it didn't move. Just tilted its head at me, eyes as dark as the fog behind it. For a second, I thought if I leaned close enough, it would speak. I don't know why, but I whispered to it. I asked it what they wanted, asked it if it was here for me, asked it if I was supposed to keep the light burning or let it die. The crow blinked once, and then the fog swallowed it. By dawn, the figures had retreated again. The white crow returned with the morning too, perched on the rail like it owned the place. I'd started leaving scraps of bread for it. Offerings, maybe. I couldn't tell if it was an omen or a protector. But since the figures hadn't stepped onto the gallery itself, I let myself believe it was keeping them back. Hoping it was. But even after dawn, the rail seemed to hum faintly, like it had held on to something that wasn't mine. Not the horn this time, something else. I couldn't shake the sense the tower itself was carrying their presence forward, holding a trace of them that would only end once they were inside with me. By the fourth week, the tower didn't feel like mine anymore. It felt borrowed, or worse, shared. The air inside was never still. The walls had a pulse I could feel through my palms when I leaned against them. I'd wake choking on panic, certain something was in the room with me, a terror that makes you bite down on your own fist to keep quiet. My thoughts whispered that there was no need for silence, that I was alone. But the dread clawing at my chest told me better. That I was far from alone. I stopped pretending the figures came and went. They reset, yes, but the rail still hummed each morning, like it had carried something up from the fog. I knew they hadn't left at all. They were just waiting for a chance to start again. Every dawn felt like a reprieve I hadn't earned. There was no question of leaving. The tower sits on a rock cut off from the mainland. The supply boat long overdue. The cliff path drowned under fog. I tried the radio more than once, but the harbour master's voice never sounded surprised. Almost like he already knew what circled the lighthouse. Every call ending the same way. Him telling me to keep the lamp turning, then cutting the line. That's when the fear deepened. If he knew, and still left me here, then what chance did I have? I thought about the coats I found on my first day, hanging forgotten in the watchroom, too many for one keeper. I wondered then why they were left behind. Now I think I know. I imagine their owners running down these same stairs, pressing the same rails, whispering the same promise to themselves, till the night took them too. The white crow came back every dawn without fail, eyes fixed on me while I placed bread on the rail. The first time it ate, I thought I'd imagined it. The second time, I watched crumbs tumble from its beak and scatter into the mist. I didn't know if I was bribing a guardian or feeding a harbinger. But either way, I couldn't stop. The ritual mattered to me now. If I kept the crow fed, maybe it kept the gallery safe. Maybe. But safe didn't last. On the 15th night, I heard them through the stairs. Not outside, not in the fog, inside the tower's bones, as if the sound was being carried up the iron itself. My throat closed, my torch beam shook so hard I could hardly keep the light steady on the steps. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but where to? Down into the dark? Up to the lantern room with nowhere to hide? Air was damp and sour in my mouth. Nothing there, nothing but the faint echo of weight where no one should be. I pressed my ear to the rail, and the vibration that came back wasn't the steady thrum of machinery. It was a rhythm. 4 steps. A pause. 4 steps again. I ran the rest of the way down, heart punching against my ribs, half expecting to feel a hand close on my shoulder. Every time I stopped to listen, silence filled the gap. But when I touched the rail, always the rail, it carried the memory of footsteps that weren't mine. A memory you can't scrub out. The crow didn't appear that dawn. I left the bread anyway, hand shaking so badly I nearly dropped it. The thought of losing even that thin comfort made my stomach hollow with dread. On the 17th night, the figures were so close I could see the glisten of water running from their hair. They leaned against the fog as if it were glass, pressing towards the tower. When the beam cut across them, their heads lifted in perfect unison. Not fast, not jerky, just a slow tilt, like they'd been waiting for me to look. My teeth ached from clenching, my breath tearing at my throat. The silence between the horn blasts felt like held breath. Mine or theirs, I couldn't tell. I kept thinking, if I breathe too loud, they'll hear. By the 20th night, I'd stopped writing completely. The notebook sat in the watchroom drawer. All I had left was muttered promises to myself. Stay awake, keep the light moving, feed the crow. Don't let the rail go quiet. Because when the rail finally goes still, I think it'll mean they've stepped inside. By the 5th week, I was barely human. My body ran on seconds of sleep stolen at the desk, head snapping up at the smallest creak. I tried everything, piling coats against the door, wedging tools through the handles, even dragging the cot across the floor as if flimsy metal could stop but moved in the fog. None of it helped. The tower was never mine, never safe. Nights had become something I dreaded with a sick, sinking weight in my chest. I would sit staring at the lamp, wondering what would happen if I simply let it go dark. If I killed the beam, the figures might lose their path, but ships out to sea would lose theirs too. How many sailors would wreck against the rocks if I chose myself over them? The thought made me sick, but the temptation stayed. The tower itself felt like a trap. Every wall pressed inward, every stair twisted tighter. I barely recognised my own voice when I muttered to myself, raw and rasping from nights without rest. Coffee did nothing. Fear had chewed straight through the caffeine, leaving me wired and hollow. The figures no longer waited in the fog. They had crept beyond their usual stopping point. They pressed right to the edge of the gallery, only a sweep of the lamp between us. When the beam moved on, they shifted forward, bodies leaning into the metal rail as if testing it, weight dragging against the iron. Their outlines were warped by the fog, faces pale and waterlogged, hair plastered against skulls, clothes hanging in strips that fluttered without wind. Their eyes glistened too dark, too steady, fixed on me no matter how the beam moved. And worse, I recognised them. The pale features, the soaked uniforms, the warped faces were the same as the staff photos still hanging in the watchroom. Men and women that should have been long gone now stood outside, dripping and silent, staring in. I could hear the scrape now, groaning as if the rail itself might give way. On the final sweep of the lamp before dawn, I saw them on the gallery itself, right outside the window. One had its hand pressed flat against the glass, water trailing down its fingers, while another hovered inches from the door handle. I pressed myself against the far wall, too terrified to move, lungs locked tight as if even breathing might draw them in. Every time the light passed, they froze again, mannequins posed by a cruel hand, and every time it moved on, they edged closer. The crow came later that morning. I left bread with shaking fingers, whispered bargains I barely understood. Protect me, keep them off the gallery, don't let them in. The bird never answered, only watching with that tilted head, feathers glowing too bright against the grey. The harbour master stopped answering my calls, just static now hissing in my ears. Sometimes I thought I heard voices under it, muffled and distant, like others calling from the fog. I snapped the radio off and shoved it in the drawer with the notebooks. When I did, a loose scrap fluttered free, torn from a page not written in my hand. The handwriting was tight, frantic. It read, "The sea needs to eat. The lighthouse is the plate. The foghorn is the dinner bell. These figures are..." The line ended jagged, ripped short. I stared at it until the words blurred. I know tonight's the night they'll get in. They want me to go with them, to feed the sea, or whatever waits inside it. I have two choices: accept my fate and join the others, or kill the light and doom the sailors who trust me to keep them safe. The fog is thick and the cliffs are unforgiving. Even a seasoned captain wouldn't stand a chance without this beam. The advert was honest about one thing. This job was only ever temporary. But it won't end with a contract. It ends with me. Hi everyone, thanks for listening. If you enjoyed it, don't forget to like, comment and subscribe. It helps me keep the light burning and the stories coming. Here's tonight's random fun fact. Did you know crows can recognize human faces and even hold grudges? Scientists found that they'll remember someone who wronged them for years and even teach other crows who to avoid. So maybe leaving bread for that little white crow wasn't such a bad idea. Good night. I've been thinking a lot about what I went through that night a couple of years back. I've never had the chance to process it. I think when you go through something traumatic or unusual, you compartmentalize it to the point where it feels like it happened to somebody else. That's what it feels like to me. Back then I was living in a suburb near Pittsburgh. I was making ends meet, but margins were slim, and the notion of owning my own house felt like a dream at best. I'd been dating a girl for 2 years, looking for the perfect time to propose, but I just couldn't find the right time and place. But my fortunes were about to change. I got offered a promotion at my job. I'd be a shift manager at a large chemical plant in a couple of weeks. But even better, I got an email about something that might be the perfect time and place for me to finally propose. I was subscribed to a newsletter for a particular singer-songwriter that my girlfriend and I both enjoyed. The first thing we'd ever bonded over was music. There was a promotional campaign where there would be a sneak release of tickets to an upcoming tour, and the first 30 in line would be offered backstage passes. I couldn't imagine a better place to pop the question. Maybe I could get a chance to do it on stage if I asked nicely. But it had to be a surprise, so I kept it to myself. I made up an excuse about going to see my brother and packed a camp-out kit to get in line well and early. The newsletter recommended all of those interested to be in line at least 24 hours ahead of the ticket release. Please be patient and understanding, the email read, and please, wait in line. I drove out there early Saturday morning. They'd arranged it as a sort of a pop-up store. It was going to have all kinds of merch, and by opening day there'd be plenty of people dropping by to get ordinary tickets. But I'd be one of those 30 who got the good ones, come hell or high water. It was awkward getting there though. They'd shut down 3 of the roads for maintenance, making me zigzag between cones and waiting for traffic in opposing lanes to take a turn. There was an apartment complex nearby, but that had been tented up for fumigation. A couple of nearby stores were shut down after health inspections. All in all, it was just bad timing, and there would be no comforts. But I got a bunch of gear packed. I'd be fine. I had an audiobook, some TV shows, and a lawn chair with a slot for an attachable umbrella. I could sit out there for days if need be. As with most pop-up events, there was no big sign, and the location was closed with metal shutters out front. The only thing that showed that this was the place was a discreet little poster on the side of the door that read, "You made it." The newsletter had mentioned that particular poster. It was all designed in a way to make the release feel exclusive. I got there about 23 hours early, and my heart sank. There were already people in line. Luckily, I only counted 27, but for a short moment I was ready to throw in the towel. I got to the back of the line, did a second and third count, and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as no one cut in line, I was in the green. So I set up my chair, attached an umbrella to my chair, and got started on the first season of Monk. After a couple of hours, the line had grown to about 50 people before slowing down. Maybe those in the back were hoping people up front would either drop out, or maybe they hoped there'd be extra tickets. The email had mentioned that there might be a couple of extras, but it couldn't be guaranteed. But I was still in the green, so I didn't have to worry all that much. It wasn't an unpleasant place to stay. The building was facing away from the sun, and there wasn't any traffic nearby because all the maintenance. I think the crews had stopped working for the weekend because there was little to no machine noise. I didn't hear a single jackhammer or concrete mixer, just the ambience of the city and the murmur of the people in line. There was a bit of a tussle up front. This one woman was getting up and talking to people. She was hard to miss. She had this neon green band shirt and blue-coloured hair. You could see her from a mile away. She went down the line asking if anyone had any antihistamines, allergy pills. She was having some sort of reaction. Turns out, no one had any, so she had to head off to find some. There was a drugstore a couple of blocks away, and the guy next to her promised she could keep her spot, so she walked away, thanking those around her for being so understanding. Thing is, she never came back. Hours later, her spot was still vacant. By dinner time, I kicked up a conversation with a guy next to me. He'd arrived just after I did, so he was still among the first 30. His name was Rodney, and he had this lean metalhead kind of build. Arms covered in tattoos, and those kinds of pants with zippers that you can turn into shorts. It didn't look like his kind of venue. "I'm surprising my girl," Rodney smiled. "She loves this stuff." "Same here," I said. "I think I might pop the question. Congrats. Love to see it." He offered me a Coke, and I took it. He hadn't prepared himself quite like I had, so I offered him a pad to watch some shows while I listened to my audiobook. We shared a couple of stories, some snacks, and added one another to our socials. I chomped down on a cold burrito for dinner and took a nap. Rodney was on his phone talking to a friend for a bit. The people ahead of me were having a conversation of their own, and I only caught parts of it. They were discussing if there were 30 available tickets in total, or if there were more tickets given out to the first 30 people. Was there only one ticket per person? Because if all in line wanted 2 or more, that would be over 60 in total. The email hadn't specified it, so they were a bit worried. I had no idea, but there was no point in arguing about it. We'd see in about a day. There was this one guy who was a couple of spots ahead of me that had to step out of line. He had a friend coming by to drop off some stuff, so he asked if they could hold his spot for a bit. It'd just be a couple of minutes. I saw him disappear around the corner, doing that I'm in a bit of a hurry kind of jog that polite people do. A couple of minutes passed, then half an hour. After a full hour, he still wasn't back. "Isn't that strange?" I said to Rodney. "2 people have gone to get something and none came back." "Sure, yeah, strange," he nodded. "But some people just say those things to get an excuse to leave. It's embarrassing to say you're bored, you know. I guess. It's just strange. I work at the hospital," he said. "I'm an anesthesiologist. I know what people who crack under pressure looks like. They always shuffle away with a convenient excuse." "You sure that's it?" I asked. "Nah, but I got no other explanation." "Fair enough." As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sounds of the city lowered to a mumble. Cars gave way to people walking their dogs, and in this particular neighborhood, there was a lot of those. There were a couple more people who got out of line and walked away, not to return. We were still well over 40 though, but I think some got cold feet as the city got dark. A couple of light posts from a nearby street cast long shadows across the pavement. I was having a nap when Rodney poked me. He looked confused. "Some folks in the back are saying we're in the wrong line. They're opening some name brand store. There ain't no ticket sales." "You shitting me?" I scoffed. "You can't be serious." A guy 3 steps ahead looked back. "This ain't no store opening," he called back. "It's an autograph signing." That kicked up a murmur. All of a sudden, the entire line was talking. There was some confusion about what we were actually doing out there. A lot of people were there for tickets, but for different artists. Some were there for a shop opening, an autograph signing, or a giveaway. A couple of phones were passed around and shown so we could compare emails. All emails were from different accounts, seemingly official enough to get past the spam filters. They all advertised different things, but they ended with the same line. "Please be patient and understanding, and please wait in line." It became readily apparent that no one had the faintest idea what this opening actually was. A couple of folks just got up and left. Finally, the guy at the very front stepped out of line. "I'm not sticking around for some fucking scam," he spat. "I'm going home. You should too." A couple more people packed up but hadn't decided what to do. I was a bit on the fence about it. But as I watched that first man round the corner, I figured there'd been some kind of misunderstanding. Maybe they were doing several promotions at once. I heard his voice. He sounded surprised and a little angry. "What is this?" Then he screamed. A blood-curdling, ear-bleeding scream. It got quiet. Everyone looked at one another, trying to find an answer to what was going on. I got out of my chair to get a better look, but Rodney put his hand on my arm. "Hold on," he said, lowering his voice. "Don't go. We should call someone." He agreed. But we could see other people were already calling for help. The man from the front of the line never returned. There was someone in the back who called for help. A few people walked down the road to see if everyone was okay, but they never returned either. A patrol vehicle came by about 20 minutes later. 2 police officers walked up, asking questions. Everyone said the same thing. A man had stepped away, and it sounded like he got hurt. The officers did a sweep of the road, and when they came back around, they shrugged it off. "There's nothing here," they said. "You're sure he didn't just call out to a friend?" There were a lot of raised voices at that. But what could we say? It wasn't illegal to step out of line and not come back. There was no blood or sign of a struggle. Maybe we hadn't heard what we thought we heard, but people were raising other issues, like the emails we'd been sent. It all seemed like a plot to trick us. That, the officers had something to say about. "No, it's legit," one said. We were informed that there'd be people waiting in line for some kind of event. They had no idea what the promotion was for, though. And even if they did, they couldn't disclose it. It was all arranged by an event promoter, who'd in turn been hired by someone else. All in all, there was nothing they could do but to wish us the best of luck and be on their way. As they left, I noticed them meeting up with someone walking their dog at the end of the street. They shook hands, looked at us, and went their separate ways. Rodney and I stayed up late. We decided we'd take turns sleeping, just to make sure no one took our things. I took the first shift. The line had whittled down to about 30 people by then. There'd been a lot of people trickling out after the uncertainty of what this was supposed to be. Of course, none of them came back. I didn't hear anything else, but there was this rising unease that there was something inherently dangerous about stepping away. I could hear a couple of people talking about it, that is, until a woman further back had enough. She'd been sitting quietly for a while, listening to people talk over her. "It's not a big deal," she groaned. "Look, I'll walk one lap around the building. I'll leave my purse here so you know I'll be back, all right?" Maybe she was tired or frustrated. Maybe she wanted to prove a point. She stepped out of line and rounded the corner with a huff. Judging by the size of the building, it ought to take her a couple of minutes at a brisk walking speed. But as those minutes dragged on into half an hour, it was clear she wasn't coming back. She'd left everything behind, so it was clear this wasn't voluntary. Something had kept her from coming back. No one would willingly leave behind their identification, credit cards, or phone. A couple of people discussed leaving as a group. Someone mentioned leaving while being on a phone call, to report back as they went. But no one wanted to take the risk. We didn't know what was going on, and no one was eager to put themselves on the line. Instead we waited, speculated, and murmured back and forth about what might be going on. Was it a trafficking thing? Gang-related? Or was this whole thing just a big misunderstanding? I woke up Rodney around midnight and leaned back in my chair. I told him about the woman leaving her things behind, and I could see something settle on his brow. It was a strange position to be in. We were either completely fine or in incredible danger. But which was it? Which made more sense? I had a nervous sleep. No dreams, just a stream of thoughts. I kept waking up for the dumbest reasons. A car playing loud music a couple streets down. A barking dog. Someone throwing away a bunch of glass bottles. Just everyday city noise. Rodney had slumped against the wall chewing on some licorice. When he noticed me watching, he pointed down the street. "They keep coming back around." "Who?" I asked. "Not sure. Some guy walking his dog every 30 minutes or so." "The same guy?" "I don't know. Maybe." We kept our eyes on the street, and just like he said, a man with a dog passed by. He was wearing a large coat and a baseball cap, and the dog was one of the larger breeds. Possibly a St. Bernard, or some kind of sheepdog. "Every 30 minutes, Rodney reiterated. "I don't think he's walking his dog." "So what's he doing then?" Rodney shook his head and took another bite of licorice. "Patrolling." It was the middle of the night when the police came back. 2 officers, same as before, walked down the line with an audible sigh. "Someone called again," they said. "What's going on?" A young man got up and pointed at the woman who'd left her things behind. The police scooped it up, checked it, and promised to take it back to the station. As they were about to leave, the young man asked if they could escort him to his car. They agreed. As he left, he looked back at the rest of us, holding up his phone. A woman he'd been sitting next to held up her phone in response. "I'll stay on the line until I get home," he called out. "I'll keep you updated." It seemed to go well enough, but as they rounded the corner at the end of the street, I noticed one of the officers looking to the left and raising his hand, as if waving at someone just off to the side. We all looked at the woman with the phone. She was hunched over, cradling it with both hands, listening through wireless earpieces. She'd say something occasionally, like a quiet, "Yes, I'm still here," or "Are you okay?" Then, after a couple of minutes, her eyes went wide. "Hello," she said. Dan, are you there?" There was no response. I could see the tears pool in her eyes as her hand started to shake. He'd promised to stay on the line. Something must have gone wrong. "They're picking us off," muttered Rodney. "Someone is picking us off." "But why?" I whispered back. "What's the point?" "Think about it," he said. "This whole block is basically shut down. Roadwork, maintenance, fumigation, renovations. It's just us out here. But why us? Why now? There's gotta be a reason." Everyone was awake by then. We tried to figure out if we all had something in common. We all looked different, and we were all different ages. We were there for different reasons, and we lived in different parts of town. There was nothing readily apparent that we had in common. "Dan works at a bottling plant," the woman with the phone added. "I'm in retail." Others joined in. One was an airline pilot. Another was a bodyguard, a firefighter, a translator. All very different people in very different lines of work. However, we had one thing in common. We all had access to something. Rodney had access to pretty much whatever at the hospital. The woman working retail had access to influential private clients. The firefighter had control over who had what shift, and who would respond to what call. The translator could listen in on privileged information. I was no different. I was about to become shift manager at the plant. I could choose what and who went where, and when. "Is that it?" Rodney said. "Is that what we're here for?" "But what's the point of taking us out?" I asked. "This isn't hurting anyone but us." The man walking his dog was back for another round, but now it looked like he'd slowed down a bit. As Rodney talked, I saw him stop at the end of the street, giving us a long look. And his dog looked too. Somewhere around 3 a.m, a whole group of people got up from the back of the line. The idea was clear. They were going to rush out of there. Others protested, saying they could call people over to come help. "If we all call someone, we can make a crowd," a man called out. "We can leave as a crowd, and we'll be fine." "No, we have to spread out," someone else said. "We go different ways and we go fast. Some of us are bound to get out." Rodney got up too, but his voice drowned in the crowd. Things were getting heated, and people were pushing one another. Angry fingers were being pointed. Phrases were repeated over and over and over. The argument was quickly turning into a shouting contest. "There's at least 8 people patrolling," Rodney tried to say. "I've counted. There's at least 8. At least 8. But no one listened. And as push came to shove, a group from the back of the line spread out and ran into the night. Rodney slouched back down against the wall, breathing heavily. We all held our breaths, listening. We could hear footsteps running down different alleyways. It started with a crash, like someone taking a tumble into a trash container. Then, one pair of footsteps stopped. Not long after, another stopped. And from a far-off corner, I heard this barking. A loud, growling bark. "No!" someone pleaded. "No, no, no!" There was no screaming, no gunshots. All the sounds just stopped, and no one came back. The guy from the back of the line called out to them, but got no answer. We were down to about 20 people. Some were calling home. Others were calling the police, but they weren't about to come back here for a third time. One called a taxi, but they couldn't find a place to park, so they had to stop at an adjacent street, which we couldn't get to. There was also this one woman with a face tattoo that asked to borrow a phone. Rodney handed over his. "I'm getting my guys down here," she said. "You'll see. I'm done." She made a call, shouting angrily for a couple of minutes. After the person on the other end finally seemed to understand the gravity of the situation, Rodney got his phone back. About 20 or so minutes later, 6 very tired men came wandering down the street. I could see the outline of holsters inside their cheap jackets. "We're going," the tattooed woman called out. "Y'all can come if you want." A couple of people got up. I looked at Rodney, but he shook his head. "Suit yourself," she continued. "We're leaving." We watched them walk away and round the corner. I heard them starting a car and putting it in gear. There was music playing, something loud with a thumping bass. It sounded like they were about to drive away when I heard a bark, but it wasn't just a bark. It was more like a growling cough. Then a gunshot, then another. The sound bounced against the walls, ringing out over the city. I saw a couple of lights turn on in distant buildings. Then all was quiet again. No one wanted to go look. Some people screamed at nearby houses, hoping for someone to open a window and look our way. No one did. The line itself was in complete disarray by then. People were packing and unpacking, pacing back and forth, hoping some opportunity would show itself. I wasn't immune to it, but I tried to stay calm. Rodney helped a lot. He was a lot more calculated than I'd imagined when I first saw him. He counted the people walking by. He measured the dogs. He listened for repeating sounds. My mind was tired, but my heart kept my eyes open and frantic. "I don't get this one thing," I said. "There's a timeline." "What do you mean?" he asked. "They gave us a time this would open," I continued. "If they're just going to keep us here until they've picked us off, why would they give us an end point?" "There's got to be something to it," he said. "Some reason for this specific place, and this time. And what happens when it opens?" We looked at one another. Whatever was going on, there couldn't be anything good in there. Rodney brought up the idea of breaking into the place we'd been lining up for. A couple of folks were on board, but the front gates were barred shut, and the personnel entrance was on the back of the building. That kicked up all previous arguments about calling for help, or moving as a group, or running like panicked animals into the night. We tried to bend a piece of rebar into a makeshift crowbar, but we couldn't get it to work. The place was locked down hard, and we hadn't brought anything to break through. We couldn't do it. A couple of people thought about collecting jackets and making a line so we could pull them back if need be. The problem was, no one wanted to volunteer. "Nothing happens until we're out of sight," someone said. "As long as we're within view, nothing happens. So someone can go to the end of the street, look around the corner, and come back." We had a volunteer for that. A large guy in his early 40s. He brushed off our worries, grabbed his backpack, and went to the end of the street. We could see him the whole time as he called back to us. "There's a car here," he yelled. "The door's open, there's no one here." "Can you see anything?" Rodney called out. "Nothing," he said. "Not a soul." He turned to go back to us when he stopped. He looked to the side. There was a hint of doubt there. Rodney peered up at me, then back at the man. "I think the patrol's coming around," he said. "Any moment now." Suddenly the man started running back to us. By the time he reached us, 3 of us were up on their feet to catch him and slow him down. He was panting like he was having an episode. We looked back towards the street, where a person walking his dog had stopped to look at us. "That's no dog," the man wheezed. "I don't know what that is, but it's no dog." For a couple of seconds we all just stared at the stranger. There really was something unusual about that dog. Its back legs had a curious shape, and there was a shine to the eyes that I hadn't noticed before. Almost blue. A couple more people would crack in the following hour. One just straight rushed down the road. Another tried to leave, but was held back by the others. A couple tried to call people for help, or to have someone escort them to their car, but nothing came of it. One guy kept spamming the police over and over, yelling at the operator that if they were that upset with him, they were free to come down and arrest him at any time. By dawn, there were less than 20 of us still waiting in line. It was about 6 a.m. when I saw someone coming down the road. A woman with blue-coloured hair and a neon green band shirt. I poked Rodney. We recognised her. She'd been the first one to leave, the one who went to get allergy medication. "She came back," I said. "You sure?" Rodney asked. "You sure that's her?" "Positive," I said. "Same clothes and everything." She waved at us. She was smiling and a bit bouncy, like she'd had a good night's sleep. In comparison, the rest of us were nervous wrecks. "I heard there was trouble," she said. "I'm sure it was a misunderstanding." "What happened?" I asked. "Nothing happened," she insisted. "Pills made me sleepy, so I went home. I just came to get my things, see what's going on." I wasn't buying it. And by the looks of Rodney, he wasn't either. Others didn't seem all that sure, but a couple seemed to relax their shoulders a bit. Despite my reservations, she got a lot of people up on their feet. Maybe they really wanted to believe that it was all just a big misunderstanding. And yeah, it was convincing. She'd come back after all, but maybe she was some kind of plant. Or maybe it was just someone who sort of looked like her. About half of all the people who remained joined her. They left together, giving the rest of us a tired wave goodbye. Some broke down in tears. There was this one woman whose face has burned into my mind. She was completely beside herself, shaking like a dry leaf in the wind. "I'm scared, okay?" she cried. "I'm scared. I don't understand what's going on. I just want to go home." She was assured and hugged and led by the hand, and slowly but surely, they all wandered off down the street, and none would return. About an hour later, there were less than 10 of us left. Rodney shook his head as he looked from side to side. "No patrols," he said. "They've missed it 2 times. "You think we can go?" I asked. "No," he said. "Something's up." He shook his head as we looked down the road, only to see someone approaching. It was one of the people who'd been walking their dog. Except now they weren't just passing by. They were stopping at the end of the street. A couple more joined, blocking off the other exits. One by one, they bent down and let their dogs off their leash. I looked at Rodney. For the first time, he looked scared. I could see his chest rising and falling with little claustrophobic breaths. We were being closed in on from all sides. "They fanned us out," he whispered. "They outnumber us." "What the fuck do we do?" I whispered back. He got up, and I followed. Others were taking notice as well. But as we began to spread out, we could see the approaching people moving to intercept. Then, the barking. I'll never forget the moment the dogs stepped out of the shade of the surrounding buildings. They looked almost completely black in the shadows, but they remained equally black when they stepped into the morning light. They had this ink-black, slick skin. Their back feet looked like something from a bird, and the entire body was hunched over on all fours. It was more humanoid than I'd thought, and as they got closer, they stretched out. The smaller of them, at full length, was at least 6 feet 7 inches. One of them looked my way with a shark-like grin, scratching the pavement like an eager dog with long pointed claws. I looked back at Rodney a final time, and in a split-second realization, all hell broke loose. Someone made a run for it, only to be tackled to the ground. One of the dogs got them by the neck and bit down hard with a sickening snap. One guy tried to climb a light post, hoping he could get up to a window of a nearby building. 2 more creatures tore down the light post, breaking it with a snap as he came tumbling to the ground. They were picking us off one by one, killing us, feeding on us. A couple had time to scream for help, but the creatures targeted whoever made noise first. The 40-something-year-old man who'd gone out to the street earlier was tackled face first into the pavement and had those razor-sharp teeth dug into the back of his neck. My mouth tasted salt as morbid death smells crept up my nose. We didn't stand a chance. There were at least 12 of them, and they knew what they were doing. Rodney and I stayed by the wall, trying to make ourselves as small as possible. I got a good look at some of the dog walkers. A couple of them were complete strangers, but a couple of them I recognized from earlier. They'd been in line just like me and Rodney. Maybe they'd been plants, or something else entirely. The creatures were feasting. One of the handlers went up to the locked building and rolled it open as one of them walked up to me and Rodney. He looked us up and down as one of the creatures settled down by his side, snarling and drooling, starved and ready to pounce. The man adjusted his glasses, peering out from under his baseball cap. "We got any hatches left?" he called out. The building opened. I couldn't see what was inside from my angle, being pushed up against the wall. "All done," someone responded. "Got them all." The man looking at me and Rodney was maybe 30 years old, with a fashionable beard. Simple square glasses. I couldn't have picked him out of a crowd. He looked down at the dark creature and adjusted his nondescript baseball cap. "Which one you want?" he asked. "Which did you dream of?" I felt something to my right. Rodney reached out and grabbed my hand. Not because we were making a break for it, or to try some last-minute master plan. He was just scared, and when you're scared, you want to hold someone's hand. So he held mine. The creature looked us over. A hint of blue reflected at us from its deep eyes. We fumbled for the right words to say. Some plea. Some brilliant, last-minute monologue. Something to appeal to their sense of kindness and humanity. But the stranger with the glasses didn't move a muscle. He might as well have been shopping for groceries. And with that, the creature growled. It had decided. It pounced on Rodney. I held his hand for as long as I could. I didn't look. I remember the sensation of screaming, but I don't remember the sound. My throat turned raw. The muscles in Rodney's hand tightened, then fell limp. The man with the glasses took a step forward, shushing the creature. There, he said. "It's okay. Dream well. Eat." Bone crunching, sinew snapping, meat, and the smell of hot iron. I closed my eyes so hard my skull ached. There was noise all around me. I didn't hear most of it, as I could barely make out anything over the sound of my own heart. There was biting and ripping, interlaced with the most casual-sounding conversation. "You got the shells?" someone asked. "No need. We're torching." "You sure?" "It's clear. We got a firefighter." I looked up. A couple creatures began to look different as they ate. Some had brighter skin. Some were shorter, fatter. I heard clattering as their claws fell off their fingers, bones snapping as their legs straightened. Then the man with the glasses clapped his hands at me. "Hey," he said, "you can go." "What?" "You can go," he repeated. "We're done." I got up off the ground and cleared my eyes. A couple of people looked my way, and I could tell they weren't entirely convinced. Some were armed. I recognized one of them as the woman with the face tattoo. "You're letting me go?" "Sure," he said. "We got a full brood. We don't need you." "You can't kill people and walk away," I whispered. "You can't. You can't do that." He shrugged at me like I'd asked him what the time was. I stepped back and no one followed me. I glanced at the creature gnawing on Rodney, only to see that it had started to gain his features, his face, his gangly arms, and all the while, the man with the glasses calmly shushed it and stroked its back. The others were setting fire to the building, using a can of gasoline and a strip of newspaper. I only saw a brief glance of the inside. Black rock-like fragments littered the floor. Strange organic formations stuck to the wall in batches of 3 to 6. When he noticed I wasn't leaving, the man with the glasses casually waved a pistol at me. Not to shoot me, but to show that he had it. "Go on now," he said. And as the fire flared up, I stepped around the corner, and I didn't return. I came home in tears. I remember breaking down in the hallway, trying to explain everything all at once to my girlfriend. I told her about the tickets, and the plans I'd made, and the people I'd met, and the dogs, and the handlers. All of it. I tried to show her Rodney's socials, and as I did, I noticed he was posting. My heart skipped a beat. "Long night," the post said. It was just a selfie, posted 10 minutes earlier. He looked fine. Healthy even. But there was a little blue tint to his eyes that wasn't there before. No people went missing that night. Everyone came home, eventually. And from what I've read, there haven't been any incidents. Everything just keeps going like normal, like nothing happened. So who can I call? What can I even say? You can't report a person not being properly killed to the police. I even texted Rodney once, and he responded like it was no big deal. "I just went home," he said. "I'm fine, we should hang out sometime." I haven't agreed to it. I don't think I can. I don't even know what to think anymore. About a week or so after all this went down, I got a card. An apology card with a sad blue sunflower on the front. Inside was a handwritten note. "Sorry for the inconvenience," it read. There were 2 tickets to the concert, backstage passes. I ended up going. I proposed. I think I recognized a couple of people in the crowd, but I'm not sure. Now, years down the line, it all feels like a nightmare. I can't point to a single thing and say, "Hey, look, it really happened." There are no witnesses, and in the eyes of the law, no crime has been committed. But I know what I lived through that night. That'll stay with me forever. And I know this was violent and ugly and sick. But that email asked me to wait patiently, and maybe that's what saved my life in the end. Maybe I'm still waiting. But for what? Hey guys, thanks for listening. I've narrated quite a lot of Saturday stories recently, and I think you'll agree his writing is absolutely amazing. I may be a published author myself, but honestly, I don't think I'm at his standard yet. If you'd like to check out more of his work, I've got a dedicated playlist for you. And if you fancy hearing some of my own stories, I've started narrating those too. They've got their own playlist, and it should be up on the screen now, or in a minute, or maybe a little while ago. I'm not very good with timing. While I've got you, it would be awesome if you could subscribe, maybe drop a comment with your favourite story, or give this one a like. It really helps get the channel out there. I'm juggling work, motherhood, and everything in between just to get these stories out to you, which is probably why half the time my coffee's gone cold before I get to drink it. And now for a random fun fact. Did you know the longest line ever recorded was in Poland in 2012? Over 45,000 people stood in line for a single cup of coffee at a festival, and some of them still didn't get served. Makes waiting in a horror story line sound a bit more appealing, right? Good night.
A few months ago, my wife Julie and I decided to start trying for a family. We moved out of the big city to a small Midwestern Minnesota town, not too far away from Grove City. It was time for a change. Hell, we even decided to stop smoking. We found a cheap, recently renovated flat. The entire complex was built in the 50s, but the apartments themselves had been fixed up recently. We were told by the landlord, absolutely stunning young woman, that most of the previous tenants decided to move out rather than wait for the renovations to finish up. The place was basically brand new. Our apartment was on the ground floor. We didn't want to think about baby-proofing a balcony on the 3rd or 4th floor, and we figured this would only be a stepping stone to get in our own house anyway. Julie had left the job as a high school teacher behind, while I'd gotten the job as a manager at a local warehouse. I'd already worked as a manager previously for the same company, so it was just a matter of finding a suitable transfer. The previous tenants had left us a gift. Sitting alone in the kitchen window was a blue sunflower. At first I thought it was plastic, but it was perfectly real. The colour was striking. It was still yellow in the middle, with black spots, but the leaves were a sparkling ocean blue. The flower pot was hand-painted, with a small landscape and a shining sun, and in plain black text it said, "The sad sunflower." "That's just too cute," Julie smiled. "We've got to keep it." I've never been able to say no to her. That big smile of hers could make me do anything. If she wanted to keep the sad sunflower, so be it. I watered it and turned it facing outwards. Oddly enough, it had been leaning inwards toward the apartment. I thought sunflowers were supposed to follow the sun. Julie just loved it. She already had a good feeling about this place. I wasn't convinced yet, but I figured it was just nicotine withdrawal. Over the following days I was getting adjusted to my job. I brought in a cake to get to know everyone. Their previous manager had personal issues and suddenly left town, so there was an urgent need for someone to step in. It was just great timing for me. Julie was still looking for a new job. There were a few schools nearby that she was going to look up, but we needed to get a second car first. Money was tight after the move, so we decided to wait a few weeks before making any big purchases, so Julie spent most of the days at home. She'd been clear about wanting to be a stay-at-home mum once we had a family of our own, so maybe she was trying to get used to the idea. Call it a practice run. She would do a lot of housework and handle the groceries. I usually cooked dinner, but she would handle the dishes. One day after coming home from work, I noticed her humming a strange tune while she was watering the sad sunflower. I'd never heard it before. "You're my friend, I'll sing your tune, a setting sun to rising moon. I ask you, buddy, buddy blue, won't you be a sunflower too?" I took off my shoes and joined her in the kitchen. She'd hum the tune over and over, checking every leaf on the sparkling blue plant. It was leaning inwards again, away from the sun, almost like a dog asking for a head scratch. "What's that song?" I asked. "What song?"
I asked her several times over. She honestly didn't know what I was talking about. I read it out loud, but she just blanked. The same way I could have sworn I heard her singing it, she swore she hadn't. I turned the plant back outwards, towards the sun. The next day, it was leaning back in. That tune started to haunt me. I could hear Judy singing it, in the shower, while doing the dishes, while tying her shoes. Over time, she came to accept that she was singing it, but she wasn't doing it consciously. It was like a brain teaser. I must have heard it somewhere, she said. Some kind of nursery rhyme. I couldn't blame her for having her mood occupied with kid stuff. It was pretty much all we talked about. We'd just started trying for a baby, and it would just be a matter of time before our lives would change forever. It was stressful, but exciting. More of an adventure than any bungee jump could ever replicate. Julie got a part-time teaching job at a local high school. One of their teachers was going on maternity leave, so they needed someone to step in and help out with social studies. We didn't have a second car, but one of the guys I worked with lived just down the street, so we started to carpool. I thought having some independence and getting out of the apartment would do Julie some good. It did, at first. She had so much energy when she got home after a long day. Still, she would beeline towards her sad sunflower, take care of it, water it, and only then would she concentrate on anything else. She didn't even take her shoes off. That plant was, by far, her most favourite thing in the world. Honestly, I didn't get it. She still hummed that melody. You're my friend, I'll sing you a tune, a setting sun to rising moon. I once got back home early, only to notice the sunflower was gone. Julie wasn't home from work, and the thing was just gone. Later, when Julie came home, it all made sense. She held that thing under her arm as she walked through the door. It was almost like someone holding a baby. She had a grocery bag swinging underneath. I'll be the first to admit I didn't handle it very well. You're bringing it to work, I accused. What is going on with you? It's nothing, Julie sighed. It's like having a safety blanket. It doesn't mean anything. Then throw it away. She stared at me in disbelief. I took a step forward to help her with the groceries, and she recoiled. Her eyes were dilated, and it looked like she was on the edge of a fight-or-flight reaction. I just stopped. What the hell? Don't you dare, she spat. Don't you dare. After that, Julie slept on the couch for a couple of nights. It was her idea, not mine. She would give me these long, accusing looks from across the room whenever I was in line of sight of that damn plant. It was still facing inwards. I'm sure the damn thing was moving, or turning back every time I tried to face it outwards. I started hearing things at night. I once peeked out of the bedroom to see Julie water and prune the plant in the middle of the night. She'd sing to it over and over, the same rhyme. In the moonlight, it looked like she didn't even blink. 2:30 in the morning, and there she was caressing the leaves. There were other things as well. Foul-smelling dirt in the wastebasket, dark blue sunflower seeds scattered around the bathroom. I didn't know what to make of it, but Julie and I weren't really talking anymore. She had no problem talking with the plant, though. I ask you, buddy, buddy blue, won't you be a sunflower too? It all came to a boiling point the day when Julie didn't come home from work. Of course, she'd taken the plant with her. I tried her phone, but she didn't pick up. At 7 in the evening, I was getting seriously worried. I called the school where she worked, but of course it was closed. Instead, I called her co-worker, Miss Marriott. "This is Claire," she answered. "Hey, I'm calling about Julie. This is her husband," I said. "Sorry about calling you like this." "No, it's fine. Is everything all right?" "When Julie came to work, did she seem okay? Did she do anything unusual?" I'm not following. "Well, like, did she bring—" "No, I'm sorry. What I meant, what do you mean with came to work?" Apparently, Julie had quit her temp job about a week ago. I rushed down the street to my co-worker and asked to borrow their car. They didn't mind and even asked if there was anything they could do to help. I didn't even know where to start, so I just thanked them and left. I drove around town for hours, checking every open store, every alley, every side road. Finally, I stopped for gas. As I went inside to pay and get a soda, I noticed the clerk humming a tune. She was just reading a magazine and humming away. Barely noticed I was even there. I'd recognize the melody anywhere. "Where did you hear that?" I asked. She just looked up at me like she'd woken up from a nap. She had no idea what I was talking about. I just paid and left, figuring Julie had been there. She was close. There was a small dirt road not too far from the gas station leading down to a fishing lake. All you could catch there was smallmouth bass, but it was a great little place to have a barbecue. I drove down the road following a hunch. It paid off. Just a few minutes later, I saw our car on the side of the road. The door was still open. Lights were blinking. It was swarming with mosquitoes. I parked alongside it and brought out a flashlight. There was a small trail through the woods leading up to a clearing next to the lake. It was the only place she could have gone unless she was mindlessly going random directions. I didn't have to go far to hear her. There was no wind, so even a slight noise could be heard from far away. "I ask you, buddy, buddy blue." The same damn rhyme. Next to the trail, I noticed small, bright stalks reaching out of the soil. I could guess what kind of plant they were, even though they hadn't bloomed yet. "Won't you be a sunflower too?" I stepped into the clearing. I could barely see them all with a tiny cone of light. There were hundreds of them spread out in a circle. In the middle was Julie, reciting her rhyme over and over. She'd taken off her clothes, and I could see mosquitoes swarming her. It didn't seem to bother her. The melody in her song was gone, turned to a mantra. She was standing with her back towards me, holding her hands in front of her like a cup. She suddenly made a harsh coughing sound and bent forward. I took a few steps and stopped. Every single sunflower turned towards me, blue leaves vibrating like rattlesnakes. Julie turned around. Sunflower seeds were dripping from her mouth. In her cupped hands, she had the same kind of foul-smelling tar dirt that I found in our wastebasket. Her eyes were bright blue. Her teeth were stained black. "You're my friend. I'll sing your tune." Sunflower seeds kept falling from the edge of her mouth. She kept coughing, almost choking. She was constantly on the edge of inhaling the seeds into her lungs. Her singing voice was broken and struggling. Still, she smiled, the same smile that could get me to do anything. A setting sun, a rising moon. The flowers turned back towards her, vibrating. Tiny leaves clapping in appreciation. I didn't know what to do. I was horrified, I was angry, I was desperate. I froze. Julie walked up to me, holding a large seed between her lips. She took my hands and leaned forward to kiss me. I've never smelled anything so putrid in my life. I think that's what snapped me out of it.
It was the only time I ever refused a kiss from her. I'm not proud of what happened next, but I didn't have a choice. I grabbed Julie and threw her over my shoulder. She protested wildly, scratching and beating me. She had to stop over and over to throw up more seeds and dirt. I just ignored the wounds on my neck and scalp and kept carrying her. I locked her in the back seat of my car and turned on the child locks. As I shut the doors, she was hysterical, screaming and flailing in the back seat like a possessed toddler. I got a jerry can from the car. It was half full. That was enough. I stopped smoking the day we moved into our new apartment, but I still had my lighter. When I stepped back out into the clearing, I could hear something moving. I ignored it. I dumped every drop of gasoline I had and just set the whole field on fire. I left the lighter behind. As I stepped away, I could hear things popping in the grass, blue leaves crinkling to ash, and somewhere there were tiny screams. Tiny, bright screams. Something was burned alive in that field, and I don't want to think about what it might have been. It sounded human. Wrong, but human. Julie recovered in a couple of days. The doctors figured she'd been eating seeds from the sunflower, and that it had contained some kind of poison. The doctor couldn't find anything abnormal about her blood levels, and after a couple of days of rest, she was back to her old self again. Her eyes were back to their ordinary brown, and her smile was as genuine as ever. She was so sorry for all the trouble she'd caused, and she had a hard time remembering what happened. To her, it was all a bad dream. We've since gotten pregnant. Over the months, we've baby-proofed the apartment, but we're already looking to move to a house. Julie got back a job as a temp. She might be looking at an extension at the end of the school year. She's quite popular. We're thinking about the name Danny with a Y for a boy, or Danny with an I for a girl. We're not sure yet. There's only one thing that still worries me. The ultrasounds. Julie's been taking them while I'm at work, but she's shown me every single image. They look perfectly fine, but on the last one, there was something that didn't add up. In the corner of the picture, the date was set to 5 years ago. I'm suspecting she's not showing me the actual ultrasounds, or that she hasn't taken them. I don't know what she could be hiding. And sometimes at night, I hear her humming. The same damn tune. You're my friend, I'll sing your tune. A setting sun to rising moon. I ask you, buddy, buddy blue, won't you be a sunflower too? Hi everyone, thanks for listening. This story, The Sad Sunflower, was written by Saturday. I'm actually in the middle of recording a playlist dedicated entirely to Saturday's work. So if you like this one, stick around, because there's plenty more coming. And as always, here's your random fun fact. Sunflowers don't just follow the sun. Young sunflowers actually move their heads from east to west during the day, then turn back east overnight to wait for the sun to rise again. Basically, they've got better time management than most of us. Good night.
It was a long and lonesome road, and the night never seemed to end. No matter how long I sat down to catch my breath, and no matter how long I walked, the dark just seemed to get darker. You lose all perception of time when you move forward, and nothing seems to change. At some point, I stopped dead in my tracks. There was a person standing on the road ahead of me. It vaguely resembled a woman dressed in a blue kaftan. I called out to her. I asked her who she was, where I was, and if she could help me. My throat was getting dry. I hadn't brought any water. I got no response, and she just walked away. I followed. The forest opened into a clearing, an open space with log cabins, garden plots, apple trees, and a small jetty for fishing. The roofs were partly covered in solar panels, and there was a communal tool shed down by the riverbank. There was a water pump at the edge of the clearing, so I figured the river water wasn't safe to drink. I could tell there had been a community of people living here at some point. Right now, however, there was no one around. I hurried over to the water pump and pumped it a few times. Having that ice-cold groundwater pour into my hands was beautiful enough to make me cry. I drank myself nauseous. Leaning against a birch tree to catch my breath, I noticed that the woman with the blue caftan was gone. I was left there, among the cabins, on my own. All the cabins were open, 2 rooms each, 1 bedroom and 1 storage room. There was a communal kitchen in one of the cabins down by the river. I couldn't help but to imagine some sort of hippie collective living there, sharing stories by the campfire. I found a bed, complete with a blanket and pillow. All I had to do was brush off a few stray May beetles. The next day, I woke up with this awful headache, like something had moved inside my head. Maybe it was exhaustion from the previous night, or maybe I'd caught something. I could still taste the ammonia from the previous day, where I'd lost both Evan and John to that thing. But having no one to talk to, there was no reason to put my experience into words. I was in survival mode, and I decided to look through this place thoroughly. It became apparent that this was a collective once named St. Gall. At least 8 people used to live here, according to the number of beds available. It wasn't entirely clear what made them leave, but it must have happened soon and suddenly. The woman with the blue caftan was still nowhere to be seen. The place was stocked to the brim. Canned goods, fresh preserves, all kinds of dried meat. A shelf full of vacuum-sealed smoked fish. These people were self-sufficient. There might not be any plumbing, but there was a makeshift shower, provided you'd heated up some water beforehand. The solar panels were linked together into a series of batteries, all meant to power the kitchen. There was even a radio and a TV. Heating was done with wood furnaces. There was a well-used chopping block by one of the garden plots, bearing witness to many hours of diligent wood cutting. It took me the better part of the day just to get a good idea of what this place had to offer. By dinner time, I figured I could probably stay there for months on end, if I wanted to. I might be able to ride out the entire year walk right there, at St. Gall. The apple trees were one thing, but the woods were covered in blackberries and wild plums. Hell, if I could figure out how to fish, I could stay there indefinitely. By dinner time, I dug out one of the many bags of rice from storage. I used some red cabbage preserves along with some salted fish. Some kind of lake sturgeon, I think. I seasoned it all with some rock salt and basil. I spoiled myself a bit. It made me think back to the time before I left my home in Maryland. I used to cook for my mom and stepdad 2 times a week, and I'd had ambitions to go to culinary school once. They just refused to let me do it, saying they wouldn't support my ambitions until I made a conscious effort to abandon my perverse life choices. Backwater fucking assholes. As I sat down by the jetty, watching the sun creep lower and lower with a warm bowl of food in my hand, life didn't seem all that bad. I could get used to it. For the next few days, I just went into my own head. Not talking to anyone and having no contact with the outside world really puts things into perspective. Time becomes your own, and everything you do is all yours. There is no one to do anything for but yourself. No compromises and no excuses. I'm not sure I've ever felt so free, and honestly, after staying at Evan's place for weeks on end, I could use the space to stretch out. Still, Thinking about John and Evan made my stomach sink. I tried not to imagine what they were going through. Were they stuck on the other side? Were they even alive? Still, even with all the comforts I could ask for, there was a certain hour at night where I could swear something was off. A cold shiver slithered up my back, as if someone was looking for me. Considering what I'd seen these past few months, I couldn't tell if I was being paranoid or cautious. It felt like the entire world was coming for me, albeit slowly. I found myself waking up in the middle of the night in a cold sweat. I'd sneak up to the windows to look outside, but there was nothing there. Just a dark forest and a hooting owl. Still, there could be something there. Maybe I just couldn't sense the obvious. The lady with the blue kaftan was still nowhere to be seen. I started noticing little things changing during the day. Footsteps in the garden plots. The bucket near the water pump overturned. Nothing of consequence, but these little things that kept reminding me that I wasn't entirely alone. Someone was stalking the night. I decided I needed answers. The uncertainty would drive me mad either way. The calendar had crossed into early June when I found myself awake one night. I'd found a powerful flashlight and a hunting rifle. I planned just to observe and find out what was skulking around at night, but I wanted some protection just in case. At the very least, I'd see if I needed to protect myself. Hours passed, and there was nothing, not a peep. I started to think I was imagining things. Maybe the footsteps by the garden plot had always been there. I stepped outside to take a leak, bringing my rifle and flashlight along. After I finished my business, I took a short walk. A patrol, just to make sure I could sleep soundly. A faint breeze slipped through the birch trees. Dry branches creaked, playing tricks on my ears. But still, there was nothing. But as I turned back to the cabin, that shiver crept right back up my spine. Something was different. Had there always been a scarecrow in the garden plot? From afar, it just looked like a vaguely human pile of hay stuffed into a flannel shirt and an old pair of jeans. The more I thought about it, the more sure I was. This hadn't been there before. I'd met them before. These things hiding in plain sight, trying to pass off as everyday items. Still, it worried me. For each one you saw, there could be 30 more hiding somewhere. I raised my hunting rifle and took aim. "This won't end well," I said. "I know you're here." There was no response. I held my breath, trying to keep a steady aim. There was a slight flash as little blue eyes reflected in the cone of my flashlight. Then, a snap. I turned around. Dozens upon dozens of scarecrows, lining the edge of the forest. There wasn't enough ammunition to even attempt to take this fight. Something creaked, and as I turned around, the scarecrow in the garden plot was closer. They were back, and this time I didn't have Evan to protect me. I backed away, trying to look back and forth between the edge of the forest and the garden. An itchy trigger finger made the gun go off, blowing a hole in one of the scarecrows. There was no reaction, just a slow, silent pursuit. I backed out to the edge of the jetty. It was the only place where I could see them all. Looking at them seemed to make them stop, if only for a short while. Some sort of instinct. Still, every blink drew them closer. My breath grew shallow as my panicked mind tried to find a way to make the bullets last. Maybe I should save one for myself. With every blink, they changed. Some came closer, others changed shapes. Scarecrows, buckets, gardening tools. One of them looked like an old man in overalls, staring at me from afar. Maybe this had been the woman in the blue kaftan, Maybe they'd lured me here. This might be the end of the line. As they took their first step onto the jetty, I just started firing. It didn't help. With every shot, my ears rang, and every time I closed my eyes, they came one step closer. As my rifle gave out a hapless click, I realized there was nothing left to do. I could dive into the lake and make a break for it. That was all there was left to try. I turned around, only to find myself face to face with the woman in the blue kaftan. She was somewhere in her early 50s. She had this long black hair and deep green eyes. She was barefoot, but didn't have a speck of dirt on her. She didn't blink. I recoiled, shocked to have someone just appear out of seemingly nowhere. She hadn't been there earlier, and there was no way she could have climbed up on the jetty. She was dry as salt, and I hadn't heard a thing. She held out a hand. "They won't harm you, you know," she said. "They can't. They can't. They fear you," she said. "They can't harm you. Not anymore. How would you know?" I took her hand, and she pulled me to my feet. "I can't tell a lie, dear." I turned around, and there was nothing left. Just a few footsteps in the dirt from something that had tried to resemble a man in overalls. She led me back to my cabin, where we sat down at a small table. I was still feverishly clutching the hunting rifle. It didn't occur to me that I was out of danger. Maybe I wasn't. "Thanks for, helping me out," I said. What's your name?" "That's not important right now," she said. "But I'm curious. Who are you, and why have you come here?" She was right, of course. Names weren't important. Not right now. "You want the long version or the short version?" "I want whatever version you're willing to share." We talked for hours. She seemed to know all about the creatures masquerading as items. She also knew about the many other things I shared with her. Everything from a world beyond our own to the church at the bottom of Frog Lake. This woman knew all about it. If anything, it seemed that she was the one looking to see what I knew, not the other way around. After explaining what finally led me to come to St. Gall, that cryptic suggestion to go north, she interrupted me. "You seemed to be year-walking then," she said, "willingly leaving the safety in numbers to pursue your ambition." "I just sort of stumbled into it," I admitted. "It was my dad. I sighed. It had all been this stupid, nonsensical gesture. Like what I did could somehow bring us closer. Bring some kind of peace to him. "It was a kind gesture," she said. "But sometimes things don't go the way we planned. A slip of the tongue, a moment of weakness that might be all it takes to send us spiraling into pain." "You seem to know an awful lot about this," I said. "Do you know what happened to the people who lived here?" She thought about it for a while, looking out the window. "A slip of the tongue," she said. "That's all it takes." We called it a night and agreed to talk in the morning. Strangely enough, I still had that feeling that something wasn't quite right. That shiver down my spine never went away, and I could feel my body tensing up. The next morning I found her in the kitchen. She was making hard-boiled eggs. Strange, I thought, since there were no chickens around. No, wait, there'd always been chickens. I had the distinct memory of there always being chickens there, but I just hadn't interacted with them previously. But why wouldn't I? Odd. I didn't think about the eggs," I said as I entered the kitchen. "I must have forgotten about the chickens. There have always been chickens at St. Gall," she said, wiping her nose. "Well, I suppose so. You can't tell a lie, right?" She just shook her head, without the hint of a smile. As we had our breakfast, She looked up from her plate. She'd been silent for a few minutes, stuck in her own thoughts. "I want to be clear," she said. "When I say I can't tell a lie, I'm not exaggerating." "What do you mean?" "What I say is true, even if it shouldn't be. So when I say there are chickens, but maybe there shouldn't be." I just blinked, munching on my hard-boiled egg. "I mean, it becomes true. And also, it has always been true," she clarified, "which is why you might experience this sudden sense of disconnect." I didn't even question it. At that point, I had seen and heard so many absurd things that this was just the cherry on top. To me, it sounded like a genie, able to grant wishes. Why weren't the blue-eyed things coming for her instead of me? "Do you have to say it, or is it enough to think it?" I asked. "Unclear," she sighed. "So I try to do neither, which is why I keep to myself. Not much to spark thought when you're alone in the woods." "Yeah, I've noticed." I looked out the window. There was still a breeze coming through the birch trees. "I try to just stay out of the way," she said. "I don't want to trigger anything by accident." "Not again. No slips of the tongue. No." She leaned back in her chair with a glass of lemonade. She had this strange look about her, like she was having trouble keeping her thoughts in check. She looked worried. "I used to have terrible nightmares," I said. "I used to think there was something wrong with me. My mom kind of wanted me to think that, so I had these awful nightmares all through high school." "That sounds awful." "It was," I sighed. "So whenever I feel like something I am is bad, I make a conscious effort to be kind to myself. Otherwise, I'm just punishing myself for something I can't control." "I see," she nodded. "But what do you mean by nightmares?" She blinked and tilted her head. There was that feeling again, like I was missing something. Like something had changed. "You know, nightmares?" I said. "These images that come out of nowhere when you sleep." "You mean a dream?" "I've had those," she said. "I've had plenty. Like a dream, but horrible. Dark." She nodded, putting away her empty glass. "I'd like to try one sometime," she said. "I don't scare easily anymore. I spent the day trying to learn how to fish, trying to find a better toothbrush, and trying to fix a hole in my socks. My anonymous companion, on the other hand, spent most of the day inside the kitchen. She was trying out various preserves and just relishing in flavours, like she hadn't eaten in days. I made her a fish curry that night. A bit on the extravagant side, but I wanted to make a good impression. I tried not to think too much about what she'd said. Maybe it was true, maybe it wasn't. All I knew was that there'd been chickens at St. Gall since the first day I got there, and I hadn't paid them much attention. It made sense though. They had everything they needed without me. That night, as I lay down to sleep, my stomach kept turning. There was some part of me trying to keep me awake. Then, a scream. A violent, unbridled screech. A woman emptying her lungs, tearing through her throat. I grabbed my flashlight and rushed outside. The woman in the blue caftan was sleeping in the cabin across from me. It must have been her. I flung open her cabin door. She just stood there in the middle of her bedroom. Her eyes had rolled back in her skull, and her mouth was wide open at an impossible angle. She just kept screaming like there was no end to the air in her lungs. A cold sweat forming on her brow. She was having a nightmare. I blinked, and I was in a different place. An old house, somewhere in the Canadian countryside. There'd never been a St. Gall. I'd come there looking for a friend, but all I'd found was horror. A house full of teeth, hiding like insects behind every nook and cranny. An awful wet smell, like the inside of a wooden mouth. A man with a face full of broken teeth looked up at me, on his knees, begging me to kill him. I raised a hammer and a metal bucket. I had to beat him into bloody pieces. Nothing could remain. Then, another place. Another truth. I was looking at a man sitting in a gas station bathroom, rust leaking out of his eyes and mouth as his phone died in his hands. Battery acid leaked onto the floor as his joints creaked like dying hinges. He couldn't stop coughing. He looked up at me with dying eyes. For a moment, all I knew was that I'd been there all along. "Warn them," he wheezed. "It won't stop." Another place. A green star, illuminating a winter landscape. The angry dead coming to see who intruded on their homestead. A man shielding himself with a cast iron necklace. Then, a swamp. An ancient, gluttonous beast, looking for their next meal. Ungodly eyes looking at me with the intensity of a sun. In the distance, the death roar of a once mighty lion. Little animals, twisted beyond recognition. Bunnies, frogs, even the chickadees in the birch trees. Horror after horror after horror. Parades of unspeakable cruelty. I was being pulled like a thread through the eye of a needle, all the while hearing this inhuman screech in the back of my mind. This was true. This was happening. It had happened, would happen, and was currently happening, even if it shouldn't. For a brief moment I found myself back in the log cabin. I had teeth falling out of my pockets, and my shoes were wet from the swamp. Rust covered my fingertips. The woman with the blue caftan touched my shoulders, her screams turning into a soft cry. "You're here," she said. "You're not there with them. Their place is not yours, and their horrors are their own." She hugged me. But it wasn't human arms. It was something else. Something I couldn't perceive. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry," she cried. I wanted to feel again. What did you... I had a nightmare." She stepped away, holding her head. She groaned, trying her best to stay in the moment. "I can't stop seeing them. I try to make them go away, but it might just..." She stepped away as her eyes turned white. Blood started dripping from her ears, little drops plopping on the wooden floor. "No, no, no, no," she groaned. "I can stop seeing them. I can. Wait, no." Suddenly I was floating in a river, gasping for air. I kept bumping against things in the dark. Faces, limbs, torsos. Dead bodies, floating, dragging me along. The air tasted sour, and the water stung my nose as a lukewarm gulp slipped into my lungs. Then an old house. A swarm of flies in the shape of a man. Forgotten souls given wings and hidden away. He welcomes me as something sharp claws at my back. I turn around, only to see somewhere new. A monstrous man steps out of a lake. A man with a melon-shaped head and a sinister grin. "More," he chuckles. "More." I'm at a cliff, overlooking the New England coastline. I've lived there all my life. I am old, and my bones are weary. The woman in the blue caftan is there, her dark hair waving in the breeze. "Am I seeing things that have been?" she cried. "Have they always been? Are these creations my own, or... Please, Dad, Please." For a moment I think she's talking to me. She reminds me of the daughter I always and never had. I take a step forward to comfort her, but she's not talking to me. A white feather brushes against my shoulder, and I felt that cold shiver running up my spine again. A blood-red eye in the sky, the size of God itself, parts the clouds. A rain of blood started forming in the skies above, staining more than the earth. She grabs me. "I'm sorry," she cries. "We'll never meet again. Please remember me as a human woman in a A blue caftan. She wiped her nose as a bloody raindrop touched her cheek. Yes, that's how I want you to remember me, she continued. Then she pushed me off the cliff. I didn't have time to scream as my breath was pushed out of my aging lungs. You'll go far away, she screamed. Back to your truth. Her face grew distant in the dark as I fell. Then pain. My body tumbled across a hard surface, as if shot from a cannon. I rested my face against warm concrete. It was a summer's night, in late June. My body was nimble, and my skin was soft. My hair had lost its greys. My own thoughts and experiences started to drown out the superimposed worlds I'd seen. All these visions remained, but as a distant, vivid memory. A living nightmare. I got up and brushed myself off. My ankle was sprained, and I was in the middle of nowhere. Somewhere further south, perhaps. I could already feel myself the simple comforts of St. Gall as I started walking down the long, winding road. I must have limped for hours when I finally heard the sound of an approaching vehicle. I stepped to the side, holding out a thumb. I'd promised myself not to be a hitchhiker, but I needed to at least know where the hell I was. Not once did I ask myself, what kind of person was driving down this lonesome road in the middle of the night? The car stopped next to me. I could see a man and a young boy sitting up front, and every light on the dashboard was broken. Every now and then you get that snap picture of just how small the world really is. It's one of those times when you're halfway across the world and recognize a guy from the gym, or you spot your childhood crush ahead of you in the line at the DMV. I've moved a lot and lived a lot, and these things happen to me every now and then. So when it does happen, I don't always think much of it. Until not too long ago, I lived in a small townhouse. I've worked as a shift manager at a component factory in northern Pennsylvania, not too far from Pittsburgh. It wasn't anything fancy, mostly compartments and storage for snowmobiles and tractors. Honest work, but it took quite the drive to get there, almost 50 minutes by car, one way. But I had a great place. It wasn't big space-wise, but there was a great open floor plan that made the place feel 3 times bigger than it actually was. 2 floors, 2 bathrooms, 2 bedrooms, and a living room with an adjoining kitchenette. Perfect for a bachelor or a small family. The only problem was the bedroom door, which could jam if I closed it too hard. I was coming back from a bad breakup. My ex and I had been talking about moving in together, but we just couldn't make it work. She had these anxieties that kept her from really committing, and she ended up second-guessing herself to the point where I was no longer a part of the conversation. After a while, we simply had to accept that she had no idea what she wanted, but she wasn't in a place to be with me either way. I accepted a transfer up north, along with the promotion, and wished her the best. I'd been living up there for about a year when, one morning, I noticed someone moving in across the street. It was nice not to be the newest guy on the block anymore. I only saw glimpses of the owner. There was a woman standing outside on the lawn, pointing at 2 movers and trying to direct them, with a voice that could barely be heard outside her own head. It was like watching someone trying to tow a car with a rubber band. By the time I got back home that night, there was still furniture on her lawn. I decided to be the good neighbour and head over, see if she needed any help. She was doing her best to tip and angle a 3-seat couch by the time I got there. She wasn't making it through the door on her own. I waved at her. "Excuse me," I said. "You need any help?" "It's fine," she said. "Thank you, really." "You sure?" "Looks like you need to angle it and pull sideways. That's a rough one-man job." She rolled her eyes and let out a sigh. She nodded in quiet resignation. and less than a minute later, the couch was on its way through the living room. It's always a bit eerie to move into a new place. Everything looks so barren that you can hardly imagine it being a space where people lived and breathed and laughed. For the time being, this woman's life was all boxes and bare floors. Every step echoed off the walls. I helped her with a couple of boxes before she let her guard down. She had this short brown hair that sort of clung to her sweaty face, and these deep pockets under her eyes. I could tell she hadn't been sleeping a lot. There was a shake in her hands that showed she'd either been skipping meals or was deathly nervous. After carrying in some of her kitchenware, she stopped me at the door and forced a smile. "Sorry," she said. "I'm Julie." I introduced myself, shaking her hand. She was definitely trembling. "The movers screwed you, huh?" "Yeah, they were only paid to dump it all on my lawn, it seems." "Sorry to hear that. Looks like you're almost done, though." "Yeah, but the unpacking's going to take a couple days, but it's nice to get settled." There was something about her voice that seemed familiar. An accent. It reminded me of my own. Then it just kinda clicked. I knew this woman. Julie and I had gone to the same school. I hadn't recognized her. She used to be the tallest girl in class. Then she'd just sort of stopped growing, while the others kept going, making her the shortest girl in class over the course of about 2 years. Now that I thought about it, it had to be her. It was obvious. I'd had enough of a crush on her not to forget that face anytime soon. The moment I recognized her, it was like she recognized me in turn. She let out a huff and looked me up and down. "I can't believe it," she laughed. "What are the odds? Julie, you wanted to be a teacher, right?" "Yup," she nodded. "And I am." "And you had these apple earrings," I said, gesturing. They were the size of golf balls. She couldn't hold back a snort and stepped away, crossing her arms. "You went out with James," I added. "Man, haven't seen him in years." Her smile froze in place. She nodded, rubbing her shoulder in a self-hug. I noticed she had a wedding ring. "Yeah," she said. "Good times." She excused herself and thanked me for the help. She offered me a 20 for the trouble, but I waved it off. She insisted, but I'd made my mind up. She ushered me out the door. "I gotta check on Danny," she said. "She'd been awfully quiet." "You got a kid in there?" "Yeah, my girl Danny." She smiled. 4 years old. She's in her room. She's had a rough day. "Well, tell her I said welcome to the neighborhood, and feel free to drop by sometime." "I'll do that." I wandered off, only to stop halfway across the lawn. I looked back, only to see her still leaning against the doorway. "You still got those apple earrings?" I asked. "No," she said, shaking her head. "Times change." It was a stupid question, but I couldn't help myself. I waved goodbye, and that was that. I caught myself glancing out the living room window a couple of times before I headed to bed that night. I could see Julie in her window, putting up decorations. A couple of framed pictures, curtains, a couple of lamps and candles, and finally, a pot housing a tall blue sunflower. Unusual. I'd had a huge crush on Julie in high school. I'd thought about asking her to prom, but James got there first. I ended up going with Margie H., who was more interested in using me as a dress-up doll rather than a boyfriend. There was a lot of "do this, it's cute," and "don't do that, it looks weird." She ended up spending most of the night with her friends across the room. James and Julie, on the other hand, only had eyes for each other, slow dancing under the disco ball to all the greatest hits of the 90s. But there seemed to be no James around anymore. Perhaps it was just like she'd said, times change. But looking back at that night, I couldn't imagine the two of them apart. Not for a moment. I tried not to bother Julie and her daughter for a couple of days. I thought about heading over to say hi someday, but I figured they needed some time to get settled. I was probably overthinking it, but I didn't want to give a bad impression right off the bat. It's one thing to be helpful. It's another thing entirely to be creepy about it. And you don't want to mess things up with someone you're going to see across the street for years, maybe decades to come. I wondered about her daughter, Danny. I was yet to actually see her. I had to leave for work so early that I'd never duly take her to daycare. And by the time I got off work, they'd already come back home. Julie wasn't letting her play in the front yard. Then again, maybe that was by design. You don't want your 4-year-old to run amok near a busy road. So I tried to keep my curious eyes to myself and focus on my own life. But after months of empty inboxes and being ghosted on apps, you start to cling to whatever light in the dark you can spot. And I couldn't help but to think that maybe a light had moved in just across the street. One day, as I came home and browsed my mail, I noticed a letter addressed to Julie. She had a different last name. It took me a while to connect the dots. She had James' last name. Given how she had a wedding ring, I couldn't help but consider that maybe they were still together. Either way, I had a misplaced letter to deliver. I made my way across the road and knocked. Julie opened, holding a phone to her ear, talking to someone. I handed her the letter in silence, and she rolled her eyes apologetically at me. She wasn't in a very enthusing conversation on her phone, apparently. She mouthed "thank you" back at me. As I turned to leave, she put her phone down for a second. "Hey, would you mind helping me with something?" I turned to her, raising an eyebrow. "I need some help with Danny's room. I'm useless with electronics." "I'll give it a go, sure." "Thank you so much. Drop by tomorrow around 7 if you can, alright?" "Tomorrow, 7. Got it." She put her phone back to her ear and waved goodbye. I just stood there for a couple of seconds trying to catch a glimpse of her through the window. But the only thing I could see was that blue sunflower of hers. The thing was tall, and it always seemed to be turned your way, no matter where you looked. It was downright creepy. The next day I went over to see Julie. My heart was thumping away in my chest a little harder than usual. I was trying to keep it cool and not get my hopes up, but there's something about an old crush that just taps at your heartstrings. I knocked on the door, peeking at the window. The sunflower was still there, and I could have sworn it was still turned towards me, even as I stood by the front door. Julie opened the door with a tired smile. She had this pink blouse with white lilies and a pair of slightly too big jeans. She had some makeup on, I noticed. "Just got back from work," she said. "Come on in." She'd done a lot to the place. Pictures of her and James on the wall. All carpets were out. Birthday cards on the fridge. Guest towels in the downstairs bathroom. She'd put in some work. "You've been busy," I said. "Is Danny doing okay?" "Oh yeah, better than me, that's for sure." I looked over the wall of framed pictures. Julie and James at the Grand Canyon. Julie and James dressed up for Halloween. Julie and James at their wedding. James' light hair was a nice contrast to Julie's dark mahogany. "I don't see any pictures of Danny." "There used to be plenty," Julie said. "These are the only ones we could keep." "Sorry to hear that." I looked at Julie, who nodded her head matter-of-factly. I could tell I'd struck a nerve. She showed me upstairs and to the left. She was yet to put up any lights, so the corridor was a bit darker. There were these big yellow letters on the wall leading up to Danny's room. She must have painted them by hand. Little Lady Sunflower, I read out loud. I call her that all the time. The first time I said it, I had this cold, so it came out as little, not little, and it just kind of stuck. Now that's cute. Well, the little lady is with her aunt tonight, so she won't mind us stomping into her holy kingdom. Danny's room was as classically girly as girly things get. A well-made pink bed, pink curtains with white stripes, toys and dolls and stuffed animals, picture books with horses and nature and cute animals. It was all very neat though. Either Danny was the most organised 4-year-old in the world, or Julie had taken some time to clean up before I got there. There were a lot of little things to go through. Julie needed help running an Ethernet cable along the wall. It took some time to set up, but it felt nice doing something with my hands. Then she had me change a couple of lights that she couldn't reach. I didn't ask her about it, but I found it strange that she wanted UV lights in her kid's bedroom. Julie brought out a couple of boxes, the final items on the agenda. Cameras. It's just been me and Danny for a while now, she explained. I get nervous. Hey, you're the parent. Ain't no shame in being careful. I'm glad you understand. She had me set up 2 cameras in the bedroom, one overlooking the hallway and one overlooking the bedroom window. I helped her set up the Wi-Fi and showed her how to access the feed and recordings. It was simple stuff, but not very high quality. Having helped her out, she made me coffee and sat down to have a chat in the kitchen. We talked about old friends and memories, reminiscing about the times we'd talked as kids. But I could tell she was holding something back. Every now and then, she would completely shut the conversation down, instead focusing on the cup she cradled between her hands. Then, after a sip or two, she changed the subject. Finally, I just had to ask. I'm sorry to bring this up, but I gotta ask about James, I said. I see him on the pictures, and you're wearing the ring. Oh. She snapped to attention, shaking her head. Right, of course. I'm sorry. I thought everyone heard about the fire. I was halfway through an apology when she shushed me. No, it's fine, really. It's been months. She told me about the fire. They'd lost their home some time ago. This was the reason she didn't have that many things to put on the walls. Most of it was lost, along with James himself. I didn't even know he was still in the house, Julie said, trying to keep a brave face. I thought he was in the backyard, waving in the firefighters. I was out front with Danny. I'm so sorry, Julie. Feels strange to say it out loud. But that's what happened. It's gotta be tough on Danny. Poor thing. Julie put her hand on mine and took a deep breath. Thank you, she said. You've been a great help. That's what old friends are for. Right, she smiled. Friends. We said our goodbyes, and I watched her close the front door. I could hear her wander back upstairs. It was dark outside, only briefly interrupted by the occasional passing car. People coming and going, paying no attention to the love-struck man gawking at the widow's front door. I snapped out of it, giving it one last look before I called it a night. The blue sunflower was still there, in the window. I couldn't help but to wonder. Out of all the things she managed to save from that house, why did she save a houseplant? Her own husband hadn't made it out. How come the flower did? As I walked back across the street, a curious thought struck me. The camera that was angled at the window could probably see across the street. She could see me right now. Why do you need a camera for the second floor window anyway? Especially for a window that can't be opened. Wouldn't it be better to have one by the front door? Over the next few days, I met Julie a couple of times. I came over with a bottle of red wine as a late housewarming gift, and she came over with some leftovers. She made this mouth-watering sausage stroganoff that kept your stomach warm all day. She also made her own snacks, like peanuts and sunflower seeds, lightly salted and honey roasted to perfection. After a few weeks, it was rare for me to go a full day without seeing her. And yet, I hadn't met her daughter. Danny was always busy with something. Sleepover at a friend's house, staying with her aunt across town, going to bed early. There was always something, and I was yet to see a picture of her. I asked Julie if she could show me her phone once, and she promised she would. But she would change the subject and forget shortly after. But it was hard to be suspicious, and even harder to care. Julie was getting comfortable in that house, and it showed. There was a glow coming back to her. One day after work, there was a knock on the door, a longer one than usual, slower. Julie was standing there with one of my phone bills. The mailman had messed up again, and I reminded myself that I had to have a chat with them about it. Then again, I didn't mind the inconvenience of having Julie over every now and then. At first, I thought she was just coming over in a rush, but there was something to her demeanour that was different. She crossed her arms, but she wasn't reserved. It looked casual. "Did you enjoy the snacks I brought?" she asked. "Danny loves the roasted ones. I'm a sucker for salty stuff." "What about sweets?" I thought about it, nodding as I made a mental list. "Depends on the sweet." She grinned at me. "I'm kinda sweet." It didn't take much more than a wink and a giggle for us to end up kissing. We made out on the couch as I fumbled for the remote control. I couldn't get in the mood with a Judge Judy rerun going ooh and ah in the background. Finally, as we made ourselves comfortable, I could let my heart go. Julie had this wonderful lavender shampoo that filled my senses, but there was something strange about her kisses. They had an almost chemical taste to them, like a tinge of ammonia. Maybe she just had a weird toothpaste. Somewhere in the awkward fumble of eager hands and skin touching skin, a whisper reached the back of my ear. "I've missed you," she mumbled. "I've missed you so much." I didn't know what to make of it. I think I tried to rationalize it as her wanting to be with me for a while, or perhaps she really enjoyed our time back in high school. Then, another whisper. "I've missed you, James." There was an awkward pause. We tried to laugh it off. She shook her head, taking a deep breath. She tasted the words for a second and leaned in close. "Danny is with her grandma." I expected her to say something. Excuse herself, perhaps. But there was a trauma there, and we were both consenting adults. Mistakes were bound to happen. One thing would lead to another, and Julie didn't go home that night. I don't blame myself. I was lonely and stupid. Even before she moved in across the street, Julie had always been a bit of a girl next door in my mind. In one way, this was a dream coming true. But in another way, it just felt wrong. Nothing we did that night felt as true and honest as that one mistake she'd whispered into my ear. "I've missed you, James." The next morning, I woke up in a daze. It felt like I'd had too much to drink, but without the headache. The world felt draped in cellophane. I woke up in my room, alone. Julie was lucky she got out of the bedroom at all. I'd slammed that door pretty hard, and the lock was finicky. Maybe she had a knack for it. I could hear noises coming from downstairs, so I threw on some boxers and a bathrobe and wandered into the hall. I could hear Julie as she moved around some plates and glasses, and she was singing this tune, like something from a commercial. "You're my friend, I'll sing your tune. Setting sun to rising moon. I ask you, buddy blue, won't you be a sunflower too?" It was strange. I'd never heard that song before, and yet I knew the lyrics. I wandered down the stairs as Julie waved me to the table. She'd made grilled cheese sandwiches. I sat down by the table as she gave me a peck on the cheek. She handed me a plate and sat down next to me, cheerful as ever. "I made your favourite," she said. "I didn't know this was my favourite," I smiled back. "Haven't tried it yet." I picked it up and held it. Then, something cold ran down my spine. These weren't my plates, and these weren't my glasses. She'd served orange juice, but I didn't have any in my fridge. This wasn't my kitchen. These weren't my windows. Not my chairs, not my tablecloth, not my house. Julie looked different. My hands looked different, and as I was about to take a bite, this escalating pulse deafened me in my right ear, as a radiating warmth burst through in waves. My heart was terrified, long before my mind was. And as my instincts screamed at me to run, I instead turned to my right, to the third chair at the dinner table. A voice spoke to me. It cut through the cellophane of my mind. It wasn't loud, but it enveloped my ears. The vibration didn't come through sound, but through a pulsating warmth rattling my inner ear. A droning creak. More clicking than voice. Like someone smacking their lips and tongue into clicking little words. "It's your favourite, Daddy." I dropped my plate. I was sitting in my kitchen, alone. No Julie, no one to my right. Just my dinner table, across the room from my kitchenette. The clock on my wall showed that I had another 40 minutes before I had to go to work. I couldn't hear anything. It was like my ears had popped from pressure, and no matter how much I squirmed and turned, it didn't pop back. I put my finger in my ear and felt a blockage. I turned my head to the right and scratched, only to sense this mounting pressure on my eardrum. I had to resort to using a toothpick to open my ear up. When I did, dirt poured out of my ear canal and onto the dinner table. It was a lot. I sat there for a moment, catching my breath. Julie had left a sticky note on the front door. "Had to get up for Danny," it read. "Talk soon." She'd signed it with a little heart. I washed my ears, had a quick shower, and got ready for work. On my way out, I noticed the mailman. I was halfway to my car when I turned to him. "Excuse me," I said. "Can you make sure you don't mix up our letters again?" "Mix up who?" he called back. "Me and the neighbour. I keep getting hers. I've been doing these rounds 12 years. I ain't about to mess them up now." "Well, you did. Several times." He laughed, shaking his head. "I don't think I did." That whole day passed in slow motion. I had to stop a couple of times just to sit down. I'd get this pressure in my ears, like I was free diving at an uncomfortable depth. Sometimes I'd get these white flashes, like I was standing somewhere too bright, little stings and burns, giving me the semblance of ticks and twitches. I forgot to bring my lunch, but one of the guys could tell I was having a rough day. He offered me a turkey sandwich. As I went to get it from the fridge, that pressure started to build in my ear again. But this time, as it swallowed my sense, a voice came through. "Mom made your favourite." I turned to see the break room table covered in plant dirt with little green sprouts. Something bulbous moved just beneath the surface. "Mom made your favourite." I held a fistful of sunflower seeds. The sprouts on the table were growing so fast they resembled spasming tadpoles, reaching for the fluorescent lights. And the bulbous growth kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger. "Mom made your favourite." My fingers cramped so bad my nails dug into the meat of my hand. Blood mixed with the mush of a turkey sandwich between my fingers. I fell to my knees trying to force my fingers open, but it didn't work. 2 guys came running, trying to help me straighten my arm hand. They couldn't do it without risk of breaking my wrist, so they had to sit there with me and wait for a paramedic to come. It took a shot of muscle relaxant to get it loose. They had me scheduled for a doctor's appointment. I was sent home early that day. I hadn't taken a sick day since I started, so they could tell this wasn't normal. Things looked different driving home in the middle of the day. You never see the sun like that usually. There are different sounds, different cars on the road. Makes it all feel unreal, like a bad dream. Coming home, I headed straight for the bed. By the time I woke up, it was dark outside. Walking downstairs, I noticed a letter by the door. I must have missed it. There was a post-it attached. "You didn't hear me knock," it read. "Just wanted to drop this off." I picked up the letter. Just a phone bill. Strange though. Would the mailman really make that kind of mistake after I specifically reminded him? Did he do it out of spite? No, that didn't seem right. I had a curious thought. When I helped Julie set up the camera in her daughter's bedroom, she'd given me access to her Wi-Fi. I'd also set up the password. I had no intention of spying on her, but if one of the cameras caught the view of the mailman, I could see if he really messed up that bad, or if he'd done this to mess with me. The feed reset every 48 hours or so there'd be plenty of time to check. I sat down with my laptop. I had to find just the right spot at the edge of the living room, but I managed to get a weak signal of her Wi-Fi. I typed in the password, connected to the camera, and rolled back the footage. I felt a bit bad about doing it, but there was no way she'd know. Sometimes we do things behind closed doors that we're not proud of. I checked the feed from earlier that day. I saw Julie leaving my house in the morning. I saw myself walking out, heading off to work, having a quick conversation with the mailman. I then saw him watch my car roll out of the driveway and walk up to my house, dropping a letter through the door. That couldn't be right. I kept watching. Julie came back out of her house holding the pot with her blue sunflower. She put something into my front door, and it swung wide open. She grabbed the letter, looked inside, and then entered. According to the feed, she was inside my house for over an hour. She came back out, still holding the pot with the blue sunflower. She hurried across the road and back into her house. A few minutes later, I saw her inside her daughter's bedroom, still holding the plant. I could only see her in the corner of the feed, caring for the plant, watering it, tending to its leaves. Then she turned on the UV lights. I fast-forwarded. Slowly, I could see the sunflower turn, not towards the sun, but towards the camera. There was a knock on the door. I shut my laptop and got up off the floor. I peeked out through a window, only to see a strand of dark mahogany hair. Julie. The next second, I was opening the door. I hadn't planned on doing it, but I did. Everything looked brighter. "Long day?" I asked. I hadn't said that. Not with my voice. Julie walked through the door with a tired smile. She gave me a peck on the cheek. "I hate being a temp," she said. "Claire won't stop bugging me." "She'll come around," I said. "She seems like one of the good ones." I didn't know what I was saying. I didn't know any Claire. We sat down by the dinner table. I don't remember making pancakes, but they were on the stove. I plated and served them with a spoon of ice cream and some raspberry jam as Julie told me about her day. She talked about going to see people this weekend, about making plans with her parents, and after dinner, she kissed me. but not like she'd kissed me earlier. This was a real kiss. Like she'd held back the love. "I love you," she whispered as she pressed her forehead against my shoulder. I looked up, catching a glimpse of my reflection in the kitchen window. My hair looked brighter. "James!" I gasped for air as the front door swung open. I was wearing my bathrobe. It was dark. Julie looked at me, her eyes wide. "Took you long enough," she smiled. "Did you get your letter?" "Yeah," I said. "Thanks." "No worries. You okay?" "You look a little pale." "I don't know," I said. "I don't know what's going on." "You want me to come in? I can make you some." "No," I answered before my brain could register what I was saying. Julie gasped, like I'd struck her. I could feel something bubbling in my chest as my heart raced. "I want to see Danny," I said. "Can I see her?" "Sorry," Julie said. "She's at her friend's house." "I don't think she is." Julie's wounded expression melted into a mild amusement, like I was playing a joke on her. "I'm sorry. I don't think she's at her friend's house," I repeated. "And I don't think she's with her aunt or grandmother. And frankly, I don't think the mailman keeps messing up our letters." "What's with the tone?" she asked. "Did I do something wrong?" "Did you?" Our eyes stayed locked for a couple of seconds. Then, something changed. "You want to see her?" she asked. "Fine, I'll get her." She stormed off across the street. My heart sank as I watched her pick the blue sunflower from her window and head my way, cradling it in her arms. I slammed the door shut and backed away from the door. Seconds later, something metallic rattled into the lock, and the door swung open. She really was good with locks. "Here she is," Julie said, cradling the pot. "Don't you recognize her? Don't you recognize your daughter, James?" "I'm not James." "I can't believe it's taking you this long." She walked inside and slammed the door shut. She put the pot on the floor. I backed away. As I did, she started humming that tune again. That melody. "You're my friend. I'll sing your tune. Setting sun to rising moon. I ask you, buddy. Buddy Blue, won't you be a sunflower too?" Something ruptured in my head. My right eye went red and blind as a stream of blood poured out of my nose, burning my senses with a sting of copper. I closed my eyes, only for an unnatural vision to come out of the dark. How I backed away from Julie, in another place, in another house. Memory of a voice, but not my own, speaking from inside my mind. "It's not a child, Julie. We can't keep living like this." "She's yours, James. Everything that stands between you and this family is you. I want to be a father, not a fucking gardener." Flashes of pain. Memories of tears stinging behind my eyes. Late night talks. Checking the bathroom trash to see if she was still throwing up sunflower seeds. I was back home, making my way up the stairs. Julie was downstairs. The pot was still on the floor. Then, as I closed my eyes, I was somewhere else. I was a little bit taller, and my reflection had a lighter complexion, brighter hair. There were pictures on the walls, pictures of James and Julie, and a lot more. And in more than half of them, she's cradling her blue sunflower. "What are you going to do, James?" an echo yelled from downstairs. "Are we going to keep living like this?" "I'm not doing this." "I want more kids," she screeched back. "She needs a sister, a brother, and right now she needs a father." "It's not a child, Julie. It's a fucking weed." I birthed her. Blinding light, an operating room, holding Julie's sweaty hand as her nails dug into my skin. A terrified nurse falls to her knees. Her hands are covered in dirt and blood. A doctor holds what looks like a blue walnut. It fits in the palm of his hand. It has a pulse. I scream until my lungs ache. But Julie smiles. 100 nights of smashing pots and throwing that fucking plant in the garbage, only for it to come back brighter, stronger, bigger in the morning. Every touch and kiss from Julie came with that one nagging thought that she was just using me to bring more of them into the world. Every whisper of venom, cutting through my heart, until one day when I stand alone in our bedroom with a lit match. It smells of gasoline. "You'll come back," Julie says from across the hall. "She'll bring you back." And I don't care. My eyes open. I'm crawling down the hall. I hear Julie walking around downstairs. "Danny had me feed you a ton of this stuff," she called from the kitchen. "I thought you'd be James by now." I looked down at an empty corridor. My legs hurt. I was warm, like an invisible fire choked the air. My hands looked different. Were they even mine? There was a sound coming from the stairs as something moved. The flower pot tipped up from the top step. The blue sunflower swayed a little. In little stretches, it came down the hall, moving on its own. And from the bottom of the pot, something stirred. She'd cut out the bottom of the pot, allowing something to reach out. The moonlight burned the image into my mind, as I saw the pallid arm of a 4-year-old child, pulling its way towards me. It came closer. As I blinked, I saw the flames spread around me as a vision of Julie looked at me from across the hall, shushing the blue sunflower like an upset child. I blinked again. The pot was closer. The sunflower was just outside my bedroom door. The deep navy blue of its petals rattled with excitement as white, dirt-covered, grub-like fingers pressed into the floor, pulling itself forward. I was burning, and I was not. But I did exactly what James had done on that fateful day. Despite the fire, the pain, and the uncertainty, I kicked the door closed. It slammed shut with a bang. Something touched the knob, but it didn't budge. The lock had jammed. Something pounded on the door, louder and louder, but it wouldn't budge. I blinked. "Then go ahead and burn," Julie cried out. "Burn, James. She'll bring you back to me, and it all starts over again." I blinked. The memory sounded different in my mind. I know what she'd said, but I remembered it differently, like I'd heard 2 voices at once. "Then go ahead and hide," Julie cried out. "Hide! She'll bring him to me no matter what you do." I had to do something drastic, but I was stuck. The window didn't open. In that burning space in my mind, I heard the windows crack and break as the pressure from the fire burned my retinas shut. And in this place and time, I wrapped my hand in my bathrobe and smashed my bedroom window. 2 cracks in the glass echoed behind my ears. Without shoes or a shirt or a plan, I tumbled out the broken window, and in another world, a part of me still burned to the sound of Julie humming that one tune over and over and over. I landed hard. I cut my leg and foot on broken glass. I lay there watching blood pool around my ankles. The neighbour's dog was barking. They must have heard the screaming. There was something moving in my blood. Tadpoles, bean sprouts, seeds. Someone called out to see if I was okay. Someone that wasn't Julie. And before I passed out, I saw her around the corner, looking my way. She wouldn't have time to do anything. Her voice faded as my fingers ran cold and my vision dark. "She'll bring you back, James. If not now, then later." She turned and walked away. And as she did, Her blue sunflower turned towards me for a final time. I think the blood loss saved me. It got out some of whatever poison she put in me. She set her house on fire and disappeared that night. She left most of her things behind to burn. I was stitched up and took some time off work. Weeks later, I would still get these occasional flashes whenever I sat down at the dinner table. I'd see Julie sometimes. She would laugh and smile. Other times, she would have her back turned to me, tending to her plant. I moved out not long after, somewhere closer to work. It's hard to pretend this didn't happen, but it's even harder to explain it to someone who doesn't believe it. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. For a moment I was James, and if I'd been just a bit less careful, I would still be James. Maybe that's all I'd be. But a couple of weeks ago, I got something in the mail that proves I'm not out of my mind. It was an unsigned greeting card. Someone must have dropped it off by hand. "Congratulations," the colourful print read. "You're gonna be a dad." Hi everyone, thanks for listening. That was The Sad Sunflower, written by Saturdead from Reddit. I'm in the middle of recording a full playlist dedicated to Saturdead stories, so if you enjoyed this one, make sure to subscribe and stick around for more. And here's a creepy little fun fact. A single sunflower head can contain up to 2,000 seeds. That means one plant carries enough seeds to feed an entire murder of crows, or start an entire field on its own. Imagine a field full of little lady sunflowers. Good night. The logging industry might not seem like an action-packed world of politics and schemes, but you'd be surprised. Where I used to work, there were about 4 different companies all trying to put each other out of business. There was also an adjacent area that bordered on a national park. So yeah, if you looked at it from above, it all looks like forest. But there are a lot of invisible lines to look for. I was part of a regulatory watchdog. All the companies in the area called on us as an independent third party to settle land disputes and accusations of overstepping regulatory boundaries. Basically, we were the checks and balances that made sure they all played nice. That this particular case landed on my desk was a matter of contention. The last 2 cases that had been dropped in my lap ended up being lengthy and unnecessary legal battles, so my supervisor had been putting off giving me fieldwork for about 2 months. There was some pressure to vacate my seat entirely, and I wasn't eager to make a fool of myself for a 3rd time. So whatever this was, it had to go off without a hitch. I was given a couple of files: satellite images, statements, interviews, and witness testimony. There was this space at the edge of company property that had been cut down and cleared out illegally. Insurance companies had demanded a complete third-party review before they agreed to a payout. There was also an issue with the nearby park services, as damage had been done to protected land, making the rangers suspect that this was either self-inflicted or the work of an organised third party. Now, making arrests or proceeding with a formal criminal investigation is the work of the police. But my job was to give them a neutral and objective perspective, something they could point to as evidence of suspicion, of foul play. An acre or 2 might sound like a lot of land to cover, but when you're dealing with multiple sites of about 15 to 25 acres separately, it quickly falls under the radar. Given how close this land was to the edge of the property, I suspect they hadn't intended to clear it anytime soon, so they must have stumbled upon this by accident. I drove out early Monday morning. I had a meeting with one of the foremen working in the area to corroborate the statements I'd been given, and it all checked out. They hadn't been operating in the area. There were no witnesses who could say what had happened, and no one had investigated it close enough to cause any obstruction. We were good to go. I was put in contact with an assistant foreman named Michael, a very driven man in his early 30s, whose head seemed to have been fused with the mandatory white helmet they made us wear. He had this handlebar mustache that made me think of cartoonish uncle. I met him by a signal orange Jeep with the company logo printed in all black.
"I'm just here to get you where you need to go,"
he explained.
"I'm not here to intrude."
"I'm sure that won't be a problem," I smiled. "You know where we're headed?"
"Of course, yeah. It's been the talk of the crew for a week now."
"How so?" I asked.
"You hear things,
He explained.
like how no lumber was stolen."
"What?"
"Yeah,
he reiterated.
no lumber's been stolen. Most of it just kinda lay there."
That part had been conveniently left out of my prep work. Driving through untrained lands in a Jeep isn't as comfortable as it sounds. Sudden dips and rocks and fallen trees make for a bumpy ride, and if you're not used to it, it's going to cost you your lunch. I was prepared enough, but I noticed Michael looking over a couple of times. He probably wasn't used to outside passengers having spent a lot of time in the wild. And to be fair, I didn't really look the part,
"I'm not sure what exactly you do.
Michael admitted.
Some sort of insurance thing."
That's part of it, yeah. But I'm mostly here to make sure everyone plays along,
"They do.
he said.
I mean, it's all the same guys.
What do you mean?
I mean, there are only so many loggers in one area, you know. You quit one place, you go to another."
So you all know each other? Even at other logging companies?
"Yeah,
He said, clutching the wheel as we barreled through a bent sapling, leaves brushing against the windows.
I'm just saying, I don't know any guy who's motivated enough to bring in a crew to cut this stuff. Which means it's an outside thing."
Or something natural, I added. Wildfire, soil degradation. It's not usually that black and white.
No offense, but in my experience it is.
Michael rolled onto a half-finished road. It lined the space between the government-owned park space and the edge of the logging area. It was only meant for industry use, but it was surreal to see. This one line of asphalt in the middle of the towering woods, stretching on for as far as the eye could see. If you were to accidentally get turned around, it'd be impossible to tell which way you were going. The forest opened into a clearing on both sides of the road. It looked like a bomb had gone off. The trees were either bent, broken, or cut down. There were definite signs of human intervention with clean-cut stumps. Stepping out of the Jeep, something just felt wrong. Like we'd entered some kind of dead zone. You could taste the exposed sugary sap in the air. Normally, this space would be ripe with wildlife, but I couldn't hear a thing. No birds, no buzzing, nothing. Michael took me a bit to the side and waved at a man by the tree line. The man was clearly a park ranger, somewhere in his late 60s. He was short and had a sort of lanky build, but with the sinewy look of someone too tough to quit. Michael introduced me, and the man shook my hand.
"Ranger Wilson,"
he said.
"thought I'd give you a hand given our circumstance."
You got an idea what's happening here? I asked.
"Area's always been quirky.
He explained.
Most of the damage has been done on the park side."
How much damage are we looking at? Ranger Wilson scratched his chin with his scrawny fingers.
About 1.5 acre on the company side, about 2 on the park side. Most people never come out this way, we were informed by our gracious neighbors.
Michael excused himself from the conversation, leaving me with a walkie-talkie to call in when I needed a ride back. With Michael out of the picture, Wilson relaxed his shoulders as he took lead.
Place used to be teeming with folks back in the 70s.
He explained as we walked.
Called it Slumberjack Woods.
Strange name,
Well, they mostly went out here to get high and skinny dip in the river. There was this glade nearby that had an amazing view, perfect for hippy-dippies and drum circles.
You don't sound too happy about it.
Just sad to see the good times pass us by.
He gave me a knowing grin with a silent explanation. I could sense who he might have been in the equation of unruly 70s teenagers. The damage done to the area was significant, but not as clear-cut as first believed. There were some trees that had been cut down with a chainsaw, others with an axe. Not all of them, though. Some were brought down by wildlife. Ranger Wilson pointed out a couple of fallen trees with fresh marks from bears. There were also signs of beavers.
Ain't a lot of beavers this far west of the river.
He explained.
For them to go out of their way like this, it's strange.
You know what's happened to all the bushes and branches? I asked.
What do you mean?
I bent down, adjusting my shoes. I pointed at one of the fallen trees, showing the damage done to the lower edges of the trunk. Branches had been broken off and removed. You can see this on a couple of trees, I said. And some of the saplings are missing entirely.
I'll be damned. Good eye.
According to satellite imagery, most of the damage had been done in a sort of oval shape, with the majority being on the park side. I showed it to Wilson and asked if we could check out the center. There had to be a specific point where whoever did this started, and maybe that could give us an idea of how long it had been going on. Traversing this kind of environment takes a toll, though. Fallen trees and branches and rocks. You gotta make sure you don't slip, or you'll dislocate an ankle quicker than a flash flood. Not to mention, you might be dangling your toes into a viper's nest. Tough boots or not, you don't want to tempt fate more than necessary. So why Slumberjack Woods? I asked. I don't get the name.
Well, when you've had a bit to smoke, you usually doze off. It's not that complicated, son.
That's all.
Well, a couple of folks claimed it was the best sleep of their lives,
He continued.
Some would come here before a big test or a job interview just to relax for a bit. Used to camp out for a day or so, listening to music and sitting by the river.
I guess some places just kind of stick with you.
I guess they do.
We ended up by the river, following it northwest. We were somewhere around the center, but with things looking so different from what Wilson was used to, it was difficult to find any meaningful landmarks. We ended up walking straight across the clearing without seeing anything but fallen trees. Sometime after lunch, Wilson found a comfortable spot in the shade and had a sandwich. As he finished it, he leaned back and covered his face with his hat.
Give me 10 minutes,
He said.
Don't stray too far.
I'll check that hill for a bit, I said. Southwest.
All right.
He sighed.
10 minutes, then I'll join you.
And with that, he was out like a light. What a gift. I took a short walk. There was a hill not too far from the river which gave me a great overview. It was strange seeing so much empty space in the middle of such a lively area of the woods. I didn't know what to make of this. It felt like an industrial level operation, but the signs showed a variety of tools and causes. There was no immediate answer, and that was unusual for my line of work. I remember spotting a couple of chickadees among the fallen trees, picking branches and leaves for their nest, the first signs of life I'd seen out there. As they noticed me watching, they took off westward. There was something there, in the distance. I couldn't make out the details, but it was in a sort of dip between two hills. You couldn't see it from a low position, making it practically invisible unless you were at the right angle. Peculiar. I went to investigate. I I could still see the hill where I'd been standing, so I could call for Wilson if necessary. But I made my way down, noticing a path. It was the first sign of movement or organised effort I'd seen. A clear path with drag marks. I rounded the edge of one of the hills and wiped some sweat off my forehead. Minnesota summers are no joke, and I had the sunscreen to prove it. I stopped dead in my tracks. The path kept dipping into a sort of crater. It was about 30 feet across and 20 or so feet deep. The entire thing was covered in fallen trees, branches, bushes, leaves, twigs, saplings and roots. Pretty much whatever you could break off and carry, all pushed into a single massive pile. It was deceptively large. Even at this depth, the pile was tall enough to rival the surrounding hills. It would only take a couple more feet for it to be visible from all directions. I just kind of marveled at it. The effort it would take to bring this together was enormous. I looked up, only to see Wilson standing on the top of the westward hill. He was holding a small hand axe and dragging along a couple of branches. With little fanfare, he dropped it onto the gargantuan pile, causing a ripple of movement among the branches. A couple of chickadees took flight, and looking a bit closer, I saw a falcon. A raptor nesting alongside prey animal. "Wilson," I called out. "What are you doing?"
Huh?
He looked down at me, clutching his hand axe.
What do you mean?
He asked. "What's with the branches? What's with this?" I gestured towards the pile. Wilson turned to it, scratching his head.
Jesus,
He muttered.
what the hell happened here?
We took some pictures and investigated it. At first it just looked like a disorganized pile, but there was some sense to it. Most of the trees that had been dragged there lined the bottom and the edge, while most of the larger branches were on the inside. It was structurally sound. The outside was mostly covered in leaves and bird nests. I confirmed that, yes, I could see falcons alongside chickadees and cardinals. There were also signs of raccoons, and I spotted a couple of curious eyes peering out at me, possibly foxes. Ranger Wilson pointed out deer droppings nearby. All in all, this didn't make sense to me. Animals didn't congregate into piles, especially not a man-made one, which put a couple of things into consideration. One, that this wasn't a natural process. Two, that this wasn't man-made. All the while, I couldn't get a straight answer from Wilson about his contribution to the pile. He shrugged it off and was noticeably quieter from that point forward. That was one of the most curious things about the pile, just how quiet it was. This was a massive collection of trees and bushes, teeming with life, but it was silent as a grave. No chirps or songs, no buzzing insects. I could see ants and bees crawling next to one another, carrying the occasional leaf or pine needle. I could see mice scurrying around, carrying twigs with their teeth. I walked up to the pile to look a little closer. There were holes for larger mammals to crawl through, giving it the appearance of a nest, or a mound, rather than just a pile of debris. There were things living in there, no doubt.
There were other stories about this place back in the day.
Wilson called out from atop the hill.
There was this bonfire.
What about it? I asked as I peered into the nest.
A lot of folks came by to build a bonfire. It was supposed to be this amazing thing to burn at the end of summer. A lot of folks came around to pile stuff on.
It wouldn't happen to be this pile right here, would it?
Not sure,
He admitted.
Area looks different now that it's all dead. But yeah, they never burned the thing. I guess they were happy enough just building it.
I looked a little closer, seeing a couple of eyes reflect at me from the depth of the pile. Doesn't look all that dead to me, I muttered.
Doesn't look dead at all.
Wilson explained as he escorted me back to the road. The bonfire had been this idea by some of the regulars. They would come back every now and then, have a smoke, and then go chopping up something to add to the pile. Hence the Jack part in Slumberjack Woods.
It was just something to clear your mind.
He said.
Like meditation, you know?
So you're saying they've been clearing this area since the 70s?
Hell no.
He laughed.
I'm saying that's what they did back then. People have moved on. Haven't seen anyone around these parts for years.
So what are you suggesting? I asked. What's happened here? He scratched his head and looked back, shaking his head.
I don't have a God's honest clue, truth be told.
I called Michael and waved goodbye to Wilson for now. Wilson yawned and lumbered back into the woods, following an old trail. I didn't have to wait long for Michael to pick me up with his Jeep, asking me what I'd learned as we drove off. I told him about the pile.
We'll get someone to clear that out,
He said.
Shouldn't be too much trouble.
You got any idea what it is? I asked. Looks like a lot of work,
I've checked with the guys who found it.
he said.
A guy who used to go up there to take a nap during lunch hour. He didn't have a very good explanation.
What did he say?
Not much.
Michael sighed.
He just sort of found it. Went up there for a nap, got a bit confused and ended up in the clearing.
That happened a lot with your crew? I asked. They get confused much?
Can't say they do.
He pointed in the rearview mirror. The clearing could still be seen in the distance.
But around that part of the woods, I guess they do.
I spent most of that evening collecting my thoughts and findings. I summarized the various conclusions I could draw, but ended up with an empty line under conclusion. That was the one part I couldn't figure out. I sent what I had to my superior, knowing full and well that I'd get a stern talking to about not having an answer. Inconclusive reports had been my downfall for the Part 2 cases, and this wasn't looking to fare any better. The next day I wasn't just meeting up with Michael. I was meeting up with about 10 of his guys, all in various vehicles. And at the forefront of it all was an excavator, with that same signal orange colour and the company logo. Michael was excited to get this done and over with. I got in his Jeep as the little convoy rolled out.
They're probably not going to want to push this issue,
He said.
They don't really care about that lumber as long as no one else has been making a profit.
Well, there is no sign of that, I said. But something's up, that's for sure. It was unreal seeing those machines roll into the clearing, bumping over fallen trees and dry stumps. A couple of people had gotten out of their jeeps to guide it through, waving and directing it with hand signals. Getting closer to the pile, I noticed a silhouette on the hill. I looked up to see Wilson, standing by a fallen tree, chucking branches onto the pile. I excused myself from Michael and got out. It took me a while to navigate the brambles, but I made it all the way atop the hill. As the crew rounded the corner and oohed and ahed about the pile, Wilson was just standing there, casually throwing branches. His eyes were closed. I observed him closely. He moved slowly, but with the same confidence as always. He leaned down, broke off a branch from a tree, and threw it down the hill. I could see a couple chickadees rock back and forth as the branch landed next to their nest. But they didn't take flight. They didn't have a care in the world. I tapped Wilson on the shoulder and watched his eyes open. He groaned a little and looked down at his hands, covered in tree sap and scratches. "You all right?" I asked.
Must have nodded off.
He said.
What day is it?
I wanted to tell him that's something he ought to know, but there was a tone to his voice that didn't lend itself to sarcasm. I shook off the thought and gave him a pat on the back. "You need me to call someone? You good?"
I'm good.
He insisted.
I'm good.
Then he saw the excavator. He looked up at me, then down at Michael and his crew. Then he was off like someone had fired a racing pistol. Wilson hurried down the hill to meet with Michael and his crew. They almost came to blows immediately. I thought the two of them knew each other pretty well, but that didn't seem to be the case. Michael argued that the pile was on company property, while Wilson argued that it could be the home to endangered species, and that we couldn't do anything to it before we had a clear idea of what it was. But while they argued, the excavator crept closer. There was a sort of electricity in the air, a spark. Something didn't feel right, and I could watch the hair on my arm stand at attention, like I dragged my feet across a rubber carpet. Michael grabbed his walkie-talkie and gave the operator the go-ahead. Wilson knocked the walkie out of his hands, and the two escalated from words to finger-pointing and getting in each other's face. Meanwhile, I listened to the walkie-talkie. "Coming up on the side now," the operator said. "Looks like a beaver dam from hell." I could hear the whine of the machine as it lifted the arm up high, ready to be brought down. "You hear that?" the operator said. "There's something. I don't know." I tried to call Michael over, but he was too busy berating Wilson, who in turn was busy berating him back. The crew was looking worried, and the operator was sounding more worried still. The excavator's arm hung still in the air. "There's something in here," he continued. "Not, like, in there, but..." The operator flung his arm about as if waving away an insect. Then he did it again. And then he moved around the cabin. "Shit, there's something on the floor. There's something on..." The other crew members hurried his way as Michael looked up, asking Wilson to shut up. Then, a scream. One we didn't need a walkie-talkie to hear. We all rushed forward. I saw one guy trip over something, clutching his leg. Another waved off a couple of bees. Someone got to the excavator and pulled the door open, only for a handful of snakes to spill out. The operator was unconscious, his face stung red with bees, some of which still crawled over him. His rescuers dropped him, shocked by the hissing vipers in the cabin. Rattlesnakes, it sounded like. I stopped. The guy who'd tripped started screaming about a bite, and another physically had to kick off a rodent trying to crawl up his leg. I could see things moving in the dirt, spiders and ants, side by side, heading the way of the excavator like an insectoid parade. And for the first time since I got there, I could hear life. Birdsong, screeching falcons. And looking up, I could see them, circling the nest together, like a cohesive flock, like a perfect circling halo of wings and beaks. All of them just waiting for someone to step out of line, to get a little too close. I helped in whatever way I could, and Wilson did too. 3 guys had rattlesnake bites, and the excavator operator got at least 30 or so bee stings on top of that. We had to call for an airlift to a hospital. For the rest of the afternoon, that was all we'd do, cleaning up the aftermath of what had turned into a royal clusterfuck. Michael was stuck talking to his boss, and a couple of people came out to see the pile with their own eyes. They discussed how to best get rid of it, but it wasn't going to happen anytime soon. They were too afraid to even get close enough to move the excavator. By late afternoon, I ended up sitting next to Michael on a stump. The crew had cleared out, but I wanted a statement for my report. I got one, but after the bureaucratic minutiae passed, I was left with a man that was worried for the safety of his people.
"Never had a snake bite before,"
he said.
"The occasional bee sting, sure, but this is fucked."
Logging is dangerous business, I agreed. But yeah, this is new,
I'll be honest,
he continued.
we've had some trouble. Some guys wandering off their position. Someone twisting their ankle while on a walk to God knows where.
Didn't say anything about that in my file,
'Cause it makes us liable.
he explained. So we shut up about it. But that thing over there, that's the core of it. All of it. You had any sleepwalkers? I asked. Like, more than usual? Apparently it wasn't as unusual as I would have been led to believe. Michael explained, off the record, that it had happened a couple times a week over the past few months. Some equipment would go missing too. Mostly hand axes, meant to clear out branches so you can reach with your chainsaw. Some folks had been found wandering the outskirts of the clearing.
It wasn't until the foreman heard about it that we decided to deal with it.
He continued.
And here we are, dealing with it.
Now I could have gone back with Michael and the others, but this was turning into something I couldn't ignore. I was under enormous pressure to see this through and come to a satisfying conclusion, and I couldn't do that from behind a desk. I had to see this thing. I had to observe it with my own eyes and figure it out. I had a field kit with a small tent, a sleeping bag, and some basic necessities. I asked Michael to pick me up in the morning. He wasn't happy about it, but he figured I knew what I was doing. I think he might have had more faith in me than I did. There was no telling what was going to happen once the sun went down, but I intended to find out. So I stuck around, watching from a distance. The excavator just stood there, its signal orange arm still hanging in the air. A couple of birds had covered its joints in twigs and leaves, slowly transforming it into a makeshift metal tree. At some point, I must have nodded off. I think it was on top of that hill, just like Wilson. There isn't much to say about what happened at that time. I remember my eyes feeling heavy, and my mouth being wide open. There was this weight to me, like I was sleeping under 2 feet of snow. At some point I forced my eyes open, as if trying to escape a nightmare. The sun was just about to set. Long golden shadows stretched out over the clearing, giving it the look of a quiet fire. I could see deer carefully dragging branches through the dirt, slowly moving past the excavator. Families of squirrels and rabbits rushed past my feet, pulling whatever they could along, and I was just standing there, in front of the pile, holding a hand axe. My arms ached. Then I dipped into the dark again. Despite my eyes being closed, it was easier to move. It's like something shared its vision with me, giving me a sensation of where to move, and how. I remember something stinging my hand. Perhaps I cut myself on something sharp. And yet, my eyes stayed close, and my body limber. It wasn't so much a dream as it was an out-of-body experience. When I got too sore to continue, I crawled. I thought about the comfort of my tent, the warm sleeping bag nestled under my neck, the breathing fabric swaying in the wind, colouring my world a mild tint of cyan. But when I opened my eyes, that's not where I was. I was in the middle of the nest, resting on a pile of moss. The inside was lined with grass, leaves, and wildflowers. I specifically remember my half-open eyes looking into the dark centre of a blue sunflower. My head leaned against something warm and leathery. I ran a tired hand over it. It felt like caressing a warm tire, segmented into armour-like plates. There was this sickly sweet smell coming from it, like burnt sugar. Looking down, I thought I saw fingers sticking out of the mud. They had a similar shape, but they were arranged in a line, like the legs of a centipede. I dreamt of wandering the woods, feeling the ground shift underneath my feet, desperately looking for a safe haven, somewhere I could call home. I found this one spot, surrounded by a circle of wildflowers, and I was so relieved. Someone had built me a home. In that dream, I remember promising myself to never leave, no matter how old or how large I got. That was my home, my safe harbour, away from the storm. And I would ask all my friends to make my house bigger and stronger and safer. By the time I opened my eyes for real, I was curled up inside the middle of the nest. The moss was soft under my face. The early morning summer rays tried their best to creep through the labyrinth of brambles, managing to touch me across the cheek. I looked down at my hand, where there were 2 small bite marks. It didn't hurt. It didn't even itch. It was just there. I could barely make sense of it. There was no clear point where I could have crawled inside, and I had no memory of doing so. It's like I'd closed me eyes, and now I was there. Moving out in 20 minutes. The sound startled me. Turns out I still had Michael's walkie-talkie. I kept hearing updates on the walkie-talkie, and a handful of people responding to one another. Something was happening, and they were on the move. It didn't take long before I could hear them, and not longer still before I saw them. No excavators or bulldozers this time, just jeeps and people. I picked up the walkie-talkie and pressed it. There was no response. My voice wasn't coming through. There were at least 5 jeeps, maybe 6, all full of men with white helmets. They were coming back to finish what they'd started. I had to try and get them to turn back until we figured this out, but for that, I had to make my way out of the nest. And there was no way. I was completely closed off. Michael's voice came through in the distance. He didn't need a walkie-talkie for this.
We all have our reservations,
He said.
but this thing is a safety hazard. This is a measure to deal with that hazard. That's all there's to it.
They had signal orange jerry cans with the company logo. But more so, they carried bottles and metal cans, homemade fire bombs, and from their holsters I could tell a couple of them were armed. An icy panic shot through my chest. Didn't they see I was in here? How could they miss me? I tried calling out to them, but there was no response. I twisted and turned, kicking at the side of the nest, but I couldn't find my way out. The branches and twigs were packed so tight they could keep me warm through the winter if need be. I saw the first flame light up, and my voice went from a passionate plea to an animalistic screeching. There was a struggle among the crew as 2 of them stepped back, while the others lit up their fire bombs. One by one, flames took hold. The homemade explosives weren't as much fire bombs as they were fire starters, but the dry leaves and branches offered little resistance. I remember watching this one wildflower catch fire, mere inches from my feet. A curious blue turned a charcoal black, and as I felt the heat across my skin, I knew this was no longer a dream. I twisted and turned. I thrashed, screamed, and cut myself bloody trying to get out. The smoke seeped into the gums of my teeth as I cried for help. In the branches, I could see the many creatures that had made it their home. Unlike me, they didn't protest. Maybe they realized it was already too late. They just sat there, watching the fire spread. They wouldn't scream as the fire reached their fur and feathers, like captains going down with their ship. The smell of burnt fur choked me more than the smoke ever did. More fire, from different directions. The crew was spreading out, making sure to get at every angle. Despite my struggle, I'd only managed to move inches. I couldn't dig, and I couldn't push anything out of the way. I was stuck, and the flames were getting closer. The heat stuck to the smoke, tainting the sweat pouring out of my forehead. I was going to burn alive in that hole, and they were never going to know. And no matter how much I screamed or cried or begged, they couldn't or wouldn't hear me. Then the fire reached my legs. That first burn seeped through my shoes. At that moment, the sting on my hand shot through my nerves. Something cold. My eyes were wide open, but I had the sensation of opening them again, like there was a second layer to my vision. And all of a sudden, I wasn't inside that nest anymore. I was on the outside, right next to the crew, being held back by two of Michael's guys. "Calm the fuck down!" one of them demanded. "What the fuck's wrong with you?" They held an arm each, having wrestled me to the ground. "The fire," I gasped. You were killing me. You're killing me." "We're almost done," the other man said. "You need to calm down." One of them looked up. He slowly let go of my arm. Seconds later, the other did too. I looked up, seeing the crew spread out across the hills surrounding the pile, their silhouettes outlined by the fire starters in their hands. Something was coming out of the nest. The closest thing I can describe it as is a centipede. But you must understand, this thing was the size of a tiger. A massive white thing, segmented, with arm-long antennae at the front and rear. It moved slowly, each twitch of a leg calculated and deliberate. It had black patches on its chitin where the fire had licked it, and even now, it could move at breakneck speed if need be. The crew murmured. A couple took pictures. Michael moved up to it with a pump-action shotgun as the others yelled at him to be careful. Part of me wanted to rush at him and tackle him to the ground. If I blinked hard enough, I could feel myself in the place of that creature. I could feel myself crawling in its place, in the dirt. Things got quiet as Michael raised his shotgun at it. My body rumbled as I felt the creature's trachea tremble. It wanted to be left alone. It was furious and terrified. Then, a gunshot, but not from a shotgun. I don't think anyone had noticed Wilson walking up to us, pistol raised. He pointed it at Michael and spoke. As he did, something twitched in my arm. It was as if I knew the words before Wilson said them, like I felt them.
"I want to go,"
Wilson said.
"I just want to go away."
I mouthed the words along with him, and noticed again how Wilson's eyes were closed. Just like when he'd thrown branches onto the pile.
Wilson,
Michael called back.
what the fuck do you think you're doing?
"Let me go.
Wilson and I muttered.
Let me go away."
Then fucking go.
Michael yelled back, turning his attention back to the creature. The centipede moved as Michael raised his shotgun. Wilson raised his pistol. And as Michael took his shot, all hell broke loose. The shotgun went wild as a bullet grazed Michael's arm. Someone returned fire. Wilson kept shooting, seemingly at random. I think someone got him in the leg. Michael took another shot at the centipede, but it slithered away, rushing for the woods. A couple more shots rang out. Maybe a couple of them hit, but nothing decisive. The thing just kept going, and in the dark of the woods, even a startling white colour can disappear. I stayed on the ground, writhing. I was scared, uncomfortable, cold, and at the same time sweating. "Let me go," I muttered. "I'll go somewhere else." I knew Wilson said it too. I know the remaining birds said it. It was sung and whispered and chittered in every living thing, in 1,000 different ways. And it would be said over and over and over, as they all waited patiently to burn. By morning, the nest was a smouldering heap. Michael had only been grazed by the bullet, but one of his crewmen drove him to the hospital. Wilson had taken a shot to his left leg, but couldn't recall why or by whom. In the end, they all decided to just keep things quiet. An illegal burning and an illegal gunfight sort of cancelled each other out. My job was made very simple, as the claim was cancelled. Nothing more to investigate. My superiors weren't exactly pleased, but at least it was cleanly resolved, and I hadn't made things worse. They didn't involve the insurance companies, and there were no accusations levelled against surrounding logging companies. No suspicion of foul play. On paper, there was nothing out there but unfortunate natural circumstances. A couple of years have passed since. While the strange wound on my hand has healed, I still feel a little twitch every now and then, especially when I'm out in the woods. I might pick up the occasional stick without noticing or turning my head, without knowing why. Ranger Wilson has since retired from his position, and I suspect this incident might have been the thing to push him over the edge. Looking back at it all, I know something is still out there. Whenever I close my eyes hard enough, I can still hear it asking all its friends for help. It's building a house, a bigger one, with more friends. Perhaps next time no one will notice it. Until they do. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. That was Slumberjack Woods, by Reddit's own Saturdad. Did anyone else feel insanely sorry for the centipede creature at the end? I didn't cry. Okay, maybe a little. Time for tonight's not-so-fun fact. Chainsaws were originally invented for childbirth. Yep, it's true. Google it. Not cool doctors of 1785. Not cool. Let that sink in next time you hear one buzzing in the woods. While you're here, can you do me a favor and hit subscribe? Only about 10% of the people who watch actually do, and it makes a huge difference. This channel is dedicated to horror in all its forms. Original stories by me, the very best from Reddit, true stories that keep you awake, and tragically terrifying true crime. And yep, I'm a one-woman band here. Writing, editing, narrating, all on my own, mainly because I don't have friends. Cue tiny violin. If you'd like to be extra awesome, my PayPal link is in the comments. Your donation, no matter how small, will go towards, hopefully, making this a full-time thing. Until then, I have to do the whole work thing as well, and that's like not cool. Actually, it is pretty cool. I make hyper-realistic fantasy and horror dolls, see? Interacting in any way with any of my videos really helps, even if it's just liking or counting the mistakes I make and putting them in the comments. Don't be mean though. I'm sensitive. Good night.